A body plummets toward a rocky landscape in a distant city. A small gelatinous creature frantically urges its unconscious master to awaken. The portly man jolts awake, his expression a mask of groggy confusion. He clenches his fist, angrily calling out the name Manga. Flailing in midair, he screams, wondering where his wingsuit has gone. His panic intensifies as the ground rushes up to meet him. He furiously demands that Manga use magic instead of making noises. Manga explains that he must be the one to cast the spell. Manga corrects him, and he desperately screams the incantation. Float! A burst of magical energy erupts, slowing his rapid descent. A look of relieved surprise crosses his face as the spell activates. He realizes he is not stopping, just falling slower, yelling to stop. His cheeks puff out as he screams the command repeatedly in terror. Floating helplessly, he questions how he can possibly defeat an evil god. The scene shifts, rewinding time to a commercial airplane several minutes prior. A hand plays with an origami frog as an announcement begins. A flight attendant asks passengers to prepare for the plane's descent. A man's thoughts reveal he is returning to Japan after a business trip. He sits comfortably in business class, a small girl on his lap. He reflects that having the girl nearby made the trip more enjoyable. He tells the girl to return to her seat for landing. He reassures the smiling girl that they will see each other again. A sudden, deafening explosion rocks the entire airplane cabin. He instinctively shields the girl, who asks where her papa is. A massive crack splinters across the floor of the aircraft. The crack widens, tearing a gaping hole in the plane's fuselage. He wonders what's happening as time itself seems to stop around him. A voice confirms their consciousnesses are synchronized, shocking a spiky-haired youth. The spiky-haired boy looks around, bewildered by the telepathic intrusion. The businessman wonders if he's dreaming, hearing the voice so clearly. A beautiful goddess appears, telling him this is no hallucination. She calmly tells them to relax, as speaking with their minds is easier. He asks if he is dead and if she is a god. He clarifies, asking if she is a god or a demon. The goddess confirms she is a god, but says he isn't dead yet. He clutches his side, grimly accepting that he is about to die. He muses that he has never heard of a god saving someone. The goddess tells him that his assumption about his fate is correct. She explains that the explosion has doomed everyone on board to die. With limited time, she states she must be direct with her request. She reveals herself to be the administrator god of another world. The man gets a bad feeling, sensing this is an isekai situation. The goddess explains she has permission for an official hero summoning. The spiky-haired boy erupts, saying this hero summoning sounds incredibly suspicious. She asks them to come to her world to defeat an evil god. The spiky-haired boy immediately and calmly refuses her offer. He explains that he has had a good life and is content to die. The businessman internally admits he loves isekai but is hesitant. He thinks that defeating an evil god is a terrifying prospect. He fiercely refuses, wanting to protect the child from a dangerous fate. The goddess reveals that among all the passengers on the plane, there is only one person who has the potential to be saved. She confirms his unspoken fear. It is the little girl he holds. She asks if he will accept the summons to save the child's life. She quickly denies that she would say something so manipulative. She clarifies that his sacrifice will save her, if he wishes it. Relieved, she says she will grant his wish and asks for a moment. She has struck a deal with the god of his world. He thanks her for listening to his selfish request. He knows he might not make it in time. He declares he will accept the summons as payment for the child's life. She will reincarnate him with his memories and soul upon his death. Time resumes its flow, the plane continuing its catastrophic descent. He quickly takes a video of the hole in the plane. He sends the video to his sister, who is waiting for him. He calls his sister, his voice urgent and strained. His sister answers, asking if he is coming to meet her. He rapidly dictates his last will, leaving everything to his sister. He tells her to use his phone's location data to save a girl. He says he was glad to hear her voice one last time. He gently places pillows between himself and the crying child. He glances out the window, confirming the plane is dumping fuel. He pulls out a bed mat, beginning to stitch it to his suit. A flight attendant demands to know what he is doing. He gives her a final, determined glance over his shoulder. The flight attendant realizes he was magnificent until the very end. He reassures the terrified girl, promising to return her to her mother. He sends a final text pinpointing their location 5 kilometers from the airport. He leaps from the plane screaming, "Manga!" as he plummets. His form blurs as a magical transformation begins to take place. The slim businessman vanishes, replaced by the portly, spiky-haired youth. He hits the surface of the ocean with a massive splash. The scene shifts back to the fantasy world, with him falling again. Just before impact, a small red dragon appears below him. He lands squarely on the back of the much larger dragon. The impact is jarring, but his fall has been broken. The small white creature exclaims that it is a dragon. His eyes snap open in shock from the violent landing. He groans, realizing he is unable to get up from the pain. He finds himself lying face down in a luxurious bed. He struggles to sit up, his body aching from the ordeal. A sudden, searing pain shoots through his head as he sits up. A servant enters as foreign memories begin flooding his mind. The servant rushes to his side, asking if Lord Luke is all right. He clutches his head, shocked to learn his new name is Luke. He recalls the goddess's words about reincarnation, finding it a hassle. A large bearded man storms in, berating Luke for sleeping so late. Luke is still reeling from the pain and confusion. The man strikes him hard on the head, calling him an idiot. Luke sees stars, panicking that this new father might kill him. With a hopeful smile, Luke looks toward the imposing king and asks if he is his father. A maid gently helps the portly prince, her charge, sit up in his large ornate bed. He instinctively tries to summon a status plate, but his fingers grasp at nothing but air. Confused, a single tear wells up in his eye as he wonders what is happening to him. He looks down in shock, finally noticing the heavy magic sealing armlets shackled to his wrists. The grim reality sets in. He is now Luke, a prince known infamously as the Wicked Child. His terrible reputation has spread far, earning him the humiliating nickname Orc Prince across the land. He internally curses the beautiful goddess who placed him in this terribly inconvenient situation. The rumors about his new body are so awful that living as Luke seems a daunting task. He deduces the original Luke's consciousness is gone, having likely died in that fated accident. The king bellows from across the room, demanding to know if he is reflecting on his actions. Luke, terrified of his new father, meekly apologizes in hopes of appeasing his palpable wrath. He cautiously gathers his courage and asks why he is being forced to wear the armlets. The king roars that the shackles are to stop him from running away again, as he always does. Luke's attention then shifts, and he suddenly wonders what became of the dragon he saw. He formally asks his father about the fate of his dragon companion, his voice full of concern. The king sadly explains that the dragon, Drake, died protecting him, calling him a fool. A memory reveals the original Luke had lovingly poured magic into Drake since he was an egg. An unexpected tear traces a path down Luke's cheek, an echo of a past, deep emotion. He clutches his chest, confused by the sudden tears, wondering if the feeling is truly his. The king, seeing this display, softens slightly, asking if even he feels sad about it. With a final command to reflect, the king departs, leaving Luke alone in the grand room. The magnificent castle stands tall against the sky, a symbol of his new, complicated life. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Luke begins to sort through the chaotic jumble of memories. He takes stock of his new form. Luke A. Valg, 15 years old, 170 centimeters, and 135 kilograms. Despite his terrible reputation, he was still considered a part of the elite Dragon Rider program. Only the chosen few were permitted to attend the prestigious and exclusive Dragon Knight Academy. The incident that claimed the original Luke's life occurred on the final day of midterm exams. The examination grounds were a vast open space where riders could display their aerial skills. A squadron of Dragon Riders soared high above the Colosseum during their practical flight test. The event was so significant that even the king himself was in attendance to observe. The original Luke, arrogant and smug, resolved to show everyone his truly superior skills. A diagram explains that a dragon's 350-degree vision has one small critical blind spot. He recklessly maneuvered his dragon, flying directly into that dangerously unseen area. The dragon's powerful tail whipped around with tremendous, instinctual force, a blur of motion. A dragon's ingrained reflex is to violently attack anything that suddenly enters its blind spot. The powerful blow sent the original Luke plummeting from the sky to his unfortunate death. Back in the present, Luke puzzles over the sequence of events, putting the pieces together. He realizes the voice he heard falling, Manga, was the AI Navi sent by the goddess. She had promised him her divine support in the form of a special package of abilities. He recalls the goddess offering him a hero summoning cheat 3-piece set for his mission. The set included the useful abilities of appraisal, search, and a personal subspace warehouse. He remembers specifically requesting an AI Navi, just like the ones in the games he played. The goddess had cheerfully agreed, noting that such a feature was a common one in MMOS. He now understands the armlets were blocking his ability to summon or even hear the AI. A servant's polite voice from the doorway announces that Lord Luke has some visitors. Three women, the queen, another noblewoman, and his sister Phila, enter his chambers. The queen, her face a mask of pure rage, demands to know how long he'll cause trouble. The other woman says she is relieved Luke is awake, but apologizes for her mother's outburst. His little sister Phila runs to his side asking if her big brother is all right now. He gently reassures Phil that he is fine now and tells her not to worry anymore. The queen coldly informs Luke that his disposition will be decided upon very soon. Luke questions what she means by his disposition, as she has always been so kind. The ominous word disposition echoes in his mind, filling him with a sense of dread. He asks his mother to clarify what she means by deciding upon his disposition. She sneers, asking if he thinks a rider without a dragon can attend the academy. He can only smile nervously, thinking to himself about how terrifying his new mother is. The room falls into a tense, uncomfortable silence following the queen's harsh declaration. Another servant announces a visitor, and Luke notes that he has many guests today. A young woman in a school uniform bursts in, tackling him in a joyful flying hug. He recognizes her as Luluti C. Marlell, the 16-year-old daughter of a powerful marquis. A flashback shows them as children, their engagement decided when they were only 6 years old. Luluti says she was terribly worried since he had been unconscious for 2 whole days. She is relieved that he seems more energetic than she expected and apologizes for worrying. The queen interrupts the tender moment, telling Luke she has something difficult to say. She bluntly informs him that his engagement to Luluti has been officially dissolved. Luke is stunned, demanding to know what she means by this sudden, shocking news. The queen claims not to know the details but says his recent actions are the cause. He turns to Luluti asking if she knew anything, and she quietly confirms that she did. Luluti explains that the king himself visited her father to discuss the annulment. Her father, already worried by Luke's recent behavior, had readily agreed to the proposal. She apologizes, explaining that she was forbidden from telling him any of the other details. Luke understands with a grim certainty that, given the circumstances, it couldn't be helped. He apologizes to Luluti for having been associated with him and his tarnished reputation. He says he understands her father's feelings, though it is unfortunate for the two of them. He asks her to convey his apologies to her father once his house arrest is lifted. The queen watches the entire exchange, her expression unreadable and cold as she observes. She scoffs, asking if he is really accepting the dissolution of his engagement so easily. She taunts that Luluti would be better off with someone other than the orc prince. Luluti tearfully confesses that she had been waiting, believing the old him would return. Her face crumples in anguish as she calls him an idiot, her heart clearly broken. With a final, choked cry, she turns and flees down the hallway in a flurry of tears. Luke is completely bewildered by her reaction, wondering if Luluti was actually in love with him. The queen angrily tells Phila to stop chasing after Luke and to come with her at once. Phil protests, but the queen reminds her that her brother is under strict house arrest. As she is dragged away, Phila manages to give Luke a light slap across his cheek. She calls him an idiot one last time, leaving him stunned and holding his face. He watches as the doors close, leaving him all alone in the sudden, quiet aftermath. He muses grimly that being dumped by his crying fiancée will make for good story material. He gazes out the window at the grand castle, his thoughts turning to his new reality. A mental image of Luluti's sad, tear-streaked face flashes in his mind, causing a pang of guilt. He struggles with the original Luke's feelings for her, which are not his own. He reminds himself of his true divine purpose, to defeat the evil god. He resolves to start a diet and exercise regimen to prepare for his ultimate mission. A dark, cloudy sky sets a somber mood for the difficult journey that lies ahead. His resolve is immediately tested as a maid brings him a mountain of delicious food. The maid simply encourages him to eat, her expression unwavering and pleasantly neutral. Later in the bath, he is annoyed to see a maid standing guard just outside the door. The maid, though embarrassed by the situation, holds her ground, a constant reminder of his status. He mutters to himself that he hasn't done anything, yet he is treated like a criminal. While exercising, Luke complains about the goddess who made him the infamous orc prince. He recalls a vision of Nerys, the powerful and beautiful water goddess of this world. The towering spires of the royal castle reach towards the sky. 10 lonely days have passed in his room. No one has come to visit him. He has spent his time in seclusion dedicated to rigorous muscle training. With nothing else to occupy his time, he has been diligently working out. A guard announces the king's arrival, who notes his son seems to have lost some weight. The king, his fur-lined cloak giving him an imposing air, enters with his guards. He tells Luke that he has come to deliver some urgent news. With a serious expression, Luke declares he is prepared to accept any punishment. The king clarifies that since no crime was committed, punishment is not the correct term. Luke stands at attention, asking his father what will become of him now. The king delivers the first blow. Luke has been expelled for losing his dragon. Luke grimaces, realizing his expulsion from the academy was already a decided fact. His father continues, explaining that he attempted to arrange a transfer to the magic department. In a flashback, a school official regrets to inform the king that Luke's scores are too low. The king winces at the memory of that embarrassing and awkward conversation. Luke understands now, realizing his father even went so far as to hire a tutor. The king sighs, admitting that with Luke's physique, the night course was always a foolish hope. Looking closer, the king asks with genuine surprise if his son has actually slimmed down. Luke beams with pride, announcing that he has indeed started trying to lose weight. The king dismisses it, saying a little weight loss is not enough for the night course. He explains that a prince not attending school would tarnish the family's honor. The king's face twists in fury as he declares Luke's disgrace is a stain on their name. Shrouded in the weight of his father's anger, Luke can only offer a quiet apology. The king's disembodied voice blames Luke for forcing him to constantly apologize. Stroking his beard, the king explains that he consulted his ministers for a solution. He reveals their proposal to marry Luke off to a neighboring kingdom. The word marry explodes in Luke's mind, leaving him utterly speechless and shocked. A vision of Luludi makes him realize this was the true reason for ending their engagement. He internally rages against this fate, declaring this is not why he came to this world. The king tries to placate him, insisting that this marriage is not a bad arrangement. He explains Luke is to marry into the Farrell ducal family in the neighboring Fowl Kingdom. The duke's only son is gravely ill, so he seeks a husband for his eldest daughter. Luke listens, learning he will also attend the magic department at their night academy. The king adds that the wedding is planned to take place after his graduation. He coldly reminds Luke that he already had a fine fiancée in Luludi. He tells his son to reflect on his past foolishness and give up on her. The king confirms that the other kingdom is already aware of Luke's past transgressions. He explains that the Fowl Kingdom is a tiny vassal state with a small population. To avoid inbreeding, they seek spouses from their larger neighbors' noble houses. A diagram shows the social hierarchy, with the king noting they usually sent lower-ranking nobles. Luke realizes it was perfect timing for his family to get rid of a problem prince. The king states that the Fowl Kingdom only cares about his magical bloodline, not his behavior. Luke understands this is a cheat deal, as his holy attribute makes him prime breeding stock. He thoughtfully considers his options, deciding freedom from his father's rule is a good thing. The king, seeing his son's compliance, tells him to fulfill his duty as a royal. The departure is set for early the next morning, much to Luke's shock. Luke asks for information on his bride, but his father says he'll find out upon arrival. Suspicious, Luke wonders what his father is hiding about this rushed marriage arrangement. The king simply acknowledges his son's understanding of the situation. Luke requests that his magic sealing armlets be removed so that he can pack his belongings. The king flatly refuses, stating the armlets will not be removed until the handover. He explains this is necessary because Luke would certainly try to run away otherwise. As a dowry, the king provides a chest with 100 million jenny and a travel allowance. As he leaves, the king tells Luke to buy anything else he might need on the way. The next morning arrives, the sun rising over the grand castle. Luke's older brother, Jele, angrily confronts their father about the secret departure. The king, standing beside his dragon, insists that this sudden marriage is for Luke's own good. Luke tries to de-escalate the situation, telling his concerned brother that it's okay. Jele argues that he should be the one to escort Luke on the 15-day journey. The king reveals that Jele is the escort, a clever measure to prevent Luke from escaping. Luke objects to the decision, saying he should at least be consulted on the matter. The king, his patience worn thin, tells them both to simply obey his final decision. He declares that the matter is settled and cannot be undone now. Luke feels a pang of guilt, knowing he is the problem child causing this trouble. He looks up at his brother, confused, asking if Jele is his only escort. Jele explains the mission is top secret, so he will be handling it alone. Aboard the Dragon Drake, Jele admits that he cannot understand their father's reasoning. Luke quietly reflects that it feels as though his own parents are throwing him away. Jele encourages him, saying he knows Luke can succeed if he just gets serious. Luke agrees, and the two brothers fly off together on the great dragon's back. They arrive at a border territory, landing before a large walled mansion. A guard salutes crisply, welcoming Prince Jele and Prince Luke to the estate. Jele declines the offer to rest, stating they wish to proceed as quickly as possible. Luke gives the dragon an affectionate pat, thanking it for the safe journey. As he turns to go, a soft, hesitant voice calls out from nearby. A young flower girl holding a basket of roses shyly asks if he'd like some flowers. The guard begins to scold the girl for her boldness, but Luke motions for him to stop. Luke kneels down, asking the price for her lovely flowers. She replies it's 50 Jenny. He holds out a single gleaming gold coin, asking if it's enough for the whole basket. The girl says she doesn't have change, but Luke generously tells her to keep it. Jel tells the hesitant girl to simply accept the gift and say thank you. She thanks them profusely, explaining the money will help pay for her mother's treatment. The girl confirms with a gasp that her mother has been injured. Jelly steps forward, offering the surprised girl a small vial from his pouch. Luke watches, impressed, thinking that his brother is truly a class act. Jelly gives her a mid-grade recovery potion, insisting she take the valuable medicine. The girl bows deeply in gratitude before running off with her gifts. Jel teases his brother for being sweet to children, even if he isn't popular. With their business concluded, the two brothers once again take to the sky on Drake. Flying high above a dense forest, Jelly spots a large commotion on a road below. Luke points down, asking his brother if those people are being attacked by bandits. Jelly squints, his expression growing serious as he confirms that it seems to be the case. He recognizes the crest on the besieged carriage as belonging to the Farrell ducal family. He surmises that royalty must be inside and declares that they cannot ignore the situation. Landing in the woods, Jelly tells Luke to hide, but Luke insists on going to help. Jelly agrees, saying they must hurry to lend their aid to the embattled convoy. As Jelly turns to rush off, Luke grabs his cloak, desperately telling him to wait. Luke holds up his shackled wrists, pleading for the magic sealing armlets to be removed. Manga, the AI Navi, chides its master for his recklessness. Luke greets his AI Navi, eager to understand his current situation. Manga urgently advises Luke to check his status, warning of danger. A holographic status screen, a crystal plate, materializes before Luke's eyes. He is horrified to discover his level has been reset to 1. The AI explains his reincarnation reset his level, much to his despair. His skills were inherited, but magic is locked until he levels up. He discovers his subspace warehouse is filled with many recovery potions. He offers the potions he made to his grateful brother, Jelly. Luke, a skilled archer, decides to provide aerial support for Jelly. Jelly agrees and transfers control of their dragon, Bowls, to him. Luke readies his dragon companion, Bowls, who responds with an eager growl. Jelly, mounted on a magnificent red dragon, dives into the battle. He commands his dragon to unleash a devastating Aurora Cutter Storm spell. The magical blades tear through the bandits, who scream in agony. Luke recognizes the dragon as Drake, the one he was told had died. Shaking off his shock, Luke focuses and draws his bow with determination. His arrow finds its mark, striking down one of the bandits. He grapples with taking a life, but notes his incredible accuracy. His AI Navi joyfully announces he has reached level 10, unlocking magic. Luke is stunned but pleased by his rapid and unexpected level up. A mysterious hooded figure casts a healing spell, Aqua Heal, on a knight. The figure's magic mends the wounds of a grateful female knight. The knight, blushing, offers her heartfelt thanks to her mysterious savior. Watching from afar, Luke feels a profound sense of unease about this. The hooded figure then turns their attention to another bandit in the fray. Their expression turns menacing as they prepare to unleash another spell. They cast a lethal Thunder Spear, striking the bandit down instantly. Another bandit falls, struck down by one of Luke's precise arrows. The battle concludes, with Luke standing amidst the defeated enemies. The surviving bandits, including the mysterious figures, are captured and bound. Luke observes the scene, processing the chaotic end of the battle. Jelly lands his dragon, the primary threat now neutralized by his power. The remaining hostiles drop their weapons, shouting their surrender to the princes. Jelly emerges from the woods and claps his brother on the shoulder. Luke asks about his brother's injuries, but Jelly brushes them off. Jelly praises his surprisingly effective support, questioning his foolish act. Luke confesses that taking a life has left him shaken and trembling. Jelly comforts him, admitting that he shares the same difficult feelings. He places a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder in solidarity. Surviving soldiers from the Foul convoy approach and offer their thanks. Jelly stands tall, accepting their gratitude with princely decorum. He introduces himself as the first prince and Luke as the third prince. The soldiers are awed by their royal status and kneel in respect. The entire contingent of soldiers drops to their knees before the two princes. Jelly explains their intervention and asks to speak with the commander. The door of the ornate carriage creaks open with a soft click. A beautiful young woman steps out, thanking both princes for their help. She introduces herself as Mifa A. Forel, the second princess. Princess Mifa gives a graceful curtsy to the two princes who saved her. Luke is completely stunned, realizing he has never seen this woman before. He knows he should recognize a princess from a vassal state. Suddenly, the female knight captain cries out and collapses to the ground. The fallen knight is identified as one of the carriage's protectors. She notes she was hit by a throwing knife but thought she'd recovered. Her fellow soldiers rush to her side as Luke suspects poison. Luke urgently demands to see the wound to confirm his suspicion. Jill confidently tells everyone to trust Luke's healing abilities. Jill requests the assistance of the female knights to prepare the patient. Luke kneels beside the fallen knight, examining the injury on her side. The wound is a dark, ugly purple, confirming it has been poison. The assisting women are shocked and horrified by the sight of the wound. A knight questions his diagnosis, suggesting he use appraisal magic. The appraisal reveals a non-fatal but potent poison, needing a strong cure. The captain confirms the poison and calls for a high-level antidote. A knight reports their healer is dead, and they have few antidotes. Luke asks if anyone else was hit by the poison throwing knives. The captain and two other soldiers admit they were also wounded. The knight turns to Prince Yile, asking if he has any antidotes. Jel explains he's already used his supply, a wise move in hindsight. The captain's face is grim, realizing their dire lack of resources. Luke remembers his own supply and offers a potion from his case. Luke scolds them for their lack of preparation, a royal duty. He pointedly remarks on Princess Mifa's own lack of supplies. He questions the value of her unit if they are so unprepared. Mifa, chastened, promises to carry enough supplies for everyone in the future. Despite solving the immediate crisis, Luke feels a lingering sense of unease. He scans the area, certain that he is missing a crucial detail. His AI Navi urgently instructs him to use his perimeter search skill. Luke is amazed by the skill, which displays color-coded markers for everyone. He quickly levels up the skill, expanding its range and detail. He notices a single red dot indicating an enemy and wishes he could investigate. The AI informs him he can now use his own senses with the skill. The search reveals a hidden assassin aiming a poisoned arrow at Mifa. Luke leaps into action, blocking the deadly arrow with his potion case. A guard shouts a warning that enemies are still targeting the princess. The foiled assassin turns and flees into the dense woods. A guard gives chase but knows the assassin is too fast to catch. Luke calmly kneels and takes aim with his bow and arrow. He draws back the bowstring, his posture perfect and his aim steady. He unleashes a volley of 3 arrows which fly through the air. The arrows strike the fleeing assassin and his horse with perfect accuracy. The guards are stunned by his incredible display of long-range archery. He commands his dragon Bals to capture the assassin alive. The incapacitated assassin tumbles to the ground, his escape thwarted. Bals returns, and Luke rewards the dragon with a tasty treat. Jaylee complains that Bals seems to like Luke more than him now. Luke teases his brother, knowing the dragon's true favorite food. Luke reveals Bals loves goblins, which smell awful to humans. Jaylee is shocked that he never knew his own dragon's preferences. In the aftermath of the battle, Luke confronts a hooded figure, declaring she is the one who will die. The female knight in full armor charges forward, her sword ready to strike. With surprising speed, Luke tackles the charging knight, sending her sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" she demands. Luke retorts that's his line, accusing her of killing her own ally. Jell calls out his brother's name in alarm, but Luke gives a sharp, "Understood!" The scene focuses on the armored knight's gauntlet, resting near a fallen comrade. A foul guard rushes forward, demanding to know why they are restraining the knight. Luke gives a serious, knowing look, his suspicions about the situation solidifying. He begins to explain his theory, stating the 2 hooded figures were not common bandits. Mifa looks puzzled, but Luke points out their expensive equipment was specialized for assassination. A dark, shadowy image flashes, revealing the true objective, assassinating the princess amid the chaos. Luke questions the Pin Knight about her allegiances, but she vehemently denies being an ally of the assassins. He explains the cold logic of royalty. Failed assassins are often silenced to prevent them from talking. Mifa interjects, stating that normally they would interrogate prisoners, not kill them outright. An elegant shoe steps firmly onto the grassy forest floor. Luke turns to Mifa, directly asking if she is in league with them. She swears on the gods that she is not. Mifa suddenly beams, exclaiming how wonderful it is that they are not her allies, shocking everyone. Her eyes widen as a brilliant idea seems to strike her. She proudly presents an official certificate, revealing she is a first-class interrogator who cannot lie. With a sweet smile, she explains this is a unique skill, a special gift from the gods. Luke explains to the captured knight that Mifa's skill binds her to a contract of truth. Mifa asks if Luke is on official business, and he confirms he was seeking a witness. Luke correctly surmises that killing the princess would only be a temporary solution for the conspirators. Mifa gives a subtle, knowing smile, confirming his theory. He asks if her death would buy them 2 weeks to destroy evidence. Mifa agrees it's likely. From his seated position on the ground, the captured assassin lets out a low, mocking chuckle. He smirks defiantly, claiming he was only hired for money and knows nothing of value. Mifa observes him, realizing with a hint of disappointment that he is telling the truth. Luke demands the assassin reveal his employer, but the man scoffs at the very idea. Mifa thoughtfully places a finger to her chin, pondering her next move. The assassin, though bound, remains confident that they will get no information from him. Suddenly, Luke's eyes fly open in shocked, horrified realization of a hidden danger. In a blur of motion, Princess Mifa gasps and collapses dramatically to the ground. The assassin uses the distraction to move with blinding speed, his bonds falling away. Luke reacts instantly, intercepting the assassin with a brutal punch to the torso. Jiley and the Foul Knight captain shout in unison, stunned by Luke's sudden, lethal violence. Mifa looks up from the ground, equally surprised by the turn of events. Jael demands to know what Luke is doing, as Luke calmly notes he just leveled up to 20. Mifa gets up, asking what happened and why Luke's eyes seem so unfocused. The princes are shocked, admitting they could barely make out the human shapes in the chaos. Mifa angrily demands to know why Luke suddenly killed a man who might be one of her country's knights. Luke explains he saw the assassin's strange hand movements, realizing he was removing the magic sealing armlets. Jael spots a small blow dart in the dead man's hand as Luke activates his appraisal skill. Mifa's face drains of color as she recognizes the deathlock, an instant kill poison. Luke wonders aloud if the armlets can truly be removed so easily. To prove his point, Luke cheerfully asks the knight captain to restrain him with the bracers. The heavy armlets are locked onto Luke's wrists with a solid, metallic clank. Luke announces to the bewildered onlookers that something will happen in exactly 5 seconds. He begins a dramatic countdown with his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Jael shouts his brother's name in alarm, while Mifa looks on in confusion. Luke points to Mifa's shoulder, telling her she has a bit of trash on her dress. A perfect crimson rose magically materializes on her shoulder with a soft pop. Jael and Mifa stare in utter confusion, wondering how he performed magic while restrained. Jael has a sudden flash of insight, realizing the trick. Luke explains the armlets are easily removed, and the assassin planned to take Mifa hostage. Mifa blushes, realizing Luke has now saved her 3 times and offers her sincere gratitude. Jael glares at his brother, who nervously explains that he couldn't escape or their father would find out. Jael orders him to put the bracers back on, scolding him for even thinking of running. Mifa innocently asks why Luke is forced to wear the magic sealing armlets in the first place. Jael insists Luke can't hide the reason, but Luke grumbles back at him. Jael explains their father ordered them on Luke due to his escape artistry, amusing Mifa. Mifa giggles, observing that the king seems to have very little faith in his own commands. Luke grumbles that his father is the one who chose him and can complain if he wants. Mifa reminds Luke to erase his friend list before putting the bracers back on. Luke remembers the system, recalling it's a measure to prevent espionage. He pulls up his friend list settings, asking his brother to confirm before he deletes everything. Mifa looks up at Luke with a shy, hopeful, and slightly hesitant expression. Blushing, she leans in and asks if Luke would add her to his newly cleared friend list. She proudly explains that being the first registered friend in the country is a great honor for her. A female knight approaches from behind, whispering a message into the princess's ear. Jael announces that he will be returning to the Forel ducal territory. Mifa looks concerned, asking if she might accompany them until then. Sheely agrees, informing her that the ducal knights are expected to arrive shortly. As they wait, Luke places a single rose on the chest of a fallen knight. Jiley and another knight stand guard, their expressions somber. A large, heavily armed contingent of the ducal knights finally arrives on the scene. As they form up, the new arrivals glare at Luke and his party with intense hostility. Luke is completely bewildered, wondering why he is being stared at so fiercely. A flashback reveals a traveling bard singing the slanderous tale of the orc prince to a captivated audience. In the present, the ducal knights continue to direct their intense, hateful glares at Luke. Luke is unnerved by their animosity, sweating as he wonders what he did to deserve it. He turns to Jaylee, asking why all the knights are giving him such dirty looks. Jael becomes enraged, demanding to know why they are intimidating his brother with their glares. Princess Mifa steps forward, her voice calm but firm, asking her knights to explain themselves. She sharply rebukes them for their outrageous rudeness towards an honored guest from another kingdom. One of the knights flinches, realizing the gravity of their diplomatic blunder. Mifa asks if they are certain they are apologizing to the correct person. The entire troop of knights drops to one knee, offering a profuse apology directly to Prince Luke. Luke snaps that a hollow apology is meaningless and that they should accept his punishment. Jael intervenes, asking Mifa to use her unique skill to get to the real reason for their hostility. The knight captain, Vile, looks nervous as Yele addresses her directly. Mifa reminds Vile of her truth-telling skill, warning that lies will be considered treason. Under the magical compulsion, Vile confesses that they are all devoted to Lady Amelia. Luke is completely lost, having no idea who Amelia is. The knights are aghast, shouting that he doesn't even know the name of his own fiancée. Luke grumbles to himself that this is a terrible shame for Lady Amelia. Vile explains she only knew the ducal daughter was his partner, but not the specific details. Jael explains that Luke's terrible reputation has unfortunately spread even to this kingdom. Luke's face falls as he realizes the full extent of this disastrous miscalculation. He asks Mifa how everyone knows about him, and she explains that traveling bards from his kingdom regularly visit, telling amusing stories about his exploits. Jael confronts Princess Mifa, questioning why bards who slander royalty are not punished. Luke in the background shouts in realization that the slanderous orc prince is him. Ignoring the tension, Mifa brightly invites a flustered Luke to join her in her carriage. The Grand Ducal carriage, escorted by knights, makes its way down the road. Inside, a smiling young woman introduces herself as Erica, battle maid to Lady Amelia. Erica sincerely thanks Luke, calling him a savior for his heroic actions earlier. Mifa, her eyes wide with curiosity, asks Erica what kind of person Lady Amelia is. Erica explains that Amelia's severe fear of men prevents her from attending social events. Despite this, she proudly adds, Amelia passed the Knight Academy's magic exam at the top. Luke questions the logic of this arranged marriage, suspecting his father has a hidden motive. A close-up on Luke's face shows his deep suspicion of a larger political game. Leaning against the window, Luke listens to the knights singing outside the carriage. The escorting knights sing a mocking song about a pig prince being carted away. Luke sighs, his expression one of weary resignation to his terrible reputation. The carriage rumbles on, the knight's song continuing as they travel to the new kingdom. Erica smiles at Luke, asking if the sad song means he dislikes the engagement. Luke scoffs, declaring that a marriage arranged by parents is hardly a happy affair. Mifa clenches her fists, admitting she cannot complain as she is not considered beautiful. She adds that her special lie-detecting ability ensures no one would ever dare approach her. Erica passionately refutes this, insisting Mifa is very cute and just lacks confidence. Overjoyed by the compliment, Mifa blushes deeply, whispering how happy she is. Erica cheerfully points out the window, announcing their imminent arrival at the ducal estate. Luke's face contorts with dread as he mutters how much he hates this situation. Mifa asks if he is all right, as he laments his impending freedom from the armlets. At the castle gate, Jael greets them, asking if Luke enjoyed the carriage ride. Jael instructs them to transfer to the carriage provided by the Duke for the final leg. A liveried butler opens the door to another grand, white carriage waiting for them. Luke sits inside the new carriage, his expression stoic as he prepares for his arrival. Jael privately asks his Navi what became of the little girl he tried to save. Navi replies that she doesn't know and he must go to a shrine to ask the goddess. The magnificent Forel ducal estate, a sprawling manor with beautiful gardens, comes into view. Luke and Jael step out of the carriage, looking towards the grand main entrance. A distinguished man in a fine suit stands at the door, offering a warm welcome. He introduces himself as Gale B. Forel, head of the house, and thanks Luke profusely. Jael humbly replies that his brother only did what was natural as Gale prepares introductions. The massive double doors to the estate swing open with a resounding thud. Inside, a line of butlers and maids awaits them in the impressive grand hall. Two maids stand with their heads bowed respectfully, ready to serve the new arrivals. Gale tells Luke not to mind the staff, as Jael quietly warns his brother not to peek. Suddenly, a side door bursts open, interrupting the formal proceedings with a loud bang. Two young girls stand in the doorway, the elder with a confident, hands-on-hips pose. The elder girl boldly introduces herself as Anna, the second daughter of the Forel family. The younger girl shyly whispers her name, Lara, from behind her sister's dress. Anna immediately scolds her sister for her poor greeting, calling it an embarrassment. Gale explains that his eldest daughter, Amelia, is away for her Knight Academy exams. He adds that his wife is too unwell with a contagious illness to greet them. Gale formally introduces himself as the first prince and Luke as the third prince. Anna looks at her sister with pity, calling her pathetic before turning on their father. Gale delivers a light disciplinary chop to his outspoken daughter's head to silence her. He apologizes for his daughter's behavior, while Jaylee chuckles that they seem evenly matched. Gale's expression turns serious as he requests a private consultation with Yele and Mifa. Mifa understands, explaining the king must have contacted them about the recent bandit attack. Anna is shocked to learn that she is expected to entertain Luke in their absence. Luke realizes Duke Gale is testing him by observing his interactions with the sisters. An internal monologue reveals Gale's plan to break the engagement if the rumors are true. Luke understands the situation perfectly. He is being judged based on his reputation. The three are left in a room, the silence between them hanging heavy and awkward. Erica, with a bright and cheerful smile, offers to pour them all some tea. 3 pristine teacups and saucers are placed neatly upon the table. Anna glares at Luke with undisguised disdain, sighing about how awkward this is. Ignoring her, Luke picks up a piece of paper and begins to fold it with focus. Lara's curiosity is piqued. She asks what he is making and guesses it's a wyvern. Anna scoffs, recalling the rumor that he was a dragon knight who killed his own dragon. Luke holds up the finished paper crane, announcing he will now breathe life into it. Anna looks on in genuine surprise, exclaiming that it's not just a piece of paper. He whispers the incantations for light and float over the delicate paper creation. The paper crane glows with a soft light and begins to flutter, rising into the air. Lara's eyes go wide with absolute wonder, a delighted wow escaping her lips. She excitedly says she wants to make one too, and Luke warmly agrees to teach her. Several completed paper cranes now sit on the table, the result of their origami lesson. Lara suddenly announces she needs the restroom, and Anna rings a small bell for a maid. A pretty maid with a ponytail Iris appears and politely asks if she was summoned. Anna instructs Iris to escort Lara to the washroom, and Iris agrees to guide her. As Iris leads Lara up the stairs, a curious Luke follows a short distance behind. He muses that the toilet should be downstairs and recalls that maids use clean magic. In an empty restroom stall, Luke casts his own clean spell out of curiosity. Navi's voice explains that the waste is magically transferred to a subspace dimension. The spell functions like his subspace warehouse, a divine secret he is told not to share. He emerges, wondering about the god's secrets, as Iris waits for him in the hall. He follows Iris as she leads him down a quiet, elegant corridor of the estate. Iris glances back at him, her expression showing a hint of concern. She notices his slightly flushed face and politely asks if he is finished. He tells her he used his own clean spell, a statement that clearly surprises her. He turns down the hallway, his posture still showing a bit of strain. Iris notes his pained expression and informs him the Duchess is resting in her room. Navi explains the Duchess has tuberculosis, an incurable disease, and is quarantined. Luke realizes the room is protected by a magical barrier, which Navi confirms. Iris becomes frantic, realizing he intends to pay a visit to the ailing Duchess. She pleads with him to stop, warning that the illness is contagious, but he insists. He approaches the grand double doors of the Duchess's chamber and knocks softly. Luke pushes the door open, stepping into the dimly lit and isolated room. A beautiful woman in a canopied bed looks up from her snack, asking who is there. A flashback panel establishes the setting as a grand building several years ago. A maid frantically asks another if she's seen Luke, scolding him for skipping lessons. The scene shifts to a beautiful, sun-drenched greenhouse filled with blooming roses. An elderly woman finds a young Luke hiding, asking if it isn't time for his studies. Young Luke, reading a book, explains that as her disciple, he is a troubled child. The old woman smiles kindly, warning him that her guidance is strict. Back in the present, Luke quietly casts an air shield to protect himself from illness. He steps decisively into the Duchess's quarantine room, ready to offer his forbidden help. Luke formally introduces himself as the prospective son-in-law to the Forel family. A frail but beautiful woman greets him, surprised a prince would personally visit. She introduces herself as Sasha, the Duchess, before being racked by a cough. The violent cough brings up blood, staining the handkerchief she holds to her lips. The maid Iris bursts in, crying out in panic that her mistress is bleeding. Luke internally realizes this world lacks a modern understanding of germs and viruses. With a quiet "excuse me," he steps forward, preparing to unleash his magic. He casts a trio of spells: Aqua Heal, Clean, and Aqua Cure. He states that 10 days of this treatment will cure her terminal illness. Sasha feels immediately better, and Iris marvels at her improved complexion. The Duchess thanks him, calling him a far more wonderful person than rumored. As he leaves the room, The maid Iris stops him with a question. She asks if she can inquire about the powerful magic he just performed. She is shocked, asking why he used mid-level water and detoxification spells. Luke retorts that Iris herself is clearly aiming to be a recovery mage. The chamber door is suddenly thrown open with a loud, startling bang. An enraged Duke Gale appears, ordering Luke away from his quarantine wife. A flustered Iris explains that she was the one who just called for him. Luke admits to Anna that he had intruded out of his own curiosity. The maid tearfully reports that Luke's magic has miraculously cured the Duchess's symptoms. Gale is in disbelief, exclaiming that his wife's lung disease is incurable. He gasps, covering his mouth in utter shock at the incredible news. Anna, her expression dark, mutters that she had suspected as much. Jally steps forward, demanding to know if Luke can truly heal the Duchess. Gale realizes the king would never have sent Luke if he knew his power. Luke asks if he can attend school after the Duchess is fully cured. The Duke is stunned, as even the church's greatest healers had failed. He asks if Luke can participate in the servant summoning ritual in 5 days. Jal confirms that all Dragon Knight students are required to attend the summoning. Luke asks if he can do it another day, but Gale firmly refuses. The summoning is a sacred, once-a-year event tied to the celestial calendar. Luke understands the gravity of the unchangeable schedule. He proposes interrupting the treatment to attend the mandatory ritual. Gale agrees, promising to get permission from the headmaster for his absence. The Duchess blushes with embarrassment as her appetite suddenly returns. Luke notes her renewed hunger, though she has barely eaten in recent days. Duke Gale looks on, his expression one of firm resolve. He decides they will all have dinner together, inviting the two princes. Luke cheerfully suggests that the Duchess, his stepmother-in-law, should join them. Sasha agrees, noting how lonely her daughter Lara has been without her. He assures her he will cast a magical shield to prevent any contagion. The Duchess thoughtfully considers his confident proposal. Her eyes light up with joy as she declares she wants to see her daughters. Luke beams, happy to have helped bring the family together again. He asks about rice for the meal, but learns it is not a staple here. The household's main course is bread, with soup served only during illness. Seeing the limited menu, Luke makes a bold request to use the kitchen. Overjoyed, Duke Gale grants him free rein to cook for Sasha. The Duchess tells him to call her once the meal is ready. The group departs from her chambers, leaving her to rest peacefully. Luke casts a clean spell on the dining room, surprising the onlookers. He explains that it purifies even the unseen source of the illness. A stunned maid is instructed to guide the prince to the kitchen. Luke walks through the grand corridors of the ducal estate. He arrives in the vast, well-staffed, and impeccably clean kitchen. The chef identifies a prime cut of meat as ultra-premium rush buffalo. Luke gathers rice, tomatoes, garlic, and onions for his planned dishes. He finalizes his menu, much to the kitchen staff's astonishment. He begins dicing vegetables with blinding, almost magical speed. He expertly tests the melted cheese for his hamburger steak. He pours a rich, dark demi-glace sauce over the finished steak. He tastes the tomato risotto, finding it well-made but lacking soy sauce. He prepares a tray of smaller steaks for Lara and the Duchess. He instructs the staff to serve the Duchess's meal first and foremost. He personally carries the tray up to the third-floor chambers. He casts a protective air shield over the Duchess as a precaution. He tells her to return to her room immediately if she feels unwell. The family is gathered around the long, formal dining table. Anna and Lara burst in, calling out happily to their mother. Anna quickly stops them, worried about their mother's contagious illness. Luke reassures them, explaining he has cast a protective spell on them. Anna apologizes for holding them back from their mother. The two sisters rush forward, embracing their mother in a tight hug. Luke presents the special herb-infused meal he prepared for the Duchess. The girls exclaim over how delicious all the food looks. Mifa shyly says she would love to try Luke's cooking as well. Duke Gale eagerly asks if there are any ingredients left for him. Luke assures him that he has prepared more than enough for everyone. The three girls take their first bite and are amazed by the flavor. Mifa asks if this is a traditional court dish from the Val Kingdom. Jelly explains that Luke learned by sneaking into the palace kitchens at night. Mifa playfully teases that his late-night snacking is why he's a bit chubby. Gale asks about Sasha's condition. She replies that she feels much better. Luke clarifies that her recovery is only temporary, without more advanced magic. Lara looks worried, asking if her mother isn't cured yet. Luke confidently promises Mifa that he will definitely cure her mother. Mifa is overjoyed, exclaiming that there is no hint of a lie in his words. The other girls are amazed by his unwavering and confident declaration. A single tear of gratitude rolls down Duke Gale's cheek. Lara thanks her big brother Luke with a happy, heartfelt smile. She excitedly offers to play the piano for him as a token of her thanks. Luke's eyes light up, his face a mask of pure delight. The Duchess encourages her, saying she would love to listen as well. Luke closes his eyes, completely captivated by the beautiful sound of the piano. He muses that he too learned to play back in high school. Jelly and Lara are surprised to learn that Luke also knows how to play. He deflects their request, inviting Lara to sing a song with him instead. He begins a simple call-and-response song, which Lara eagerly follows. They sing a cheerful tune about meeting a wolf in a dungeon. The family watches, their hearts warmed by the sight of Lara singing so happily. Luke's fingers grace the piano keys as he thinks of its beautiful tone. He closes his eyes, completely lost in the melody he is playing. The notes of Chopin's Farewell Waltz swirl around his captivated audience. Mifa is moved to tears, whispering how peaceful and lovely the music is. Luke continues to play, a calm expression on his face. Mifa stares at him, her cheeks flushed with a newfound admiration. Lara cheers that her big brother is amazing, while Anna grudgingly admits he's not bad. When asked how he learned, Luke playfully calls it a secret, much to Navi's chagrin. The grand piano sits in the ducal hall, its music having left a deep impression. The Duchess Sasha explains she is worried her maids may have caught her illness. Luke warmly smiles and readily agrees to examine them for her. Duke Gale suddenly appears, forbidding his wife's request with a loud shout. A confused Luke asks why not, but the Duke insists that's not the issue. Luke realizes it's about prestige, calling the Duke's reasoning ridiculous. He argues that a full examination is necessary for everyone's safety. Luke then charmingly asks his father-in-law to call him by his first name. Mifa overhears and happily agrees that he should be called Luke from now on. She looks at the flustered prince with a slightly confused expression. Luke warns his brother Jelle not to treat him any differently after this. Jelle asks how he can diagnose infections, and Luke explains his unique skill. Jelle laments that their father completely misjudged Luke's true talents. Luke announces his intention to examine everyone currently in the room. He calls over the adorable Lara, who happily runs to his side. His detailed appraisal skill is too low, requiring a quick level up. He silently reactivates the skill to perform the examination again. He declares Lara perfectly healthy, and she cheers with delight. He then places a hand near the stoic Anna to check her condition. He moves on to examine the next young woman in the room. He checks on Mifa, who blushes slightly under his gentle touch. Finally, he places a hand near his brother, Jiley. The Duke is shocked when Luke tells him he is infected but asymptomatic. A cartoon shows how strong resistance can suppress germs before sickness appears. The Duke is flustered by the news as Luke prepares to treat the maids. The two of them walk down a long, quiet corridor together. In the infirmary, two of the Duchess's maids are sick in bed. Luke unleashes a trio of healing spells in a brilliant flash of light. One of the maids sits up, stunned, wondering if she has been cured. He confirms they are healed, despite the illness being thought incurable. He tells them to rest easy, leaving the two maids in stunned silence. Duke Gale bows his head, overcome with gratitude for Luke's kindness. He thanks the prince for his help and tells him to go take a bath. In the large bathhouse, Jael gets ready to leave as Luke soaks. Giles steps out of the steaming bath, water cascading off his body. He tells Luke he must leave to write a report and departs. The sound of small, wet feet pattering on the floor echoes nearby. Lara bursts in, covered in bubbles, wanting to bathe with her big brother Luke. Her flustered maid Iris apologizes profusely for the intrusion. Luke calmly says it's fine, and Lara asks if she can join him. Lara cheers with delight at his approval, while Iris remains hesitant. He reassures Iris, explaining he used to bathe with his own little sister. Convinced, Iris bows and entrusts the young princess to his care. As the two bathe, Iris waits patiently for them behind a privacy screen. Luke and Lara happily sing a silly song about croaking frogs together. Iris listens with a smile, amused by their cheerful, off-key singing. After their bath, Luke and Lara get out of the tub. Iris thanks Luke, saying it's been a long time since she heard Lara so happy. As they leave, Luke asks Iris to deliver a message to the Duke. Luke sits alone on a plush sofa in a formal meeting room. Iris waits patiently for the Duke and Yale to arrive. Duke Gale enters, apologizing for his daughter Lara's earlier behavior. Luke brushes it off, saying he enjoyed himself and no apology is needed. The Duke explains he needs to discuss Luke's attendant for the academy. Luke sips his drink, noting that it's a rather sudden topic. He argues that he doesn't need an attendant, as the best students are already enrolled. The Duke admits he was considering a stalker due to Luke's bad reputation. Jael passionately insists his brother needs an attendant for his own safety. A voice from the doorway apologizes for interrupting their conversation. Iris bursts into the room, startling both Luke and his brother, She makes a formal request to be appointed as Lord Luke's attendant. Duke Gale looks at her with a sharp, calculating expression. He bluntly asks if her true intention is to become a ducal concubine. He explains that a female attendant would be seen as a concubine candidate. Luke shouts in frustration, asking them not to decide things without him. Iris formally introduces herself as the eldest daughter of a marquise. The Duke scoffs, but she vehemently denies having any ulterior motives. Blushing, she insists she only wants to learn healing magic from him. Luke looks exhausted, thinking an attendant will interfere with his mission. The Duke decides to postpone the conversation, as it is getting late. Later that night, Luke lies in his large, ornate bed. He is unable to sleep, haunted by flashbacks of battle, when he hears a knock. Lara peeks into the dark room, clutching her teddy bear, asking if he's awake. She confesses she's lonely, so Luke invites her to sleep with him. The little girl's face lights up with pure joy as she happily agrees. Snuggled in bed, Luke notes her sweet scent, learning that a person's character is reflected in their aroma. Lara tells him he has a wonderful smell too. Glad he isn't stinky. The next morning arrives with birds chirping outside the window. Mifa and her party say their goodbyes before heading to the capital. She peeks out from the carriage window as it rumbles away. Luke finds himself at the formidable night training grounds. Jelly observes him with a sigh, remarking on his terrible physical condition. Luke collapses to his knees, panting heavily after a short run. Jel commands him to lose weight and run 10 laps around the grounds. Crows caw as they fly over the roof of the ducal estate. Jill tells Luke he has orders to find him an attendant. A foot steps through the doorway as someone enters their room. It is Iris, accompanied by an older gentleman. She declares that if she cannot be his attendant, she wishes to be his apprentice. Luke asks if it's her own decision, and she confirms it is her will. She proudly lists her qualifications and asks him to choose between the two roles. Luke is utterly shocked by her blunt and forward way of phrasing the offer. Jell explains that Iris's father wants her to serve Luke, assuring him she means no harm. From his desk, Duke Gale formally agrees to entrust his daughter to the prince's care. The Duke clenches his fists, his expression revealing a deep internal conflict over the decision. Luke directly asks the Duke about Amelia's fear of men and their arranged marriage. The Duke explains the king grew impatient and unilaterally forced the engagement upon him. Luke is surprised the Duke agreed, given his own terrible reputation as the Orc Prince. The Duke reveals that his youngest daughter, Lara, was the key to his decision. He explains Lara has a unique skill to sense malice, which he trusts over any rumor. He trusted his young daughter's pure judgment more than even Iris's own assessment. The Duke then asks Luke if he truly understands his role in this political arrangement. He reveals the kingdom needs holy bloodlines and demands Luke father at least 10 children. Luke realizes with horror that he is being treated as a stud horse for the sisters. The Duke notes Iris also has the holy attribute, giving his blessing for her to serve. That's an absolute condition, Luke shouts, shocked that procreation is a requirement. Iris decides serving a man she respects is far better than marrying a man she loathes. She formally accepts her role, cheekily asking if she'll be an attendant just for a fatty. The next morning, under a cloudy sky, the princes prepare for their departure. The entire ducal household, from the Duchess to the maids, lines up to see them off. Luke sincerely thanks his older brother Jale for escorting him to the capital. Duke Gale asks Luke to look after Amelia and try to understand her androphobia. Luke promises to return after the summoning ritual to complete the Duchess's treatment. Internally, he scoffs, vowing he has no intention of being used as a breeding machine. An establishing shot shows the sprawling city where his new 3-year school life begins. The Dragon Balls peeks around a building as Iris speaks to a vendor at a stall. Luke affectionately thanks the tired dragon for the difficult 3-person journey. Shelly grumbles from beside him that it was actually a 4-person flight, no different. To Luke's amusement, Jaylee tries to win Bowser's affection with a goblin, its favorite snack. Luke asks his brother what he plans to do now that they have arrived. Jelly announces he will return to their home country the very next day. Luke is taken aback by his brother's sudden departure. Jelly asks him to pass on his apologies to Lulu T for leaving without a word. He asks if Luke is truly alright with losing Lulu T, believing they were in love. Jelly muses that, as the future king, his way of thinking must be different. He declares that above all else, he simply doesn't want to see his little brother sad. He reveals that marriage talks for Lulu T are already underway with a Marquis' son. A flustered Luke asks if his brother has feelings for Lulu T himself. Jelly denies it, saying he thinks she's cute but has no special feelings for her. He then blushes, leaning in to tell his brother a closely guarded secret. A dramatic panel emphasizes the shocking revelation that is about to come. He confesses his love for their stepmother, Queen Karina, and that the feelings are mutual. A flashback shows the beautiful Queen Karina, who is only in her early 30s. Gel offers to delay Luluti's marriage for a few years to help his brother. Overwhelmed, Luke tells him not to interfere with his feelings for Luluti. Gel looks at his younger brother with a concerned expression. He smiles, warning Luke that he may come to regret being so indecisive. Luke resolves to handle his own regrets as Iris announces Bals has been taken care of. He and Iris walk through the bustling streets of the capital city. Luke turns to his new attendant and asks what their next step should be. Iris cheerfully suggests they buy some daily necessities for their new dormitory. They enter a shop filled with shelves of fluffy pillows and fresh bedding. Luke examines some fabrics while a small cat sits perched on a nearby windowsill. Iris watches with a concerned expression as Luke browses the kitchenware section. She scolds him for buying too many raw ingredients, reminding him of his diet. Luke tells her to drop the formal titles, and a blushing Iris agrees to call him Luke-sama. They arrive at their dormitory, a clean and tidy building with a small entryway. Luke is pleased to find their apartment is a spacious unit on the first floor. Iris explains the fourth floor is restricted to high nobility for security reasons. She smiles, noting that living on the first floor will be good for his diet. Luke walks into the bathroom to inspect the facilities. He is amazed to find a magical tap that instantly produces hot water. Iris explains it's a magic tool that requires its core stone to be replaced periodically. She is delighted to find a small refrigerator for storing their ingredients. After settling in, Luke sits on the sofa and thanks Iris for her hard work. She tells him to rest, handing him a small bell to ring if he needs anything. Completely exhausted, Luke immediately collapses face first onto the sofa. As he rests, he pulls up his holographic status screen to review his abilities. He reflects that it would be disastrous if anyone discovered his all-element magic. He laughs at his mid-level skills, knowing how desperately he worked to get them. He lets out a small, tired cough, feeling the strain of the day. Sitting up, he wonders how he should best spend his accumulated AP points. He decides to max out his body-strengthening skill to gain superhuman power. Nabi's voice chimes in, warning him to limit the skill to level 5 to avoid strain. Night falls over the dormitory building, a slim crescent moon hanging in the sky. Iris presents a magnificent dinner, hoping the food will be to his liking. Luke looks at the table, noticing that a place setting is missing. He asks where her portion is. She explains attendants eat after their master has finished. He dismisses this as inefficient and says they will eat together from now on. Iris beams with a radiant smile, touched by his kindness and consideration. After their meal, the two of them share a quiet cup of tea. Iris tentatively asks if he plans to go meet his fiancée, Amelia, the next day. Luke corrects her, stating that proper etiquette dictates Amelia must come to greet him first. Iris realizes that with Amelia's crippling fear of men, such a visit is highly unlikely. Luke tells her not to worry, as they will formally meet in the classroom soon enough. Iris is taken aback by his surprisingly nonchalant and frank attitude. He then announces his plan to visit the church the next day and asks if she will come. He quickly changes his mind, telling a concerned Iris that he will go alone. She immediately refuses, stating the Duke ordered her never to leave his side. With a sly, knowing smile, she adds that she won't be responsible if he escapes. Luke's expression shows he understands her hidden message perfectly. He suggests they discuss their mutual requests for their new school life together. He lists his first two rules: a low-carb diet and a hot bath every single day. With a determined expression, he declares his third rule: exercising every morning and evening. Iris listens patiently, taking a thoughtful sip of her tea. She asks him what he intends to do for his morning exercise. He says he wants a walk outside, but she reminds him he isn't allowed to leave. She offers to accompany him for a light 30-minute walk at 6:30 in the morning. Luke breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this routine will prevent him from leveling up. Iris then presents her own 5 conditions for his new life, which he accepts. A cute rubber ducky floats peacefully in the hot bath. Luke relaxes in the large tub, overjoyed that he can finally take a bath every day. Soaking in a luxurious bath, Luke learns the tub is a high-end model. Wrapped in a towel, he stands in the steam-filled antechamber. He calls for Iris to use the bath, seeing her sitting nearby. Iris turns to him, her face flushed with a nervous blush. She rushes forward with a towel, squeaking that she understands his request. His AI Nabi hums, asking what her master will do now. Iris appears in the doorway, naked and soapy, explaining she hurried to wash up. Later, Luke reflects on why Iris truly wanted to be his attendant. Her family's healing magic had earned them a viscountcy from Duke Gale. However, the cost of developing their new lands left them financially strained. Her father was now desperately seeking a good political marriage for her. Having the holy attribute, Luke realizes, makes one a prime political pawn. He watches as Iris emerges from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. He comments on her quick bath, and she thanks him for the warm water. She then confronts him, blushing, and asks why he didn't peek at her. A completely bewildered Luke can only let out a confused sound. Her mind races with insecurity, having steeled herself for his advances. Luke cuts straight to the point, asking if she is in love with him. He then clarifies that he has no intention of making a move on her. He was just playing the part of the lecherous prince she expected to see. Iris is shocked, wondering if he just saw her as unattractive. She suddenly becomes angry, telling him not to treat his body so cheaply. "My body is not cheap," she declares, surprising Luke with her outburst. She explains she has turned down many arrogant suitors who look down on her. He calmly tells her not to worry. He won't do anything she doesn't want. Overwhelmed, she exclaims her feelings for him are soaring after today. She admits, however, that she still needs a little more time. She asks him to wait, as her feelings aren't quite there yet. She insists he not feel obligated if she confesses, which Luke finds troublesome. The first morning dawns on their new life in the student dormitory. Iris bursts in at 5:30 a.m., cheerfully announcing it's time for their walk. A groggy Luke protests that it's a holiday and far too early. She asks what time he planned to wake. He only wanted to visit the church. Iris reveals she woke at 4:30 just to prepare his breakfast in time. Realizing her dedication, he asks if she is still eager to go. She offers to let him sleep more, but he resolves to get up. He worries about her waking so early, but she insists it is fine. In rural areas, she explains, people rise and sleep with the sun. Since it's too early for the church, Luke suggests they eat first. He then proposes a trip to the morning market, which he finds exciting. They arrive at the bustling market, filled with vendors and fresh goods. Luke inhales deeply, catching the scent of something delicious on the air. He spots a stall selling sizzling salt-grilled orc meat. He wants to try it, but Iris quickly reminds him of his diet. Luke looks crestfallen, disappointed to miss out on this world's cuisine. Iris relents, allowing him just one skewer as a special treat. He takes a bite, complaining that it's torture to only have one. They both marvel at the delicious flavor, wondering if it's marinated. The vendor proudly reveals his secret, an overnight marinade in herbal wine. Their walk concludes as they arrive at the magnificent city church. Inside, a nun greets them from the reception desk. The nun recognizes Iris, greeting her and saying it has been a while. Luke states he is here to change his job class and to pray alone. The nun listens to his request with a patient expression. She politely informs him that the chapel cannot be rented for personal use. In response, Luke places 2 heavy sacks of money on the counter. The nun is stunned as he donates 2 million jenny to the clinic and orphanage. Iris protests the cost, but Luke explains he is building goodwill. The nun apologizes, but Luke says her loyalty will be a great help. She is left speechless by his generosity and forward thinking. She quickly rushes off, asking them to wait for a moment. A dignified man in robes appears, announcing their wait is over. The grand vaulted ceilings of the church loom above them. The man introduces himself as Mars, the archbishop of the country. He explains the church is led by a pope and a saint, appointed by God. He offers his sincere thanks for the massive donation Luke has made. He then turns his attention to Iris, inquiring about her noble house. An elderly nun introduces herself as Sister Tasha, an acquaintance of Saint Arya. Luke is surprised, a mental image of the beautiful Saint Arya appearing. He asks to speak with Arya, as she was sent away without any information. Tasha explains Arya used to make and sell recovery potions for the church. She and Arya have deep ties, as half the profits went to the orphanage. Luke asks the archbishop if he might borrow the chapel for a moment. The archbishop agrees, noting the sanctuary is empty at this hour. Luke and Iris walk down the long, quiet aisle of the grand chapel. In a flash of light, the goddess Nereus appears, dramatically apologizing. She beams, promising to listen to all of his requests and grant them. Luke stares back at her, his expression one of deep skepticism. He internally fumes, thinking of all the complaints he has for her. The goddess admits his dragon's death and his exile were unexpected. Luke's grim, annoyed expression does not change. He finally speaks, asking if the little girl from the plane was saved. The goddess confirms she was, adding that she's a TV star with his sister. On a screen, the girl is shown, now famous as the Miracle Girl. TV specials even investigated his makeshift wingsuit with a mannequin. His beautiful sister gained attention, and their uncle became a producer. They launched a hit line of Manga pajamas, showing great business sense. A genuine smile spreads across Luke's face as he says, "So she was saved." The goddess suddenly becomes flustered, her confidence vanishing. She scolds him for getting fat when he should be fighting an evil god. She quickly apologizes, saying she understands his anger and will listen. Luke closes his eyes and makes his audacious request: online shopping. The goddess is completely shocked and horrified by his demand. She shouts that it's impossible to transfer physical items between worlds. If she could, she explains, she wouldn't have needed to reincarnate him. She asks him what he proposes as an alternative solution. Luke suggests receiving information from Earth through Navi, a clever loophole. Navi complains that the goddess named her before her master could. Luke reassures her, saying he thinks Navi is a good, simple name. Instantly won over, Navi swoons, and Luke thinks she's easy to please. The goddess playfully suggests that simply searching for information is not much fun. She offers to create a large dedicated workshop for him right inside his inventory. She will even grant his AI Navi the ability to manifest avatars in his likeness. These avatars, she explains, can handle all the development work inside the workshop. Luke imagines the workshop subdivided into specialized areas for his various projects. He envisions sections for weapons, brewing sake, and most importantly, making soy sauce. His plans also include a full kitchen for cooking and a pot for simmering dashi. He decides to have his avatars research soy sauce production in the cooking workshop. The goddess is impressed, wondering if time-space magic could shorten the maturation time. She marvels at the amazing way people from Earth think, finding his ideas wonderful. She accepts his plan, stating that the grand image he has in mind is no problem. Back in the church, Luke is surprised by the sudden and unexpected arrival of the Archbishop. He formally introduces himself as Luke A. Valg, the third prince of the Valg kingdom. The Archbishop looks at him with a serious, knowing gaze, acknowledging his royal identity. He turns to a nearby nun and calmly asks her to summon the saint for him. The Saint Arya arrives, accompanied by another sister, her expression calm and serene. Luke mentally confirms his side of the deal. He must source all the raw materials himself. He needs Navi to find information on soy sauce and hair treatments for him. Navi's job will then be to calculate all the necessary materials for his creations. With a firm understood, Luke mentally acknowledges the terms of their agreement. The goddess confirms she will provide the machinery for the workshop with her divine power. In exchange, she pleads with him to handle the subjugation of the evil god. Luke accepts his mission and turns to leave the divine presence of the goddess. He establishes the Grand Navi workshop, entrusting its management entirely to his AI companion. He excitedly brandishes a list of supplies, declaring it's time to go shopping. He sees his attendant, Iris, and realizes he must first secure her silence. He cheerfully greets Iris, noting how fervently she was praying while she waited. He tells a curious Iris that he has a special request to make of her. A voice suddenly echoes in Iris's mind, introducing itself as the water goddess Nereis. Iris lets out a shriek of pure shock, jolting back in her seat in terror. She panics, crying out about the voice in her head as Luke tries to soothe her. The goddess explains that she has a request for Iris, one she has already discussed with Luke. She asks Iris to report everything that happens to Duke Gale, leaving nothing out. Iris, confused, wonders what kind of request the Duke would possibly have for her. The goddess explains that she cannot speak of this matter herself, hinting Luke will elaborate. She knows Iris is tasked with reporting to the Duke, which presents a problem. Luke explains that if she reports everything, it will cause him significant trouble. To fulfill the goddess's wish, he must undertake dangerous hunts to level up. Iris realizes the Duke would forbid this, wanting Luke to produce heirs in safety. The goddess needs the Duke's permission for Luke's actions without revealing the true reason. She worries that the lie-detecting Princess Mifa would use any means to uncover the secret. Iris fidgets anxiously, overwhelmed by the danger and complexity of the situation. The goddess offers to share her knowledge of recovery magic to gain Iris's cooperation. Overcome with emotion, Iris kneels, declaring she has no reason to refuse a goddess's request. She vows to follow Luke's instructions, placing the goddess's word above the Duke's. The goddess notes how rare it is for anyone but the saint to hear her divine voice. As thanks for her loyalty, she grants Iris the divine protection of water and a blessing. This blessing, she explains, will allow her to learn even advanced attack magic. Iris is left stunned and speechless by the incredible divine gift she has received. The goddess beams with a warm, satisfied smile, her new plan now in motion. Luke congratulates a blushing and overjoyed Iris, who happily accepts his kind words. With their divine business concluded, the pair head out into the town's marketplace. They arrive at a bean shop, its large wooden bins filled to the brim with soybeans. Luke excitedly orders 10 kilos of the high-quality beans, completely shocking the shopkeeper. Iris immediately scolds him for buying such an extravagant amount of soybeans. Luke playfully teases her, remarking that her tone has become quite sisterly. Iris stands firm, stating that she sees her new duty as a mission from the gods. She must become strong enough to help fulfill the gods' wish, she declares. Luke is taken aback, sweating slightly at her intense and sudden dedication to the cause. He leans in to whisper a secret, explaining a boon he received from the goddess. He reveals his subspace warehouse now has a time-stop function, a shockingly rare ability. He hints at another secret boon, warning her not to speak of this to anyone yet. With a look of serious resolve, Iris promises that she understands and will be silent. Luke happily clutches his box of beans, reassuring a skeptical Iris about midnight snacks. The scene shifts to the ducal estate on the night before Princess Mipha must depart. The family bids both Princess Mipha and Luke Sama a pleasant good night. Later, in her private chambers, Mipha sits on her bed, speaking with her maid, Erica. Her heart pounds as she reflects on Luke's kindness, his cooking, and his music. Erica asks what Mipha thought of Luke during her time away from the estate. Mipha praises him, saying he is an amazing person who even tamed the shy Lara. Erica presents Mipha with a crystal plate, a video recording of Luke's piano performance. Mipha looks forward to her journey to the capital the following day. Erica shows her a still image of Luke, much to Mipha's blushing delight. The scene transitions, the light of day fading into the darkness of night. Tucked in bed, Mipha watches the glowing crystal plate, captivated by the moving images. A deep blush on her cheeks, she whispers to herself how wonderful he is. The next day, Mipha's elegant carriage rattles along the road toward the capital. She tells Erica that her chest feels strangely tight, wondering if it involves Luke. At the very mention of his name, Mipha is startled, her face flushing crimson. From a distant castle tower, Erica wonders if the princess has fallen in love. The scene shifts again, this time to Mipha's private room in the capital. Lying in her bed, she clutches a pillow, wondering if this new feeling is love. She is jolted from her romantic thoughts by the sharp ringing of a communication device. She answers, flustered, to find her sister Amelia on the line with something to discuss. The first day of school arrives, and a noticeably trimmer Luke stands proudly with Iris. A group of female students observes the new arrivals with great interest and curiosity. Iris cheerfully wakes a sleepy Luke, reminding him it's time for their morning walk. They walk through the academy grounds with another student, drawing the stares of others. A student approaches and asks Luke if he is nervous about starting school. Iris admits she is the one who is nervous about the attention they will receive. Luke confesses his own nervousness stems from his fiancée Amelia not showing up. The student admits that she herself has rarely met the reclusive Lady Amelia. She explains that Amelia dislikes people and avoids social events like tea parties. Iris adds that such parties are just venues for matchmaking, which Luke finds understandable. They arrive at the impressive classroom building of the prestigious academy. Their teacher, Eric, welcomes them to his office to explain 5 important rules. The rules are listed: no honorifics, equality, pass or fail, no unsanctioned fights, and no violence. Eric cheerfully asks if they understand the academy's rules, and Luke confirms that they do. With the orientation complete, Eric announces that it is time to head to the classroom. He pushes open the large double doors, leading the way into the lecture hall. The teacher, Eric, points toward the back, identifying the quiet girl as Amelia. Erica observes her, thinking she seems like a normal girl, contrary to the rumors. Luke approaches his betrothed, offering a polite greeting and introducing himself. Amelia remains completely silent, her face hidden from view by her long bangs. Luke wonders if he's being ignored, but Erica explains she cannot speak to men. She reveals Amelia wears a magic item that alters her appearance from the neck up. A flashback shows Amelia accepting the choker, determined to attend the academy. A sharp knock at the classroom door interrupts the lesson. Eric invites them in. The academy's headmaster enters, asking for a moment of Mr. Eric's time. Eric looks surprised, asking the headmaster if there is a problem. The headmaster apologizes, explaining 2 more transfer students have been accepted. He gestures for the new students to enter the classroom and take their places. Luke, Iris, and Eric look towards the door with expressions of utter shock. The new arrivals are none other than Princess Mipha and her battle-mate Erica. Mipha enters, blushing and holding Erica's hand for support as they walk in. Luke's eyes bulge in comic disbelief at this impossible turn of events. As the room reels, a communication device on the teacher's desk begins to ring loudly. Eric answers the frantic call from Duke Gale, who needs to speak with Luke. In the headmaster's office, the Duke apologizes for the sudden call. He explains that he received a communication from the king and needs to talk. The Duke asks how Luke could have possibly known about Mipha's transfer. Luke is speechless, realizing Mipha and Erica are standing right there in his class. The Duke muses that it must be his brother's daughter who is behind this. Luke agrees to contact him later, ending the urgent communication. He turns to the headmaster, demanding an explanation for this chaotic situation. The headmaster explains he received a direct command from the king to enroll them. The king's order was to place the girls in Luke's class, a highly unusual decree. The headmaster admits this is the first time he has mixed public and private affairs. Luke stares blankly ahead, still trying to process the sudden turn of events. Mipha, surrounded by a floral aura, joyfully announces she followed Luke to school. Luke questions her, reminding her that she had given up on enrolling last year. She loudly proclaims to the entire class that he had called her cute. Luke is completely mortified, asking why she would reveal something so embarrassing. Mipha insists with shining eyes that his compliment was incredibly important to her. Flustered, she demands that he answer her and say the words again. Cornered, Luke admits that he does think Princess Mipha is very pretty. Overjoyed, Mipha realizes his kind words were not a lie. She takes a deep breath, steeling her resolve for a grand declaration. Mipha passionately asks Luke to enter a courtship with her, with marriage in mind. Luke stares into the starry cosmos of his own mind, completely overwhelmed. His thoughts race, a princess's proposal, right after his own family's rejection. He turns to his AI Navi, asking what is going on, but even she is surprised. He clears his throat, attempting to regain his composure and make sense of it all. Luke asks Mipha to explain how this sudden marriage proposal came to be. She confesses that since the day they met, her mind has been full of him. After consulting Erica, she was diagnosed with love sickness, which gave her courage. It seems I have fallen in love with you, she says, leaving Luke stunned. She dismisses the short time they've known each other, declaring time is irrelevant. Luke internally recognizes that all the conditions for a classic romance flag are met. He tries to be rational, reminding her of his political engagement to her sister Emilia. Mipha explains she was hesitant, but decided to act after the transfer was decided. Erica believed that if Luke married Mipha, it would lead to happiness for everyone. A flashback shows Mipha boldly asking her father to let her marry Luke. She had even threatened to never marry anyone if her father refused her wish. Faced with his daughter's unyielding determination, the Duke had no other choice. He agreed to proceed with the talks for her engagement and enrollment. And that, Mipha explains, is how she has arrived here before him now. Luke wonders if Duke Gale has truly approved, as this seems too convenient. Mipha insists that his orc prince reputation doesn't matter. His character is what's important. Her heartfelt words echo through the now silent classroom. The headmaster strikes his staff on the floor, trying to restore order. He scolds Mipha for her grand proposal, reminding her that class is starting. With tears welling in her eyes, Mipha asks if Luke is displeased with her. Luke assures her that he is very happy about her feelings for him. He agrees to a courtship on the premise of marriage, though not immediately. The classroom erupts in gossip as the orc prince accepts the engagement. Luke grimaces, thinking this is a classic Beauty and the Orc situation. The headmaster states that this engagement is not a matter for the academy. He agrees that this is not a topic to be discussed openly in the classroom. Luke requests they be allowed to talk during the second period summoning lecture. Iris puffs her cheeks, insisting she must accompany her master as his attendant. They find a secluded garden gazebo to discuss the complicated matter privately. Mipha thanks Luke for accepting her feelings, asking him to call her by name. Luke laughs, admitting that he was surprised, but he is also very happy. He tells her she is extremely cute, though she doesn't seem to realize it herself. Mipha is flustered and speechless at his direct and sincere compliment. She wonders why he isn't bothered by her unique, lie-detecting ability. Luke reassures her that as long as she remains sincere, there will be no problems. Mipha is radiant with joy, glad she had the courage to confess her feelings. Her happy expression becomes slightly vacant as she continues to process the moment. Erica shyly calls out to Luke, her hands clasped in front of her. She asks if he and Iris are now intimate, having spent 2 nights together. Luke clarifies he hasn't laid a finger on Iris, much to Erica's happy relief. Erica playfully teases Mipha, saying she was jealous of the cute new attendant. A flashback shows Mipha becoming smitten with Iris and Emilia's natural beauty. Luke facepalms, realizing Mipha was simply afraid of losing her place. Erica explains how cute Iris and Emilia are, which made Mipha feel insecure. The buzz of a communication device interrupts their light-hearted conversation. Luke is on the line with Duke Gale, having received permission to miss class. The Duke asks if Luke has accepted Mipha's confession, already knowing the answer. He explains that he judged Mipha would be happier since she truly loves Luke. The Duke admits he has taken a great liking to Luke and will not give him up. Luke feels flattered by the high praise, though he doesn't feel bad about it. The Duke reveals the new deal. Luke will be made a marquis after graduation. Then he makes a personal request for Luke to also take Emilia as a concubine. Erica clarifies that this is a heartfelt request, not a forceful command. Luke sighs, acknowledging it would be a pity to simply abandon Emilia. The Duke states that if Emilia cannot find a husband in 3 years, he cannot wait. He wants his daughters to be happy, but noble duty cannot be ignored. Luke quietly contemplates the heavy burden of the common sense of the nobility. Duke Gale grimly reveals that Lady Emilia suffers from androphobia, a sickness of the mind. Luke internally scoffs at the Duke's rigid adherence to duty, finding him stubborn. Mifa expresses her hope that Luke can succeed where she failed for 5 years. Luke decides his first step must be to find the root cause of Emilia's condition. He formally agrees to the arrangement, stating he will marry Emilia after graduation. The Duke offers to adopt Luke if Emilia improves and they have a male heir. Luke accepts, saying he will discuss the details with Mifa at a later time. Mifa looks on, heartbroken, believing Luke is being forced into a loveless marriage. She tearfully asks if he is truly okay with marrying someone he doesn't even like. She feels he can never be close to a girl who uses magic to repel men. A new girl arrives. It is Natalie, Emilia's handmaiden, who has overheard them. With tears in her eyes, she relays her mistress's desperate plea for Luke to see her. She continues to beg on behalf of the frightened and isolated Lady Emilia. Natalie asks Luke to treat Emilia's androphobia during their 3 years at school. Mifa asks if it's curable. Luke thinks he can improve her mental state with magic. He says he needs Emilia's cooperation and asks what she will do. In a dark corner, a nervous Emilia sits beside her handmaiden, Natalie. Luke bluntly tells her he has no feelings for her, but finds her constant avoidance hurtful. Emilia flushes with shame, offering a quiet and pained apology for her behavior. Luke proposes a deal. He will annul their engagement if she is cured and finds love. Natalie bows deeply, her hands clasped, thanking him for his incredible kindness. She says Laura and Anna were also overjoyed to see their mother looking so happy. Natalie explains she felt compelled to come and thank him for everything he has done. Luke suggests they register as friends to exchange mail so she won't be so afraid. The girls are impressed, and Iris declares that his favorability rating has just gone up. Mifa joyfully accepts, promising to be his for all time after their graduation. Mifa happily sends a message, while Iris looks on with a thoughtful expression. Iris whispers something to a blushing Mifa, who seems deeply moved by her words. Mifa informs Luke that her father, the king, has requested his presence at the castle. Luke agrees but says he must first go to the ducal estate for Sasha's treatment. He promises to visit the castle soon, and the girls agree to pass on the message. As first period ends, Luke suggests they all head back to the classroom together. In the classroom, their teacher, Eric, stands before the assembled students. Eric announces a special arrangement. Luke, Mifa, and Emilia will be in one group. A blonde student leaps to his feet, protesting that he wants Emilia in his group. Eric explains that the boy is infatuated with Emilia and hopes to marry her. As the fourth son of a marquis, he saw being in her group as his only chance. Eric looks sternly at the protesting student, his expression firm and unyielding. Luke listens to the exchange with a bored and unimpressed expression on his face. Eric declares that the grouping is a final decision from the king and headmaster. Luke internally concludes this grouping is the best way to protect Mifa from assassins. He asks Navi to use the Yggdrasil system to investigate everyone's background. The Yggdrasil system is a divine record of all living things in this world. Luke quietly tells Mifa that he has checked and confirmed the class is safe. Eric explains the servant summoning ritual will begin tomorrow at 4 different locations. The Academy's summoning is split over 3 days for different year levels. He lists the first rules. A demon is bound by its master's magic and responsibility. The country provides subsidies for familiars, and small ones can accompany students. A demon's power is awakened by its summoner, so one must always remain vigilant. Most first years will only summon low-ranked demons like slimes or horned rabbits. But he warns that a powerful contractor can make even a weak demon lethally dangerous. Eric slams his notes down, admonishing them to choose their contracts very carefully. He dismisses them for lunch, telling them to meet on the field in gym clothes. A student waves excitedly as the class happily breaks for their lunch period. Luke eagerly suggests the cafeteria, but Iris and Erica immediately forbid it. He pouts, saying he heard the food was good and really wanted to try it. Iris imagines him becoming a public spectacle, hailed as the infamous Orc Prince. The girls agree his bold personality is fine, but he must stick to his diet. Luke sulks, his plan to eat at the cafeteria thoroughly and utterly thwarted. He turns to Emilia, sharply asking what she usually does for her meals. Natalie cheerfully explains that she prepares Emilia's meals in their dormitory. Mifa looks on with a thoughtful and slightly worried expression on her face. She hesitantly asks Luke if she might be able to join them for lunch as well. She bashfully admits that she has actually never cooked a meal in her life. Luke suggests that his attendant, Iris, could prepare Mifa's meals for her. Iris proudly accepts the mission, promising to make a meal fit for the princess. Natalie suggests that if they cook together, it will be easier for both of them. Emilia blushes, telling her handmaiden not to push herself for her sake. Natalie asks if sharing the burden would truly make things easier for her. Erica stands silently, observing the discussion with a neutral, thoughtful expression. Suddenly, her face lights up as she declares it an exceptionally good idea. She agrees to join, saying it will expand her cooking skills and be much easier. Natalie happily suggests they eat in Luke's room to solve the problem. The scene establishes their location at the stately academy student dormitories. In Luke's room, Natalie says she'll prepare a simple lunch, and Luke thanks her. The girls present a simple but appetizing meal of fresh bread and a salad. Luke wonders how much this would cost in Japan, noting his thoughts are old-manish. Mifa teases that it feels like they are newlyweds, eating a slimming meal together. Luke blushes, covering his mouth as he takes a drink to hide his embarrassment. Mifa apologizes to Emilia for intruding on her time with Luke. Luke laughs, admitting he's just a little nervous being the only man with 5 girls. Emilia says she's actually glad Mifa is there, as she would be too nervous alone. She asks if Luke isn't interested in her true face, which he confirms. Luke admits he thought she was a self-conscious womanizer based on rumors. Emilia worries her attitude will change if he sees her true, unguarded self. Mifa laughs, exclaiming that her household nights were so incredibly rude to him. Emilia explains her reclusive nature, avoiding social functions and official events. Her kind reputation was spread by nuns and female knights, the opposite of him. She feels terrible for always showing him such a guarded and anxious side. Luke smiles gently, telling her that it's perfectly fine just the way she is. He reminds her of what Mifa said. It's what's on the inside that truly matters. Emilia is relieved, feeling a sense of peace and that things will be okay. Luke looks towards the academy building, his heart pounding with anticipation. He and the other students head out for their first practical magic skills class. The teacher commands 10 laps and Luke cries out in horror at the running. He pants, realizing he needs the stamina to march in this demanding night academy. The female teacher watches her students with a sharp and determined gaze. She scolds Luke for trying to cheat by using a float spell to lighten his body. As a magic instructor, her senses are sharp enough to detect his skill proficiency. A diagram shows that at level 7 strength running would feel much easier for him. Panting heavily, Luke internally questions if a mere 2 levels could change so little. His AI clarifies that while he possesses great power, his basic fitness is severely lacking. Beside him, Mifa pushes herself onward, determined to overcome the grueling physical challenge. From the sidelines, 2 other students watch his struggle, whispering and snickering. One of them cruelly remarks that he looks just like a lumbering orc. His exhausted foot catches, and he tumbles onto the dirt track with a heavy thud. Iris furiously rebukes the bullies, calling their mockery a shameful and disgraceful act. She rushes to help him up as he leans on her, mumbling a dazed apology. Later in class, Luke is completely drained, slumped over his desk in utter defeat. He laments his disastrous performance, feeling pathetic for failing such a simple exercise. His teacher, Eric, questions him about his supposedly excellent magic manipulation skills. Luke cleverly explains that boasting of one's skill is considered foolish back home. Eric is slightly surprised but concedes that boasting is frowned upon here as well. Mifa then explains the class rule. The skilled are expected to guide the less proficient. She admits her own magical proficiency is almost non-existent, as she never planned to enroll. Eric announces that in that case, he will personally take charge of instructing Mifa. The teacher then dismisses the class to begin their individual practice in their groups. Iris, however, boldly declares that she is now Luke's apprentice and will follow his methods. When Luke asks for her magic level, she blushes, calling the question deeply personal. After some prodding, she proudly announces she is a level 4, almost level 5. Mifa, however, checks her own status and gasps, shocked to be nearly level 7. He playfully pinches her cheeks, chiding her for revealing a master's secrets. He then explains that to truly raise proficiency, one must constantly use their magic. He asks if their primary attribute is holy, confused by their surprised reactions. Mifa clarifies that her main attributes are an unusual mix of water, thunder, and fire. Luke notes the strange combination has poor compatibility, resulting in a net power loss. But he sees potential, demonstrating by conjuring a fireball and an airball. With a confident look, he merges the opposing elements into a powerful firestorm. Iris is amazed by his chantless compound magic and its impressive area of effect. Mipha reveals her unique ability to perceive both magic and human emotions as colors. Luke understands, realizing her ability is a known trait associated with albinism. The girls, thoroughly impressed, eagerly ask him for the secret to improving their skills. He reveals his ultimate secret. One must constantly be using magic, even while sleeping. Luke explains his secret to magic training, keeping a simple, light spell constantly active. He details spells for each element, boasting he can now sustain them for 8 hours. Iris is struck with inspiration, realizing the benefit of continuous, low-level magical practice. The scene transitions to the dormitory later that evening, as the group gathers for dinner. Erica and Mipha chat excitedly about the servant summoning, with Mipha hoping for a cute familiar. Their pleasant meal is suddenly interrupted by a firm, echoing knock at the door. Opening the door, Mipha and Erica politely ask the identity of their unexpected visitors. The entire dinner party freezes in stunned silence at the sight of the newcomers. Two women of immense regal authority stand confidently in the now open doorway. The lead woman, her face shadowed, apologizes for the sudden visit, leaving Mipha confused. She reveals herself as Queen Zeno, explaining she absolutely had to meet Luke right away. Zeno asks if they may come inside, leaving the students utterly flabbergasted by her presence. Zeno reassures a nervous Mipha to relax, explaining that this is merely a private visit. The royal couple now sits at the table, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension. Zeno addresses Luke as a father, not a king, thanking him for saving her daughter. A sweating, stammering Luke introduces himself, asking the monarch to please raise her head. Zeno explains she needed to see with her own eyes the man Mipha was marrying. She apologizes for arriving unannounced, and her wife Camilla adds that she was just as insistent. Zeno asks if Luke truly understands Mipha's unique trait, admitting her own unease with it. Camilla interjects, stressing to Zeno that this is a vital matter concerning Mipha's future. Zeno then asks Iris to step outside so they can discuss the sensitive topic privately. Luke quickly stops her, insisting that Iris is his attendant and he has no secrets from her. Impressed by his loyalty, Zeno concedes that it should be fine for Iris to remain. Zeno remarks that much has already been revealed, but supposes it will be all right. Zeno asks Luke directly if he has a problem with Mipha's unusual lie-detecting ability. Mipha blushes, overjoyed and covering her mouth as Luke says he's happy to be with her. Zeno confesses that Mipha's ability to see through lies is frightening, even to her own father. She explains that Mipha's siblings grew to fear her, leaving her increasingly lonely. Zeno states that people live by telling lies and asks if Luke isn't worried by this. Luke resolves to become a man worthy of Mipha, who likes him despite his reputation. Zeno's questions turn political, asking if the marriage was to acquire their kingdom's rare attributes. She reveals her knowledge of Luke's advanced skills and his famous master, the great sage Edward. Zeno reveals her spies are in the Valg court and that Luke's father knowingly allows them to stay. Queen Zeno reveals that she knows about Luke's recovery potions and his father's deception. Luke is overcome with sadness, realizing his father knowingly sold him to this country. A flashback shows a nun recalling how Luke's potions and donations helped their kingdom. Zeno explains that a prince making large donations greatly improves relations with the church. Luke agrees to support this new country if they will recognize his good intentions. Zeno promises not to restrain him so long as he takes good care of Mipha. Luke asks if this is about having children, but Zeno says he can do as he wishes. Zeno declares she will leave the decision to Mipha, who is utterly shocked and embarrassed. A flustered Mipha demands to know what her father means, then quickly denies everything. Mipha boldly announces she will negotiate their relationship and even persuade others to bear children. Zeno asks Erica if she knew of this, but Erica calmly states her future loyalty. Luke, seeing the complicated plans unfold, wisely decides to feign complete ignorance. Zeno offers Luke a great deal, knowing he would otherwise flee if he were restrained. She grants him his freedom, asking only that he repay her kindness in his own way. Moved by her trust, Luke agrees to stay in her country and do his very best. Zeno smiles, satisfied, and announces that they will now begin with his treatment. Mipha and Luke look on in confusion as Zeno suddenly appears to be unwell. Zeno worries she has caught the epidemic from the king, feeling a sudden wave of heat. Luke explains that a persistent, low-grade fever is a key symptom of the illness. He instantly cures her with a trio of healing spells since it was only the initial stage. Zeno is astonished by the immediate effect of his magic and expresses her deep gratitude. Zeno questions the rumors about Luke, wondering if he was truly rebelling against his mother. She now understands that the maid he was accused of harassing was actually a spy. She asks why he never sexually harassed the girl, despite the widespread rumors. He explains that he never laid a hand on her, as she was always cold towards him. Mifa angrily defends him, stating he only retaliated against those who teased his sister. She then strikes a sultry pose, telling him he must be patient to see a girl's true nature. Luke blushes, admitting that with Mifa around, he doesn't really need any other girls. The scene shifts to the dormitory at night, beneath a beautiful, star-filled sky. After a long bath, Iris greets Luke with a refreshing, cool drink. He sinks onto a sofa, complaining that his legs are sore from running, and asks for a massage. Iris becomes incredibly excited, eager to use the massage skills taught by her master. She recalls her master, the great sage Edward, with a surprising amount of awe and respect. Luke shares a secret: his master doesn't take human disciples. Iris simply asks why. Iris listened as Luke explained that humans are frail and die quickly. To demonstrate his healing, he asked her to warm up in a bath first. The scene transitions to the interior of their well-appointed dormitory room. Fresh from her bath, Iris sat on the couch, steam rising from her body. Luke explained the technique required beginner water magic and level 3 manipulation. He found a sore spot on her calf, explaining it was inflamed from fatigue. He demonstrated applying glowing recovery magic directly to the pained area. Iris winced, exclaiming that his touch was painful, yet she looked intrigued. The pain soon faded into bliss as he massaged her leg with healing magic. Iris admitted that while it felt good, performing it herself seemed difficult. He finished the treatment on her foot, satisfied with his demonstration. Her legs sparkling, Iris was amazed the pain was gone and resolved to practice. She tried to replicate the spell, focusing on channeling magic into her own leg. Concentrating hard, she found the precise control to be incredibly difficult. Luke was struck with a sudden, brilliant idea to help her learn. He reminded her how she already maintained the air spell to dry her hair. She understood his logic, but after many attempts, she still couldn't succeed. Feeling dejected, she apologized for failing, but he kindly reassured her. He encouraged her to keep practicing, and she renewed her efforts with determination. Iris then suggested they do some muscle training, much to Luke's shock. She brightly announced the start of Project Make Luke Sama Thin. Luke sheepishly admitted that he was unable to perform even a single sit-up. He lay on the floor, his body jiggling uselessly with the effort. Iris offered a solution, kneeling down to hold his feet in place. With her help, he successfully completed one repetition, his face lighting up. As she cheered him on, a flustered Luke found it difficult to focus. The next morning, birds chirped as sunlight streamed into his bedroom. A sweet voice wished him a good morning, a small heart in her words. Luke jolted awake in bed, completely startled, and asking who was there. Mifa stood in his doorway, blushing as she called herself his future wife. He asked why she had come so early, seeing Erica standing behind her. Erica explained she'd told Mifa about his morning walks, much to Mifa's chagrin. Luke correctly guessed that Mifa had come to join him for his walk. She happily confirmed it, saying she also felt she needed more exercise. Iris, ready with a pan and spatula, said she would prepare their breakfast. They began their walk along a peaceful, tree-lined path in a local park. Luke noted the long-awaited servant summoning ritual was finally upon them. He asked what familiar Mifa wanted. She hoped for one she could cuddle. When asked his preference, Luke simply smiled, saying his Navi had a plan. They arrived at the grand Colosseum-like academy building for the ceremony. Inside, students gathered on the arena floor under the gaze of spectators. The headmaster welcomed them, announcing he would perform a demonstration. He explained the process of pouring one's magic into the summoning jewel. A brilliant light erupted from the magic circle as he began the summoning. A magnificent wyvern materialized from the light, landing before him. The headmaster was delighted with his powerful and impressive new familiar. He welcomed the creature, naming the female wyvern Pippi as she nuzzled him. As Pippi purred, he explained that naming the beast completes the contract. He then left the proceedings to the teachers, as Luke wished he could ride Pippi. The summoning began for the night students, with Academy Knights standing guard. Luke observed that while the summoned demons were docile, safety was paramount. In the stands, Queen Zeno watched, reminding her aide to be on best behavior. The group whispered about the queen's presence, assuming she was watching Mifa. The magic students went next. Iris summoned a red slime and Natalie a stamp boar. Erica called forth a silver wolf, while Amelia summoned a cute lucky rabbit. Finally, it was Mifa's turn, and Erica held her hand for moral support. Erica guided her hand to the jewel, instructing her to channel her magic. In a flash of light, a small, fluffy, fox-like creature appeared. The students gasped at its cuteness, and one was urged to use appraisal. The appraiser was shocked, recognizing the creature as a mythical beast. Queen Zeno leaped up, overjoyed that Mifa had summoned a legendary carbuncle. Mifa, comically perched atop Luke's head, asked him to name her new familiar. She felt she couldn't choose a fitting name just by looking at it. Luke described its features, noting the beautiful red jewel on its forehead. Realizing the gem was a spinel, Mifa joyfully named her new friend just that. Erica praised Mifa, saying summoning such a beast was expected of royalty. The announcer then called for the final summoner, Prince Luke of Valg. With a grimace, Luke slapped his hand down onto the summoning jewel. The magic circle glowed brightly for a moment before completely fizzling out. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves, wondering if he had failed. Suddenly, a tiny winged figure appeared, which a student identified as a pixie. Luke was furious at his AI Navi's prank, though the crowd found her cute. Navi simply puffed her cheeks out in a defiant pout. He yelled at her to come out of his inventory screen, but she refused. She declared that since everyone was laughing, she was now a shut-in. Luke's expression suddenly turned serious as he warned that something was coming. He stood firm, knowing this was the moment he had been waiting for. A colossal, scaly foot slammed down, and Luke greeted the beast as Diana. An immense dragon's head lowered itself to meet his gaze. The dragon's voice echoed in his mind, asking if her master was all right. Luke was completely shocked to hear her speaking to him via telepathy. At the same time, a two-headed divine beast appeared, asking about the other creature. Luke wondered aloud if the Fenrir and dragon shared a telepathic language. Navi explained that a fragment of Luke's memory remained in Diana. This allowed for telepathy and gave access to Diana's 1400 years of knowledge. Navi clarified that in dragon years, 1400 was equivalent to being a teenager. A flashback showed an elderly dwarf who had rescued Diana and taught her speech. In return, Diana would bring the dwarves sake and join their feasts. Navi explained that ancient dragons naturally absorb excess magic from the land. Luke realized this must be why dangerous monsters avoided towns and cities. Diana had found her purpose in protecting a small dwarven mining settlement. The two-headed Fenrir, Haiti, nudged Luke's head, asking what was wrong. Haiti introduced herself as a divine beast, shocking Diana with her power. Luke gently petted Haiti, telling Diana to befriend her new fellow familiar. Diana looked down at Luke, admitting that she felt she was too weak. Deciding to make her a saddle, Luke knew he needed rush buffalo hide. Navi located a herd of the beasts in a wetland 30 kilometers away. Diana nuzzled affectionately against Luke, ready for their next adventure. Queen Zeno approached them, her expression serious as she addressed Luke. She asked if he had time to discuss what the future held for them. A sudden idea flashes across Luke's face, his eyes wide with surprise. He turns to Queen Zeno, suggesting an immediate test flight for the dragon. Zeno's eyes light up with pure excitement as she asks to join him. A smaller dragon is seen flying away, leaving the main group behind. On Diana's back, Luke asks Mifa if she is okay leaving her guards. The ancient dragon Diana turns her massive head, awaiting her master's command. Luke, flustered for a moment, tries to decide on a destination. He points toward a distant forest, giving the great beast her direction. With a surge of power, Diana rockets forward with breathtaking speed. Mifa cheers with delight as Luke suggests they should go hunting. He instructs Diana to aim for the head, preserving the meat and hide. The dragon's ear twitches when Luke promises her one as a snack. With a happy roar, Diana declares that she will leave it to him. Zeno asks if he means the rush deer from the nearby wetlands. She is shocked, recognizing the beasts as dangerous B-rank monsters. From high in the air, they spot a large herd moving below. Luke warns Zeno to hold on tight as Diana begins a steep dive. The perspective shifts, showing the massive rush deer stampeding through a clearing. Diana unleashes a powerful shockwave from her tail into the herd. Zeno is left in awe of the ancient dragon's effortless power. A content, Diana asks if Luke will take her hunting again sometime. Blushing, Luke thinks her request is cute and promises that he will. Diana announces their task is complete and they should return to the city. That evening, a lavish feast of rush deer steak is served. Zeno thanks them for dinner as a tiny Luke sits with Diana. Mifa looks towards Luke, her expression filled with a gentle worry. She quietly gets his attention, softly speaking his name. She explains that students with drakes are transferring to the Dragon Knight Academy. Luke reveals being a Dragon Knight was the only path forced upon him. Zeno asks him directly if he has a dislike for being a Dragon Knight. His status plate reveals his new classes: Hero and Magic Swordsman. He confesses to Zeno that he truly wants to be a Magic Knight. Zeno and Diana agree to respect his choice, and he thanks them. Luke recalls that Zeno had something important she wanted to discuss. Zeno remembers the topic, her expression immediately turning serious. She asks Luke if he has any desire to return to his homeland. A device rings as Zeno reveals his father is demanding his return. Luke realizes in horror his father only wants his powerful new familiars. Zeno explains that his new assets would make him a powerful duke. Luke pauses, beginning to voice his thoughts on the complicated matter. He admits that he still holds some affection for his family. Zeno cuts in, declaring she has no intention of letting him go back. Mifa is visibly relieved to hear her mother's staunch support. Kamiya enters, proposing a grand engagement announcement to secure his position. Mifa is absolutely thrilled, eagerly agreeing to the public declaration. Kamiya gently points out that her enthusiasm is making Luke uncomfortable. Mifa becomes flustered, hiding her embarrassed face behind her fan. She asks her mother if Luke is displeased by the sudden plan. Luke reminds her that she dislikes these kinds of formal arrangements. She buries her face in his chest, apologizing for getting carried away. Zeno wonders aloud how they should handle the forceful King Julius. Luke volunteers to take the call and speak to his father himself. Zeno agrees, her finger hovering over the button to accept the call. The moment the line connects, King Julius's furious voice erupts. Luke immediately chastises his father for his unkingly and vulgar language. The king praises Luke's summoning and commands him to return home at once. Surrounded by his new family, Luke calmly states he will not return. The king explodes, accusing Zeno of seducing his son with a princess. Luke coolly clarifies that his relationship with Mifa began before the summoning. Kamiya slams her hands on the table, furious at the king's hypocrisy. She rushes the king's projection, shouting protectively of her, "Dear Luke." Luke is utterly shocked by Kamiya's fierce, motherly display of affection. The king tries to manipulate him, claiming his mother, Amelia, is crying. Luke asks his father to tell his mother that he is doing well. He states that he is happy here and has no intention of returning. Defeated, the king asks if he is being deceived by them. Kamiya reveals that Mifa is a first-class interrogator, a living lie detector. Mifa looks on, a nervous blush coloring her cheeks. She steps forward, interrupting the tense conversation to speak. She formally introduces herself to King Julius as the second princess, Mifa. Kamiya asks Mifa to share her true feelings about the prince. Mifa admits she knows the rumors, but has found him to be wonderful. She confesses that after he saved her life, she fell deeply in love. With a radiant, heartfelt expression, she declares her adoration for Luke. Kamiya observes this honest confession, her expression unreadable behind her fan. Finally, she smiles, giving her full approval to the determined young princess. Luke then brings up the complicated matter of his former fiancée, Lulu Tie. Kamiya dismisses his worries, stating Lulu Tie already has other marriage talks. Luke decides to revisit the issue after visiting during summer vacation. The king's sad voice returns, asking if he will truly never come back. He delivers a piercing blow, asking if Luke is abandoning his mother. Kamiya tells him to get angry at his father for abandoning him first. The king asks if Luke is truly comfortable in his new home. Mifa proudly explains that he already has followers and disciples at school. Luke confirms with a happy grin that he is living very comfortably. Kamiya tells the king to leave the matter to her and his mother. Luke gives his father a final warning about his ancient dragon's temper. After the tense call, the group relaxes with a quiet cup of tea. Suddenly, a fluffy white creature pounces directly onto Luke's face. The divine Fenrir, Haiti, lets out a happy yip from atop his head. All the women in the room erupt in a collective squeal over Hadi's cuteness. Mifa looks at a crystal plate, rewatching the summoning of the familiars. She is completely captivated by the recording, a soft blush on her cheeks. Luke asks her if she knows about his true appearance from the video. She shyly looks up at him, confirming that she does. She apologizes for secretly watching, but Luke says he isn't angry. He asks if she is truly okay with him, despite his large build. Mifa admits she doesn't have much to compare him to, so it's fine. She happily changes the subject, gushing over how cute Hadi is. In a moment of pure affection, Mifa gently cuddles her familiar, Spinel. With an emotional expression, Mifa asks Luke if she might hold the divine beast. Cradling the Fenrir, Hadi, she marvels at its incredibly soft and beautiful fur. Lara chimes in, wanting a turn, and notes how energetic her mother has become. Queen Zeno proudly announces that Hadi has already reached level 12. She explains its rapid growth is thanks to being in a party with the ancient dragon. Anna asks if the pixie is present, and a tiny Navi appears on Luke's head. With a theatrical flourish, Navi bursts forth, announcing her grand arrival. Anna's face lights up with pure, unadulterated delight at the pixie's appearance. She explains that she had Navi create a new dress for her, which she finds adorable. Luke is annoyed, asking Navi why she insists on using telepathy to communicate. The tiny pixie retorts that her normal voice would be too quiet to hear. She puffs out her cheeks, admitting she is fragile. and could be easily crushed. She reassures them, however, that she can simply make her existence intangible. Perching on Luke's hand, she proves she is warm, soft, and smells of vanilla. Amelia, her eyes wide with wonder, excitedly asks Luke to let her touch Navi too. Navi cheerfully agrees, even as a flustered Luke tries to tell Amelia to stop. The pixie apologizes to her master for getting carried away with her playful persona. She reveals that her pixie form was based on Amelia's own subconscious image. Navi suggests that Amelia's illness might improve if she spends more time with Luke. She also points out that the vanilla scent she carries has a relaxing effect. Amelia is amazed, wondering aloud how Luke knows so many different things. Navi puffs her chest out with pride, declaring that her master is simply amazing. Kamiya quietly points out that the divine beast Hati has fallen asleep. She suggests they should leave soon, as it would be a shame to disturb it. Kamiya's expression grows serious as she turns her attention toward Amelia. She notes the dark choker, calling it disrespectful, even for an informal visit. Amelia explains that since she is attending the academy, it isn't a formal setting. She worries internally about what her fiancé must think, having never removed it for him. Kamiya presses the issue, asking if she cares about her appearance for her future husband. Luke steps in, saying that while he is curious, he is not so foolish as to force her. Navi promises to fight off any strange men, earning a heartfelt thank you from Amelia. The scene shifts to later that night, inside Luke's dormitory room. Iris peeks inside, finding Luke still awake and busily working on something. He sits on his sofa, completely focused on the ingredients before him. When asked what he is doing, he explains that he is making liquid soap for hair. Iris's eyes sparkle with excitement as she complains about her dry hair and offers to help. They work together as a team, with Iris cutting coconuts and Luke preparing herbs. The various ingredients are combined and boiled in a pot over a magical heater. After being blended, the creamy mixture is carefully funneled into new bottles. Luke proudly presents the finished product, a shampoo infused with recovery potion. He explains his two-step system: shampoo for cleaning, then conditioner for repair. Navi then appears, presenting her own toner and lotion, essential for any girl. Iris holds one of the bottles, admitting she doesn't know how to use it. Navi suggests they all bathe together in swimsuits, which sends Luke into a panic. Resigned, Luke tells Iris to go prepare the bath while he teaches her how to use it. Iris, however, decides they should do their muscle training before their bath. She promptly appears in a simple bikini, ready for their workout session. Luke, a trickle of drool on his chin, can only manage an enthusiastic yes. The workout begins with Iris counting down from 2. She holds his legs as he struggles to begin his abdominal exercises. He warns her not to complain if he crushes her, but she insists she is prepared. Navi muses that with his new familiars, Luke is now the top marriage candidate. Luke reflects that the most important thing is a partner who will make him happy. Iris suddenly panics, worrying that Mifa might come to hate him if she touches him. The workout continues, with Iris encouraging him to push through the last few reps. Luke thinks to himself that this bikini diet is a wonderful thing. After 30 reps, he finally collapses onto the floor, completely exhausted. Iris cheerfully tells him they will work hard again tomorrow, much to his dismay. The scene shifts to the large, steaming bath in the dormitory. Luke, wrapped in a towel, tells Iris to get in the water and warm up. They relax together in the warm water, enjoying a quiet moment. Iris asks if Luke has ever considered taking a concubine, a common noble practice. Luke grimaces, saying he doesn't want to witness the infighting that often happens. Iris listens to his concerns with a thoughtful and slightly blushing expression. He asks if it would be fine then, as long as the wives all got along. Iris beams, happily declaring that she and Erica are good friends, so there's no issue. When Luke asks if she's promoting herself, she confirms it with a confident fist pump. She boldly declares she will spend 3 years making him fall in love with her. She then announces that she cannot be his first wife, but will be his second. She happily adds that with Amelia present, she can be his third wife. She is now absolutely determined to secure her future marriage to him. Flustered, Luke quickly changes the subject, suggesting it's time to wash their hair. He offers to wash her hair to demonstrate, which leaves Iris utterly shocked. She protests vehemently, declaring she would be angry if a prince washed her hair. He insists it is the best way to learn, and she reluctantly has to agree. He shows her how to take a small amount and work it into a rich lather. He then gently applies the fluffy foam to her hair. As he massages her scalp, she exclaims how wonderfully good it feels. With a great splash, he rinses all of the shampoo from her hair. He then explains they will use the conditioner he made previously. He tells her to let the conditioner sit while she washes her body. Iris lathers up with soap while the conditioner works its magic. He then demonstrates how to gently work the conditioner through her hair. After a final rinse, He declares that the entire process is complete. Iris is amazed, running her fingers through her hair and finding no tangles. Next, he instructs her to lather up face wash and gently clean her face. She is surprised that her skin doesn't feel tight or dry after rinsing. As Luke gets out, he reminds her to apply oil before drying her hair. The scene shifts to Luke's room after their bath is finished. Iris stands with her wet hair, looking a little bit pouty. She complains that her hair will be damaged, but Luke tells her it will be fine. He points a finger, creating a vortex of magically warmed air. She is amazed by the warm magic, and he tells her she can learn it too. Her hair is now perfectly dry, incredibly silky, and completely free of tangles. She suddenly glances at a clock, realizes it's past 8, and dashes out. Luke sits alone on the sofa, disappointed that he missed out on his massage. A short time later, the door to his room bursts open once more. A breathless Iris returns, having finished whatever she needed to do. She has brought Mifa and Erica with her, who eagerly ask to use the new shampoo. Surrounded by the 3 hopeful young women, Luke can only agree to their request. Luke muses that a girl's desire to be beautiful is the same in any world. He then turns his head, calling out for his A.E. Navi. In a quiet corner, Navi the pixie sleeps soundly beside the fluffy Fenrir Hati. Delighted by the cute sight, Luke snaps a picture with a magical camera. Mifa is overjoyed, exclaiming that her hair has become unbelievably silky and smooth. Luke presents his new skincare line, asking the girls if they want to try it. He explains the toner replenishes moisture while the lotion balances oil, both infused with recovery potions. Mifa asks why there are 2 products, so Luke explains how lotion seals in the toner. The girls are ecstatic, marveling at their plump skin and the wonderful fragrance. Luke then presents the final item, a body cream for all-over skincare. Night falls and the stars begin to twinkle in the dark sky. The next morning, birds chirp cheerily outside the dormitory building. Iris hums to herself, happily admiring her own radiant reflection in the mirror. She touches her cheek, thrilled that her hair is silky and her skin is so soft. With a bright smile, she opens Luke's door to announce that it's morning. She freezes in utter shock, her cheerful greeting dying on her lips. Luke is fast asleep in his bed, but he is not alone. Gathered at the door, the other girls gasp in collective, horrified silence. A piercing scream of "Luke Sama" shatters the morning calm. Luke is jolted awake, groggily mumbling, "Good morning," with drool on his chin. Iris and Mifa stand over him, demanding to know who this woman is. A beautiful long-haired elf stirs beside him, stretching sleepily. Luke's face contorts in pure panic as he shouts, "Who are you?" He has no idea what's happening and frantically shakes the woman to wake her. Navi appears, and Luke desperately asks his AI who this person is. The elf's unique diamond-shaped pupils flutter open as she blushes. With a bright smile, she sits up and wishes her master a good morning. Luke realizes this must be Diana, his familiar, able to take human form. He asks his ancient dragon how on earth she managed to get into his room. Diana points a slender finger towards the open window. She explains that her own assigned room was too dark and she felt lonely. So, she simply followed her master's scent to find his room and let herself in. She gives a great yawn, admitting she was sleeping very soundly indeed. A flustered Iris rushes forward, holding out a bundle of clothes for the naked dragon. Diana innocently holds up a pair of panties, asking what they are. Luke greets Hadi the Fenrir, apologizing for the loud and chaotic morning. He announces that once everyone is ready, they will all go for a walk. As Iris washes dishes, a sharp, insistent knock sounds at the door. She opens it to find Queen Zeno, her expression uncharacteristically grave. Zeno apologizes for the intrusion so early in the morning. The queen tells Luke she doesn't wish to be disliked by him. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she drops to her knees. She begs him to save someone who is on the very brink of death. Luke and the girls are stunned to see a queen bow her head so low. Zeno presses her forehead to the floor, pleading for him to help. Mifa and Iris cover their mouths, shocked by the queen's desperation. Navi reassures Luke that his new divine blessing allows him to heal many people. Luke agrees to help, but on the condition that today is only an observation. He insists his involvement remains secret and that nobles he treats must make donations. With those donations, he wants to build a state-run clinic. Zeno asks if there's a limit to the number of patients. He says no. He also requests 5 skilled priests to learn his advanced healing and detoxification methods. Zeno is amazed he would share his techniques without seeking personal profit. Luke explains he won't use lives to make money. The funds are for orphanages. Luke accepts his duty as a member of the royal family, to the girls' adoration. A carriage rumbles down a dusty road, taking them to their destination. They arrive at the large, stately home of one of the queen's vassals. Inside, a man lies gravely ill, a magical screen displaying his critical condition. Luke asks Zeno if this is the king. She quietly confirms it is. He casts clean and announces he must remove the man's clothes to examine him. He discovers a dark, festering wound on the man's lower back. Noting the terrible bed sores, he asks Iris to disinfect a knife for him. Zeno explodes with rage, berating a weeping attendant for her negligence. Luke gently calms the queen, reminding her that the servant lacks their knowledge. Zeno apologizes for her emotional outburst, her expression softening. She explains the man was her friend from the academy and later her royal guard. The man weakly explains the wound is from a poisoned sword meant for her. Luke understands that any delay in treatment will result in a permanent scar. The guard struggles, reaching for a small vial in his pouch. Iris looks on with concern, asking Luke what the man is holding. The guard explains it's a special nutritional supplement from the great sage Edward. Just then, Zeno and Luke enter the room, surprising the ailing man. He asks how they are, but Zeno simply tells him to get out of the room. Zeno puts an arm around Luke's shoulder, cheerfully announcing she's brought a healer. The guard looks up, his face gaunt and his eyes filled with disbelief. Zeno laughs that she's still capable, as Luke asks if he can truly be healed. Luke tells the man his illness is no longer incurable. The rest is up to him. He declares the man's own magic circulation has restarted and he will be fine. Luke tells Zeno he will now treat the other infected people in the mansion. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing royal castle. An official thanks Luke for having already treated 4 patients that morning. Zeno informs him that 7 high-ranking priests will arrive tomorrow to be taught. An official announces a tea party for the wives will be held that afternoon. Luke and Iris are awed by the sheer opulence of the dining hall. Diana, in a new dress, remarks on how cute she looked that morning. Luke recounts the famous legend of Diana, the guardian dragon of Garel. The tale began 600 years ago, when the village was saved from a demon. The villagers gratefully offered the black dragon 3 barrels of fine sake. The dragon then descended into the town square and transformed into a beautiful girl. The villagers held a great feast, welcoming her as a divine protector. The dragon's shed scales were forged into national treasure-class weapons and armor. Luke muses that he would like some of that armor for himself. Zeno says she plans to visit Diana's nest to see for herself. Luke suggests that visiting the dwarven descendants would make them very happy. A blank panel transitions to the next scene. A carriage rumbles down a road, beginning a new journey. Inside, Luke sits with Iris, Camilla, and Mifa on their way to the noble's estates. Camilla explains they will visit the homes of her tea party companions to offer treatment. Luke asks if this is for political reasons, which Camilla confirms is a large factor. Camilla explains that in the world of politics, there are always factions. Camilla explains that in politics, noble women use tea parties to gather valuable information. Mifa reassures a tense Luke that everyone is enjoying themselves at the party. Camilla observes that Mifa is frighteningly adept at getting others to complain. This network of gossip, she reveals, is crucial for uncovering plots against their houses. She never taught this to Mifa, whose lie-detecting ability makes such subtlety impossible. Camilla is happy to see Mifa attending, as she had become a recluse. Luke states he doesn't need parties, since his AI Navi can gather information. Camilla insists that contributing to this network is a vital duty for any noble. She thoughtfully observes Luke from behind her fan, taking his measure. Camilla admits she first thought Queen Zeno foolish, but now sees her excellent judgment. Promising their full support, she receives a heartfelt thank you from a grateful Luke. Camilla then changes the subject, asking Iris about her use of the new fragrant oil. She remarks on Iris's silky hair, and Mifa exclaims that she was curious too. Iris becomes completely flustered, her eyes spinning from the sudden intense attention. The scene transitions, showing the exterior of the student dormitory building. Inside, Luke is seen relaxing on a large sofa in his common room. Camilla and Mifa enter, their hair now shimmering, exclaiming how wonderful his product is. A shocked Luke realizes with horror that Iris must have shared his secret creations. Camilla and Mifa sit on the sofa, admiring their lustrous hair. Erica and Natalie appear in the doorway, surprised by the Queen's presence. Luke welcomes them back and asks how the servant summoning ceremony went. Erica bypasses the pleasantries, asking her mother and Mifa what they are doing there. Mifa excitedly explains they just used a medicine that makes skin and hair beautiful. Erica puffs out her cheeks, feeling betrayed that her mother kept this from her. Mifa joins the protest, pointing out that others in their class haven't tried it yet. Natalie passionately asks if she and Amelia might also use the precious item. Navi appears, explaining she encouraged Amelia to find her voice and ask for herself. Luke smiles, seeing this as a good sign of the product's powerful appeal. He confirms he always planned to give them some, earning him joyous thanks. Mifa and Diana both playfully stake their claim on Luke, declaring themselves his wives. Mifa notes Diana's resemblance to her mother, wondering if she's an ancient dragon. Kamiya and the second queen, Milana, formally introduce themselves as Mifa's mothers. Luke considers commercializing his products by delegating sales for a percentage of profit. Navi suggests Iris's family, but Luke worries if their new territory has the resources. Erica explains that her family's vast farmlands can provide a stable supply of materials. Luke then asks Iris to tell him about her father, the Marquis Michael. Iris is shocked and flustered by the sudden proposal to involve her family. Erica jumps in, insisting her family should also be part of the new venture. She clarifies that as royal guards, her family doesn't possess its own fiefdom. Luke outlines his plan to empower landowners by having them cultivate the raw materials. Iris proudly explains her father is a great man who earned his title through merit. Luke asks her to arrange a meeting with her father during his next visit. He decides to also involve Duke Gale, feeling it's too risky to rely on one noble. Kamiya is impressed by his business plan. Michael produces and Gale distributes. Mifa and Kamiya praise Luke's cleverness and consideration for everyone involved. Navi floats happily, reporting that her master's reputation is skyrocketing. Mifa senses the aura of Iris's affection for Luke is a deep, complex pink. Later, Iris and Erica are seen preparing a meal together in the kitchen. Kamiya asks Luke if he has any other medicines that are good for the skin. Luke understands she means sunscreen and explains what it does. Kamiya asks if he has countermeasures, as long sun exposure is like a burn. Mifa notes her albino mother, Milana, is also quite weak to the sun's rays. Kamiya and Mifa urgently demand Luke share his sunscreen cream with them. A knock at the door announces the arrival of a royal guard. The guard enters, apologizing for the sudden and unexpected intrusion. He relays a direct order from the king to bring the two queens back immediately. Kamiya and Mifa pout, their cheeks puffed out in shared disappointment. Luke and the girls watch as the two reluctant queens are escorted away. The scene fades, marking a quiet end to the eventful day. The next morning, Luke strains through his workout, counting out his 37th push-up. Iris tells him to focus on his exercise, not the girls' cheerful chatter from the bath. He proudly notes his progress, having tightened his belt by one notch. Exhausted after his workout, he looks up as one of the girls calls his name. Kamiya, Mifa, and Natalie thank him profusely for the wonderful gifts he gave them. Emilia gently touches the choker at her neck, feeling the effects of its blessing. She sits peacefully, her small lucky rabbit familiar resting in her lap. Her rabbit and Mifa's carbuncle, Spinel, greet each other with an affectionate nose nuzzle. Mifa scoops up Spinel, cooing over how fluffy and unbelievably cute it is. The sweaty Luke announces to Iris that he is going to take a bath. He enters the bathroom, only to be met by the sight of Diana and Navi. Diana is heartbroken when he suggests her human form is inappropriate for the bath. He recalls how much easier it was to wash his old dragon, Drake's back. Navi teasingly asks if he's propositioning her, which he vehemently denies. She suggests that both she and Diana wish to join him in the bath. Resigned, Luke decides to grant his wife's wish without any more complaints. The bathroom quickly fills with the sound of splashing and clouds of steam. Diana's eyes are wide with wonder and delight as she is covered in bubbles. Luke washes her hair, and she happily exclaims how good the fluffy bubbles feel. He gives the Fenrir, Haiti, a good scrub, and the creature meows in pleasure. Diana eagerly returns the favor, enthusiastically washing her master's back. She laughs joyfully, thanking the goddess for allowing her to become human. Luke gently scrubs behind Hades' ears, giving the divine beast a thorough cleaning. After their bath, Luke begins peeling an apple for the hungry familiars. He carefully squeezes the apple pulp through a cloth to extract the juice. A few drops of milk are added to the freshly pressed apple juice. Haiti, the small Fenrir, eagerly drinks the mixture from a baby bottle. Mifa and Emilia watch the scene, gushing over how adorable Hati is. Mifa offers a small bowl of the juice to her own familiar, Spinel. The girls are all completely captivated by Spinel's incredible cuteness. Both familiars, full and content, yawn widely before drifting off to sleep. Mifa cradles the sleeping Spinel, saying she'll return it to the dormitory. Iris smiles warmly and announces that she is going to take her bath now. The girls bid Luke good night, leaving him with the sleeping familiars. With Navi perched on his head, Luke decides he has one last task for the night. Navi presents a box of 6 crayons she made, asking if more colors are needed. The tiny pixie lets out a big yawn, clearly tired from her work. She presents Luke with the finished picture book pages he had requested. He thanks her kindly and tells her that she can rest now. Navi immediately falls fast asleep on the lap of the slumbering Diana. Luke looks over the peaceful scene with a gentle smile, holding the picture book. Luke sits comfortably, holding a simple picture book he has created. He muses that this book will help this world's medical researchers. A soft, tentative knock sounds on his door. Iris enters, asking what he is doing. He explains it's a textbook for clergy. Seeing the book, Iris's cheeks puff out in a silent, indignant pout. She stomps her foot, asking why he won't teach such important knowledge to her. Luke grins, promising she will be the very first person to see it when it's done. He asks for her help with coloring, which she enthusiastically accepts. Iris is amazed by the vibrant, beautiful colors of the oil sticks he gives her. They work together, and Luke decides the coloring is good enough to proceed. "All right, I'll explain," he begins as Iris leans forward in eager anticipation. He points to a drawing, explaining the dark particles that fly out when one coughs. Iris asks if these particles are the cause of the illness. He confirms they are. He clarifies they are actually too small to be seen without special tools or skills. He offers to show Iris a real image, but warns her not to show anyone else. She gasps at the spiky germs, exclaiming that they look just like his drawings. She realizes with wonder that even the common cold has an invisible source. He shows another image, identifying these rod-shaped organisms as the cause of tuberculosis. The drawings are just an image, he explains. The real germs' shapes vary. Iris suggests showing everyone, but Luke insists it's not his duty to teach them everything. She wonders if he learned all this from the great sage. Luke sweats slightly, claiming it's knowledge he researched himself, recalling his past life. Diana senses the images hold a strange power, suspecting it's one of Navi's skills. He asks Iris to keep the source of his knowledge a secret between them. Overjoyed to be trusted, Iris thanks him for sharing his secret only with her. He explains the key is to visualize these germs being destroyed by recovery magic. Later that night, Luke gently covers the sleeping Diana, Navi, and Haiti. He and Iris wish each other a quiet good night. Finally, Luke climbs into his own large canopied bed. His eyes remain wide open in the dark, his mind too active for sleep. He tosses and turns, anxious about the important lecture the next day. Unable to rest, he suddenly sits bolt upright in his bed. He returns to his desk, the scratching sounds of his work filling the quiet night. A sharp knock on the door interrupts his late-night preparations. He invites the visitor in, worried that he might have been too loud. Iris enters, closing the door behind her with a stern, unamused expression. She immediately demands to know why he didn't tell her he was making medicine. She stares him down, her expression a mask of silent disapproval. She recognizes the turmeric and other herbs from her pharmacology studies. He offers to teach her the recipe if she'll help, and her stern face breaks into a delighted smile. He gestures to the pile of herbs, stating he wants it all ground into powder. Iris recalls her master using magic, suggesting either the crush or granulate spell. She sighs, remembering her own lack of aptitude in her pharmacology classes. She asks why he is making so much, but he denies it's for the lecture. A light bulb goes off over Luke's head as a brilliant idea strikes him. He realizes he can use his customized skill to learn the spells himself. He pulls up the skill interface, selecting the magic he needs. With a simple gesture, he surrounds the herbs with swirling wind magic. The herbs are instantly reduced to a fine, perfectly ground powder. "You did it!" Iris cheers, amazed by his perfect execution. Luke is pleased. He carefully pours the finished powder from a paper funnel into storage jars. Iris, however, is pouting again, looking off to the side. She asks if he'll teach her the recipe, but he postpones it until their next visit. Laura appears, asking if she did something wrong to deserve his special attention. Luke reassures Iris with a pinky promise that he will teach her later. The next morning, birds chirp cheerfully outside the window. Luke wakes to find a naked Diana beaming at him, wishing him good morning. She puffs her cheeks, complaining that she doesn't like wearing clothes to bed. Navi appears, announcing the saddle is ready, but Diana declares she hates saddles. Diana complains about her selfish master, but Luke simply thanks her for her help. A carriage arrives before a grand, four-story building with arched windows. Queen Zeno herself is waiting at the entrance to greet them warmly. Luke is stunned that the queen has personally come to welcome them. He mutters to himself that she must be worried about her friend. Zeno clarifies that this lecture is a national priority, making her presence essential. Luke understands the high probability that he is being carefully judged. Navi confirms his orc prince reputation is known, hence Zeno's caution. With a serious expression, the queen turns and leads them inside. Luke asks if bringing 15 tuberculosis patients was truly not a problem. He asks if church officials are also attending, and Zeno directs him to the main hall. Zeno confirms 7 clergy members, including the Pope and Saint, are present. She states only the clergy can be taught, and Luke cheerfully agrees. A large group of robed physicians and clergy awaits them at the end of the hall. The group parts, allowing Luke and the Queen to pass. The Pope steps forward, warmly taking Luke's hand in greeting. He confesses he was too excited about the new treatment to sleep last night. Overwhelmed, he wonders how many lives will be saved. Luke promises to explain. The assembled healers take their seats in the lecture hall, ready to learn. Luke announces he will begin with a lecture on the roots of infection. A young physician is incensed when Luke presents a simple picture book. "Are you making fools of us?" Lengren shouts, pointing an accusing finger. Luke calmly replies that he made something anyone could understand. Lengren, though still fuming, reluctantly takes his seat. Another physician whispers that Luke's excellence has won Mifa's affection. Luke's attention drifts to the court physicians for a moment. He is momentarily stunned by a female doctor's impressive bust. Diana groans at her master's disappointing and inappropriate internal monologue. Queen Zeno furiously silences Lengren, who quickly apologizes for his outburst. Luke clears his throat and announces the lecture will now begin. He presents his simple, hand-colored illustrations to the skeptical audience. After his presentation, he cheerfully asks if there are any questions. From the crowd of esteemed healers, a single hand rises. Saint Arya stands, declaring that she cannot believe in invisible microorganisms. She asks how he confirms something he cannot see. Luke isn't surprised. Next to the saint, a younger woman discreetly holds up a small crystal. Luke watches her, wondering what she is doing with that gesture. Her thumb and forefinger form a circle around the glowing crystal. Navi explains to Luke that it is magnify magic, like a magnifying glass. The young woman looks shocked, realizing her teacher is witnessing this magic. Luke asks if they've ever questioned why mold grows on bread, sparking a revelation in Arya. An official asks if any of the knights are suffering from itchy feet. The question causes Saint Arya to sit in stunned, embarrassed silence. Luke correctly identifies her ailment as athlete's foot, or Mizumushi. His Navi explains the term's origin from an old belief about rice paddy insects. With a deep blush, Arya confesses she has been afflicted for a long time. Luke's first sight of her foot elicits a brief moment of pure horror. He quickly composes himself, diagnosing the condition as athlete's foot. His appraisal magic fails, as the ailment is not life-threatening. Luke realizes his skill is too low to detect such a minor condition. Arya sighs in despair, assuming that her problem is therefore incurable. But Luke confidently promises he can heal it, just like tuberculosis. He announces his intention to take a skin sample, shocking his attendant, Iris. He gently peels a tiny flake of skin from the sole of her foot. He considers making a water lens, but Navi informs him it's impossible. The assembled clergy agree that a microscope's principle is far more complex. Luke looks downcast, realizing his simple plan was far too naive. Navi then offers her support, promising to help if he creates something original. He devises a new plan, levitating the sample and illuminating it with light magic. He then conjures a water lens, enchanting it with magnification magic. He cleverly stacks 4 of the magical lenses, focusing them like a microscope. The priests and nuns can only stare in utter astonishment at his ingenuity. Iris exclaims with delight that she can replicate this amazing technique herself. Luke gives credit where it's due, praising Navi's invaluable assistance. He reveals the magnified, thread-like fungi as the true cause of the infection. He turns to his best student, asking Iris to perform the first treatment. He instructs her to simply visualize the removal of the harmful things. With her hands glowing, Iris focuses her magical energy on the saint's foot. She exclaims that it's completely cured, just like treating tuberculosis. Arya marvels at her healed foot, amazed that their mid-level magic worked. She then warns that the infection will return if she wears unpurified boots. Luke is impressed by the Pope and Saint's special-grade recovery magic. The healing lesson begins with the Church's highest officials observing intently. The Pope admits that he finds Luke's methods even more incredible than their own. He is stunned by the effectiveness, lamenting the many lives previously lost. Luke explains his technique can be used for other illnesses, like the common cold. He clarifies that the visualization required differs slightly for each sickness. He illustrates how one must target the specific source of inflammation. However, he reflects on the limits of his own power with a serious expression. He notes a high-level mage could cure tuberculosis with a single spell. He feels the vast difference in power between himself and the church leaders. Navi explains his deeper understanding of illness greatly boosts his magic's efficiency. With grim resolve, Luke realizes he must urgently raise his own level. He turns to the Pope and Saint Arya to formally conclude his lecture. He tells the Pope he has other research to do and will leave the rest to him. He gifts them his illustrated book, asking them to share the knowledge widely. Luke announces his intent to head to the ducal estate, surprising Queen Zeno. She quickly moves to intercept him before he can depart. She insists that he attend the closing ceremony of the servant summoning. She wants to use the opportunity to introduce him as Mipha's official fiancé. Later that evening, Luke returns to the quiet of the student dormitory. Mipha and Natalie stand together, ready to greet him upon his return. "Welcome home, Luke-sama," they say as he and Iris walk through the door. Mipha shyly mentions that her father told her about the engagement announcement. Luke agrees that it is finally time for them to discuss the matter. Natalie announces that dinner's ready, and Luke thanks her for her work. As they begin their meal, Luke starts the serious talk about their future. He asks Mipha if she is truly okay with marrying him. Mipha tearfully confesses she can't imagine being with anyone else. Luke sighs, realizing the decision now rests solely on his own feelings. Mipha worries he dislikes marrying someone with her unique lie-detecting skill. "That's not it," he clarifies, thinking he just wants to marry for love. Her face falls as she asks if this means he has no feelings for her. Luke admits he is still processing his painful breakup with his ex-fiancée, Lulu T. He then confesses he has recently become interested in Iris, shocking her. Mipha looks down, whispering that she had suspected as much. She calmly states she was aware of Iris, and that Iris likes him too. Iris, caught completely off guard, begins to stammer, unable to form words. She finally blurts out a flustered, heartfelt confession that she adores him. An incredibly awkward silence immediately descends upon the dinner table. Luke mentally begs Navi for advice, but she scolds him for asking. He thinks his mission is the priority, but Navi says he could have been married already. He admits to himself that Iris is his ideal wife, shocking her. He mentally lists her many wonderful qualities, causing Mipha to look pained. He then turns to Mipha, saying she has one decisively good quality. Mipha looks up with curiosity, asking what her good point could be. He says he loves her honesty, the fact that she doesn't tell lies. He then asks her, as an example, if she likes him. With a radiant blush, she passionately declares that she adores him. Luke's face breaks into a genuinely happy, simplified, chibi-style grin. He clutches his chest, explaining how happy and reassured her honesty makes him. Mipha is overwhelmed, realizing he is speaking from the heart. She tearfully says she never dreamed someone would truly like her unique trait. Overcome with shy affection, she leans happily against his shoulder. Luke's expression sobers as he considers his different view on marriage. He recalls his first girlfriend from his past life, who cheated on him. His second was a predatory coworker who was popular with all the men. His third girlfriend tragically died after they had only dated for 6 months. He thinks he might die on his mission and shouldn't accept Mipha's feelings. The goddess appears in his mind, joking that humans are meant to die anyway. He asks Mipha if Iris has been telling her things he says every morning. The girls panic, thinking their various secrets have been exposed to each other. Luke quickly clarifies that Iris isn't blaming Mipha for anything. He admits that the real problem is his own profound lack of self-confidence. Mipha softly says that she finds his occasional jealousy and affection endearing. Luke laughs nervously, recalling he was warned not to be too forward. He looks at Mipha and firmly decides to formally accept their engagement. Overcome with joy, Mipha asks if he's serious, exclaiming how happy she is. He asks Iris to check in with Mipha daily about his feelings for her. He vows to study and diet so she won't be shamed for loving him. He sits between the two girls, resolved to begin his new future. Amelia looks flustered as Luke suggests announcing their engagement. She is left speechless, covering her mouth in stunned silence. Luke explains that Duke Gale wants the announcement made quickly. With wide eyes, Amelia asks if this is about political strife. Luke recalls the Queen warning him about nobles seeking influence. He knows his powerful new familiars will greatly increase his value. He wants to shield Amelia from the impending political crossfire. Amelia asks if she can just marry him if she isn't cured. Luke smiles, saying they will have plenty of time to become friends. She recalls her father's constant pressure about producing an heir, but she also remembers his gentle, protective hand stroking her hair. Amelia glances away, thoughtfully considering her complicated situation. With quiet resolve, she murmurs that she finally understands. She decides she can no longer hide and must explain her fears. With a deep bow, she formally asks Luke to take care of her. Luke is completely shocked by her sudden, earnest acceptance. Amelia internally admits she was surprised by his kind response. Navi notes that his gentle approach successfully won her over. Iris panics, realizing she needs more time for marriage talks. Amelia states she cannot accept without her sister Mipha's blessing. Mipha observes the scene with a thoughtful, serious expression. Iris despairs, hating the idea of being a concubine. Mipha shouts that it is better than a stranger joining them. Luke smiles, pleased that his new, complicated family is forming. Navi wonders if he will officially join the ducal household. A message arrives. Queen Zeno approves the engagement announcement. The queen herself bursts in, sending papers flying everywhere. She thanks Luke for his decision, which silenced the noisy ministers. Zeno explains that the vowed kingdom is demanding his return. Mifa apologizes for her father, but Luke says he understands. Zeno asks if he is ready for the announcement, and he agrees. Luke formally asks for Mifa's hand, promising to cherish her. A blushing Mifa calls his words wonderful and is overcome with joy. The closing ceremony for the servant summoning ritual officially begins. The headmaster happily notes this year's summonings were very successful. He remarks that summoning an ancient dragon is truly unprecedented. He decides to start by introducing the new B-rank familiars. Luke is startled as the headmaster's wyvern Bibi calls out. An elf girl eagerly asks if she can buy some Arachne silk. A young male student is pointed out as the B-class summoner. A beautiful Arachne asks the nervous boy to form a contract. The student looks to his teacher, who can only sigh wearily. The teacher explains the Arachne is a beautiful but dangerous demon. Her valuable silk will provide a steady income for her master. The boy is confused by the teacher's talk of her deep karma. He explains that Arachne are an all-female demonic race. They have a biological imperative to eat their male partners. The boy vehemently refuses, but his teacher just laughs it off. The alluring Arachne begins to flirt with the flustered student. Luke wonders if he said something unreasonable to the boy earlier. He thinks about how useful the Arachne's silk could be. Luke approaches the student, placing a hand on his shoulder. The startled boy asks Prince Luke what he could possibly want. Luke offers a business deal to buy her silk regularly. The boy apologetically explains he already has a deal arranged. Luke is momentarily shocked by the quick and polite rejection. The Arachne advises her master to prioritize the prince's offer. Navi agrees, noting a royal connection is more valuable. The student gratefully relents and accepts Luke's generous offer. He is overjoyed by this turn of events, thanking him profusely. The Arachne turns to Luke, asking what kind of thread he wants. The ceremony continues after the brief interruption. Queen Zeno stands beside the headmaster, preparing to speak. She addresses the crowd, noting the many rare summons this year. Her words about ogres and dragons excite the student body. Zeno announces that she has an important declaration to make. She summons Luke, Mifa, and Emilia to join her on stage. The three of them walk forward, the crowd watching intently. Zeno declares Luke's engagement to both Mifa and Emilia. Luke's new political standing is now cemented in public. The next day, workers carefully fit a saddle onto Diana. Queen Zeno fidgets nearby, vibrating with barely contained excitement. Mifa teases her mother, knowing she just wants to ride Diana. Luke gently asks Diana if any part of the saddle hurts her. The ancient dragon purrs that her scales are too tough to feel it. Zeno is amazed that Luke had the fine saddle made so quickly. Luke is flustered, as it has only been 2 days. He can't bring himself to admit Navi's workshop made it. Diana's massive form towers over the people in the courtyard. Mifa shyly complains that her riding clothes smell of sweat. Luke asks his AI Navi to forge a simple mithril ring. Navi presents him with the finished, unadorned metal band. Luke takes it, saying he will handle the final adjustments. He uses his alchemy skill to shape and appraise the ring. He then prepares to imbue it with powerful enchantments. The ring is granted 4 spells, including clean and poison resistance. Luke calls Mifa and Emilia over to him. He presents the ring to Mifa as a pre-engagement gift. Mifa is shocked seeing the powerful enchantments on the ring. Luke explains the clean spell is activated with a little magic. Zeno shouts that a medium-level enchantment is a national treasure. She demands the ring, arguing it isn't an actual wedding band. She shows off her own heavy bracer with the same protection. Navi quietly tells Luke that normal enchanters are much weaker. Such powerful items are usually found only in deep dungeons. Zeno realizes his enchantment magic is more potent than she thought. Luke considers how to deal with the overexcited queen. He promises to make her an enchanted necklace, instantly calming her. Zeno asks if the vowed king provided him with the ring. She happily misunderstands, assuming the great sage was his benefactor. A beaming Mifa happily agrees to Luke's request for the ring's personal authentication. Natalie gently pricks Mifa's finger, drawing a single drop of blood for the ritual. The magical ring glows, completing its bond as it is authenticated to Princess Mifa. Luke announces Emilia is next, surprising Queen Zeno, who asks if he has another. Emilia's eyes sparkle with intense desire as she whispers that she wants a ring. Natalie shields Emilia, refusing the ring, but Luke retorts that it is a wedding ring. Luke cleverly instructs Natalie to use her own blood for Emilia's ring, and she agrees. Queen Zeno floats down, listening as Luke explains the clean spell uses little magic. Determined to try, Zeno recalls Luke's instructions to visualize the desired effect. She slips the enchanted ring onto her finger, focusing her magical energy into it. A magical aura envelops Queen Zeno as she begins to float gracefully into the air. Mipha gasps, covering her mouth in awe at how incredible Luke's magic is. Zeno smiles, pleased the strange odor is gone, and congratulates a happy Luke. Diana kneels as Luke says it is time to go, ready for her passengers to board. The great dragon gives a satisfied huff as she prepares for takeoff from the courtyard. Queen Zeno playfully pats Diana, while Iris offers a much more formal greeting. Iris calls up to the dragon, promising to cook a delicious meat dish for her later. A flash of pure joy appears as Diana realizes the delicious offer she just received. The dragon's massive jaw drops in excitement as she roars her approval to Iris. Luke confirms the meal, thinking Diana has been completely won over by the promise of food. Luke sits with his companions, announcing that they are finally ready to depart on their journey. With a happy chirp, Luke gives the command, telling his dragon Diana it is time to go. Diana leaps into the air with a powerful thrust, spiraling upwards into the sky. The ancient dragon levels out, soaring smoothly through the clouds on their long journey. She suddenly banks sharply, having noticed a commotion in the forest far below. Diana informs her master that humans appear to be fighting goblins on the ground. Luke shields his eyes, unable to see from so high, and asks her to get closer. His magical map shows 3 carriages and their guards fighting about 20 goblins. On the ground below, the adventurers are capably defending themselves from the goblin attack. Luke suggests they observe for now, since the adventurers seem to be handling it well. Iris clenches her fist with righteous resolve, declaring she cannot simply turn a blind eye. Mipha swoons at Luke's thoughtfulness, causing him to blush and tell her not to be embarrassing. Luke casually casts a float spell, demonstrating his effortless control over life magic. He tells Erica and Natalie that he will give them rings with the same effects. He offers them the rings, explaining they will be a party for the next 3 years. Natalie is completely flustered and shocked by the sudden, generous gift of a magic ring. Navi notes that Iris looks sad, as she already knows the spells on her own. Luke acknowledges his oversight, realizing that Iris might feel left out by this gesture. He floats thoughtfully between the girls, pondering how to make things right with Iris. He leans in close, promising Iris an even better, super rare ring with special powers. Natalie asks to forgo authentication, thinking she could pass the ring on to someone else. Luke explains the ring is useless without it, and she quietly understands the rule. Navi comments that high-rarity dungeon items often require personal authentication to function. Luke muses that this is just like an MMO's rules, a way to maintain reality. Zeno is impressed, realizing the authentication prevents theft, even from family members. The adventurers below finish their battle, and the group on the dragon observes the aftermath. Luke announces that since the adventurers are safe, it is time for them to depart. Diana soars away from the forest, continuing their journey onward through the bright sky. Navi, looking at a map, sweetly asks her master if they can take a little detour. Luke asks her reason, and she explains she needs clay from a river for a kiln. Navi tempts him with promises of fluffy, fresh bread for breakfast and even pizza. Luke groans in frustration, lamenting this temptation while he is trying to diet. Diana lands gracefully in a clearing by a river, ready for their short rest. Luke asks Iris to watch Haiti while he goes to find clay by the river. Iris, cuddling the small Fenrir, looks puzzled by the sudden request for clay. Luke walks towards the riverbank, guided by Navi, who flutters happily ahead of him. Navi points excitedly, telling her master that there appears to be good clay nearby. Luke uses his spatial magic, designating a large section of the riverbed for collection. He opens his inventory and the designated clay is instantly transported into his storage. Navi thanks him for the excellent clay, and he decides it is time to head back. He hears happy squeals and looks up towards the river with a curious expression. He sees Zeno, Natalie, and Mipha splashing and playing joyfully in the cool water. Mipha spots him returning and greets him with a happy, welcoming smile. Luke smiles back, observing how much fun they all seem to be having together. Mipha splashes happily, telling him this is her first time ever playing in a river. Luke suggests they go swimming, fishing, and catching shrimp in the mountain streams. Mipha is overjoyed at the idea of fishing and enthusiastically begs him to take her. Their journey resumes, and Diana lands before the massive gates of the ducal territory. Zeno is amazed at how quickly they arrived, crediting Diana's incredible flight speed. Diana preens under the praise as Luke agrees that her speed was incredible. With a sudden pop of smoke, Diana transforms back into her naked human form. Luke shouts in panic for Iris to bring Diana's clothes as the others look on. Diana complains that her clothes getting ruined with every transformation is a nuisance. Navi explains that rare dungeon accessories can solve this problem, which excites Luke. Unfortunately, Navi reports that a search for such a super rare item came up empty. Iris asks if Luke could create something similar with his powerful enchantment skills. Luke ponders this, thinking he might be able to create one and will try later. A line of servants greets them, their leader announcing that he has kept them waiting. The servant informs the royal party that a carriage is prepared and asks them to board. Luke notes it is only 6 o'clock and asks if they can walk through the main street. They walk through the bustling morning market, surrounded by charming half-timbered buildings. Luke is excited by the lively crowd, while Natalie looks on with a neutral expression. Natalie explains that this is the time adventurers and cooks buy their daily ingredients. Luke is surprised Amelia isn't tempted by food stalls, but she says she doesn't go. She clarifies that the main street is for shops, while stalls are in the back alleys. Luke is pleased that Amelia is talking to him so naturally without any barriers. Iris panics, telling Luke the food stalls are forbidden and he must resist temptation. Luke puffs out his cheeks, grumbling that he understands the rules of his diet. Navi teases him from the side, wondering if he can truly win against his appetite. Navi declares she is made of her master's love, but Luke immediately calls her a liar. Luke asks Amelia what she needs, since she is familiar with the local shops. She lists flowers, herbs, milk, and mithril, which surprises Natalie. Luke confirms the flowers and herbs are ingredients for his shampoo and cosmetics. Amelia grabs his sleeve, telling him this way, as she confidently leads him on. Natalie watches in shock, wondering if Amelia is okay touching a man's sleeve. An annotated diagram clarifies that Amelia is carefully pulling Luke's sleeve, not his hand. Amelia looks back at him, her expression calm and her cheeks slightly flushed. A bead of sweat appears as the reality of her bold action begins to dawn on her. Her eyes spiral in panic as her androphobia suddenly kicks in with overwhelming force. She recoils in terror, apologizing profusely as Luke calmly tells her to relax. With a look of genuine concern, Luke turns to Amelia, asking if her condition has worsened. She can only stammer a nervous reply. She confesses that she hadn't even realized he was touching her. Luke smiles, thinking her sudden desire for shampoo is a good sign. "If you're all right, please lead the way," Luke suggests gently. Amelia meekly agrees to guide him to their destination. Amelia insists on joining Luke at the same table, her cheeks flushed. He realizes she must have noticed his feelings for her. Their journey concludes as they arrive back at the grand and imposing ducal estate, their temporary home. A joyous Laura greets Amelia with a cry of "Welcome home." The two sisters share a warm, spinning embrace. The young princess then turns her attention to Luke, launching herself into his arms for an equally enthusiastic hug. As she pulls away, a tiny, fluffy white head peeks out from inside Luke's uniform, startling him. Laura gasps with delight at the adorable creature, which Luke introduces as Haiti, the divine Fenrir. The little girl crouches down, sweetly apologizing to the tiny beast for her loud and sudden reaction. Haiti responds instantly, nuzzling Laura's shoulder with affection, much to the young princess's absolute delight. A butler greets the entire party at the main entrance, formally welcoming them and inviting them inside. Iris asks Amelia if she will come to see the Duchess. Luke, meanwhile, resolutely declares that he is going. When asked if she will join, Laura, clutching Hadi, cheers that she absolutely wants to come along. Feeling left out, Anna insists she's coming too. Luke claims he was just about to ask her to join them. The group follows the butler down a long, quiet corridor, heading towards the Duchess Sasha's private chambers. Inside, the Duchess rests in bed as a maid formally announces the arrival of His Highness Prince Luke. A senior butler explains that the prince wished to see her first, and Sasha graciously welcomes him to enter. Just before stepping through the doorway, Luke quietly casts a protective air shield spell around himself. The Duchess, looking pale but peaceful, greets him by name as he steps into the quiet sunlit room. He thanks her for her concern, but insists it's only natural for him to help, as they are all family now. Amelia rushes to her mother's side, crying out in distress at how frail the illness has made her. Luke moves to the window, opening it to let in fresh air before casting a clean spell to purify the room. Anna asks her mother how she is feeling, and the Duchess replies that she feels much better than before. Amelia, her face etched with worry, asks about her mother's cough, but Sasha confirms her chest no longer hurts. Luke announces that he will now begin the same treatment as before, placing his hands over her to channel his magic. The Duchess sighs in relief, marveling at his amazing treatment as she feels the feverish sluggishness finally fade. Overcome with joy, Laura suddenly throws her arms around Luke from behind, startling him with a tight hug. "Thank you, big brother Luke," she exclaims with a radiant smile, declaring that he is truly an angel. The Duchess warmly invites Luke to join the family for dinner later that evening, an offer he happily accepts. Anna complains that they arrived 2 hours earlier than the planned 9 o'clock, causing a frantic rush to prepare. Luke apologizes, explaining that his dragon was much faster than he anticipated, so he sent word upon arrival. Lara excitedly points out the window, telling her sister that she saw the magnificent, pitch-black dragon from Luke's room. Luke smiles, promising the delighted Lara that he will let her ride the huge, cool dragon next time. His pleasantries concluded, Luke announces he must now go to see the sick maids, entrusting Hati to Lara's care. The tiny Fenrir immediately gives Lara an affectionate lick on her cheek, sealing their new friendship. Blushing with happiness, Lara asks if it's really okay for her to watch the divine beast. Luke notes that Hati clearly likes her. In the Duchess's room, she asks if the small creature is the divine beast. Luke confirms it, adding that it's still a cute pup. The Duchess shyly asks if she might be allowed to pet the little Fenrir, and Luke of course agrees. Anna reaches out and gently strokes the fluffy white fur of the divine beast, now held securely in her sister's arms. Amelia gently reminds everyone not to tire out their mother, a sentiment with which Luke quickly agrees. A close-up reveals Amelia's serious and protective gaze as she watches over her recovering mother. As Luke turns to leave the room, Emilia calls out his name, stopping him before he can depart. The Duchess offers her heartfelt thanks for his healing. Luke humbly brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Emilia informs her mother that she will accompany Luke, promising to see her again at dinner time. The Duchess asks Emilia to pass on her gratitude to the wonderful maids who have been caring for her. Her expression turns to one of concern, as she worries that her contagious illness may have spread to them. Emilia confirms that one maid is indeed sick, touched by her mother's concern for the household staff. Her duty clear, Emilia leads Luke down a corridor toward a set of large double doors leading to the annex. She explains that this is the annex where the maids are quartered and that she will guide him inside. Luke cheerfully decides that he should call his attendant, Iris, to come and help him with the treatment. They approach the annex, a separate and slightly dilapidated building surrounded by a strange, low buzzing sound. The building appears somewhat neglected, with overgrown vines creeping up its stone walls. Inside the infirmary, Luke asks one of the maids how she is feeling. She replies that she feels fine. He gently places the back of his hand against her forehead, checking to see if she has a fever. Detecting a slight warmth, he announces he will treat her fever, earning the quiet gratitude of the other maids. A sick maid asks him if she can truly be cured. He reassures her that she will recover in a couple of days. The maid listens to his confident words, but her expression remains a mixture of hope and deep-seated worry. "Are you worried?" she asks him, a question that momentarily catches the prince completely off guard. Another maid sharply scolds her, clarifying that their true worry is about what will happen to them after the Duchess is cured. Luke looks around the sparse infirmary, confused by her statement, and asks what she means. With a weary expression, Luke turns to his AI Navi, telling her to explain the grim situation to him. Navi explains that the maids are lifetime slaves, purchased for the sole purpose of caring for the Duchess. A flashback shows a stern-faced man explaining that high-ranking noble families do not employ ordinary slaves. Navi clarifies that the lowest-ranking servants in the household are simply hired commoners, not property. The purchaser of a lifetime slave, Navi explains, holds the absolute power of life and death over them. A memory reveals Duke Gale ordering the girls to be fed well, as they were expected to contract the illness and die. A cook from the past grumbles that when the girls were picky eaters, they were simply sold off to a slave merchant. Luke listens, his face tight with disgust, realizing that such terrible cruelty exists in this world as well. A sick maid, her face pale with sweat, voices her deep anxiety about what her future now holds. Another maid tries to reassure her, certain that they will be cared for after having risked their lives for the Duchess. Amelia stands tall and resolute, promising the maids that she will consult with her father on their behalf. Overcome with emotion, the maids burst into tears of profound gratitude, thanking Lady Amelia for her kindness. A loud croaking sound from outside suddenly distracts Luke. "Is that a frog?" he asks, his curiosity piqued. A maid confirms that it is, explaining that the loud croaking of the Canaru frogs in the waterway often predicts rain. Another maid drools, lamenting that she can't leave the room to catch the frogs, exclaiming that they are delicious. The first maid nods passionately, her expression making it clear she shares the sentiment completely. A male servant scolds them, But Luke interrupts, agreeing that the thigh meat tastes just like chicken. He turns to the servant and asks for his opinion on the taste of the unique local delicacy. The maid chimes in, saying she finds it delicious, even preferring it grilled with salt over rabbit meat. She explains that she catches them bare-handed, as the creatures are neither poisonous nor aggressive. Luke's face lights up with an expression of intense, blissful interest at this new culinary discovery. Navi reports that while she hasn't made proper fishing gear, the spider silk line is complete and ready for use. She advises that for catching frogs, a simple, sturdy stick would actually be a more effective tool. Taking her advice, Luke marches to a nearby bamboo grove and fells a stalk with a single, swift hand chop. In moments, he has stripped the leaves and fashioned the bamboo into a simple but effective-looking fishing pole. He proudly presents the completed pole, though Iris, standing beside him, looks utterly unimpressed. When Iris asks what he's planning, he declares with a look of intense determination that he is going frog fishing. Iris is appalled by this undignified plan, protesting that such an activity is completely beneath a prince. He cheerfully explains that it's an excellent diet food, as the meat is delicious and very low in fat. To find his prey, Luke activates his perimeter search skill, creating a magical map of the area. The map immediately reveals a large, dense cluster of frogs gathered in the nearby waterway. He asks Navi to confirm the water isn't sewage. She assures him it's clean water used for irrigation. Peeking through a window, he tells the maids and his friends to stay put while he goes to work. He activates his stealth skills, concealment, and silent steps to approach his target without being detected. Perched on the stone edge of the waterway, he carefully lowers his baited line toward the croaking frogs below. One of the large frogs spots the bait, its body twitching as it prepares to strike. With a surprising burst of speed, the frog lunges from the water, snapping up the bait in its wide mouth. Heavy! It's huge, Luke grunts, straining with all his might as he pulls the massive amphibian from the water. Holding the squirming, captured frog, he turns to his AI Navi for tactical advice. Where's the vital spot? Luke sits on the ground, having just dealt with a large, slimy Canaru frog. Navi excitedly informs the surprised Luke about the frog's unexpectedly high experience value. She explains these frogs are strong due to a brutal, cannibalistic struggle for survival. Luke's eyes sparkle as he realizes this is an opportunity for orc-level experience. Looking toward an old building, he declares that this is a chance he must take. Lara, Mifa, and a group of maids stand ready for the newly planned expedition. Luke grins, holding up a status screen, announcing that he has formed a party. He tells Mifa she just has to be there, and Lara enthusiastically agrees. Luke invites young Lara to go frog fishing with him, promising it's harmless fun. Lara's eyes light up with stars as she eagerly agrees to try the new activity. With a determined grunt, Lara swings the fishing rod with all her might. A large Canaru frog immediately takes the bait, its mouth closing on the hook. The powerful frog thrashes wildly in the water, putting up a significant fight. The line strains under the weight of the massive amphibian's struggle. Lara shouts that it's pulling hard as Luke cheers her on, telling her to pull. The massive frog is successfully yanked from the water and lands on the bank. Luke asks Lara if she can deliver the final blow, and she bravely agrees to try. With a grunt of effort, Lara finishes the frog under Luke's watchful gaze. The vanquished frog lies comically defeated, its eyes X's and its tongue lolling out. A flash of light appears in Lara's eye as she feels a surge of power. Lara joyfully announces she has reached level 10, and Luke warmly congratulates her. Mifa happily chimes in that she has also leveled up, now at level 9. Luke tells Mifa to get one more level so she can acquire her first job. Inspired by the easy success, the maids all decide they want to try frog fishing. The group enjoys their new pastime, happily fishing by the water's edge. Luke notices Mifa and another maid seem hesitant to join in the fun. He playfully calls out to Mifa, suggesting she should try catching just one. Luke correctly guesses she dislikes frogs. She admits their appearance is unsettling. He offers to help, promising she won't have to touch it, and she agrees. A massive frog takes her bait almost instantly, its throat puffing up defiantly. Mifa shrieks in a panic as the rod is nearly ripped from her hands. Luke rushes behind her, guiding her hands and telling her to pull up hard. Together, they give a mighty heave, sending the captured frog flying high into the air. The airborne frog soars in a perfect arc, landing squarely on Mifa's face. For a brief moment, there is a stunned silence as the frog sits on her head. Mifa lets out a blood-curdling scream, flinging the slimy creature away from her. Luke laughs and casts a cleaning spell, much to the horror of a nearby Iris. Iris, on the verge of tears, rushes to comfort the mucus-covered Mifa. Mifa tearfully apologizes, insisting she didn't throw the frog at Iris on purpose. Luke rushes to Mifa's defense, taking full blame and calling it an accident. Mifa assures Iris she wasn't lying and sincerely apologizes for the chaos. Iris is struck with shame, realizing her overreaction only made things worse. She bows deeply to Luke, apologizing for her rude outburst, now no longer angry. An hour later, the awkwardness has passed, and the group has continued their activity. Lara excitedly shows Luke her status screen, officially confirming she has reached level 10. The others congratulate Lara, who thanks them all, her face beaming with happiness. Luke decides it's time to wrap up, telling Mifa they'll go to the church tomorrow. He turns to face the enormous pile of captured frogs, wondering what to do. Navi appears, explaining the frogs are valuable monsters that will sell for a good price. She details how the waterproof and durable hide is used for high-quality goods. Navi asks if he wants to process them in the workshop, but Luke has another idea. Back at the old gardener's lodge, his decision surprises the household staff. A maid asks in disbelief if His Highness truly caught all those frogs himself. The maid internally panics, certain she will be scolded for her suggestion. Luke simply asks the nervous maid if she can butcher one of the frogs. A captured frog is placed on a cutting board, ready for the lesson to begin. The maid explains the first step is to make an incision around the head. She warns Luke that the tough skin makes this the most dangerous part. Her lesson continues: grab the cut skin and pull hard to remove it. With a grunt of concentration, Luke peels the hide off in one clean motion. The maid is impressed, noting a clean hide fetches a much higher price. She explains that the delicious hind legs are the prize, as other parts aren't eaten. Lara, filled with enthusiasm, asks if everyone can try butchering a frog. The other maids politely decline the gory task, leaving it to the young princess. Luke carefully guides Laura's hands as she learns how to skin the creature. He then instructs her on the next step, tenderizing the meat with a fork. The kitchen counter is soon filled with soy sauce, mirin, and sake for a marinade. Luke looks around the sparse kitchen, noticing the lack of proper equipment. A maid explains this was the gardener's lodge. Everything was moved to the new building. He asks Navi if she can create a frying pan, and she cheerfully agrees. A new pan appears, along with oil, seasonings, and garlic for their feast. Luke gifts the pan and ingredients to the maids for a late-night snack. The group makes their way from the small lodge back to the grand estate. As they enter the main hall, they are met by the assembled household staff. The head maid and two others stand at attention, their expressions severe. The head maid informs them that dinner preparations are already complete. She then quietly scolds Luke for teaching the young lady such strange games. Luke puffs his cheeks indignantly, insisting it was hunting, not a mere game. He asks Lara to tell the maid what her tribe level is now. Lara proudly announces she reached level 10, shocking the head maid. The staff apologizes profusely for misjudging their successful and safe leveling activity. Mifa, blushing happily, confirms she also reached level 10 and requests a carriage. A maid announces the bath is ready, and Luke suggests they eat after cleaning up. Luke tells the girls to go ahead while he fetches their mother, the Duchess. He escorts the Duchess, now looking much healthier, down the corridor arm in arm. As they approach the dining room, they see the entire staff gathered inside. The staff offers a unified, heartfelt congratulations on their engagement. The head butler explains this is a pre-celebration before the formal event tomorrow. Luke, touched by their kindness, offers a warm and sincere thank you. As he stands, he sees Mifa smiling at him lovingly from across the room. One of the maids notices Iris is also dining with them, questioning her presence. Luke and the girls all turn to look as Iris prepares to explain. Navi explains that this is a way to protect Iris's newly ennobled family. A magnificent feast is spread across the table, a testament to the chef's skill. After the meal, Luke is served a delicious-looking slice of pudding for dessert. He thinks of the head chef as a maid brings more dessert plates. The head chef appears, asking His Highness how he enjoyed the meal. Luke praises the feast, saying he especially loved the delicious fish meuniere. The chef proudly explains the fish was caught fresh and flown in by Wyvern. Luke realizes Navi must have arranged this based on a passing comment he made. The head maid bows deeply, thanking Luke for the delicious fish he prepared for her. A brilliant idea strikes Luke, and he asks if she can procure fresh milk and cheese. The maid is thrilled by the prospect of another new dish and promises to get them. Anna informs her sister Lara that Luke will be the one making their lunch tomorrow. The head maid eagerly asks if she can assist, while Luke feigns annoyance at the request. He dramatically collapses, lamenting that a cook whose recipes are stolen cannot be admired. Anna chides him for being so stingy, insisting he should just teach them the recipe. She sets her fork down with a firm click, her expression turning quite serious. She explains to him that an original recipe for a new dish is extremely valuable. Her gaze is sharp and focused as she emphasizes the importance of his creations. A flashback shows that a noble house's reputation is enhanced by having a skilled chef. Luke finally understands that his recipes are a major asset, like a pile of treasure. Anna softens her tone, apologizing for not realizing the recipe's true worth sooner. The headmaid also bows her head, understanding the gravity of her simple request. Lara looks between them, flustered by the sudden and serious turn in the conversation. Suddenly, Lara's bright voice calls out, breaking the tension as she addresses Luke. She eagerly asks him to play the piano for her again, and Mifa quickly agrees. Luke sighs good-naturedly, while Diana teases him for pretending he doesn't want to play. He approaches the magnificent grand piano, ready to give another performance. He feels relieved that Navi has downloaded the sheet music, deciding to play Beethoven. His fingers move gracefully across the keys and a beautiful melody fills the room. Mifa is completely mesmerized by the performance, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Lara cheers for his skill, while Diana clutches her chest, feeling a strange warmth. After he finishes, Luke smiles and says he would like to hear them all play. He stands beside Lara, watching proudly as she takes her turn at the piano. He praises her sincerely, noting how much she has improved since he last heard her. Lara is overjoyed by his compliment, exclaiming that she has worked very hard. She declares with determination that she wants to become as skilled as he is. Touched by her passion, Luke offers to give her some practice sheet music. He explains that following the practice order will help her master the pieces he played. The other girls suddenly rush forward, all eagerly asking for sheet music as well. Luke laughs happily, agreeing to give them all copies of the music he played. He gestures to the girls, ready to pass out the promised music sheets to them. Later that evening, Diana, in her human form, has dozed off in the drawing room. Luke notes how late it is and suggests that it's time for everyone to retire. The scene shifts to the quiet solitude of Luke's private bedroom for the night. Diana enters in her nightgown, finding him still hard at work at his desk. He is carefully examining a simple ring made of iron and a small amount of mithril. Perching on his chair, Diana asks her master what he is currently creating. She sips her drink and correctly guesses that he is practicing enchantment magic. He confirms he wants to see if he can enchant the ring with a subspace warehouse. He muses that you can never be sure of the outcome until you actually try. He activates his detailed appraisal skill to analyze the ring's magical potential. He is surprised to find only one empty socket, unlike the rings he gave Mifa. Diana explains that the socket count depends on the mithril's purity and the item's quality. Undeterred, he focuses his magical energy to cast the subspace warehouse enchantment. The result is a small storage ring with 5 slots, which he deems a decent success. He sets down the newly enchanted ring, preparing for the true experiment. He now plans to add a special fashion dresser function to the warehouse. He concentrates intensely, and the ring flares with a bright, magical light. His AI Navi appears, confirming that the complex enchantment seems to have worked. A diagram displays the new fashion dresser skill he has created for Diana. The skill allows the user to register and name up to 2 different outfits. He carefully programs his complete school uniform into the ring's new system. With Diana watching curiously, he decides to give his magical creation a test. He activates the ring's power, and a swirl of magical energy envelops him. Diana's eyes go wide with pure, unadulterated astonishment at the sight. In a flash of light, he is now wearing his full academy uniform. He quickly realizes it's a failure, as his shirt buttons and belt are undone. He notes with frustration that his own innate fashion dresser skill works perfectly. He asks Navi what could have caused the ring's enchantment to fail so sloppily. Navi explains he needed to visualize the clothes being properly buttoned and buckled. He understands that his own skill works because he subconsciously accounts for these details. Deciding it's too much trouble for now, he resolves to make Lara's gift first. He works late into the night, the only light coming from his desk lamp. The next morning, Iris pulls back his curtains, wishing him a good morning. He groggily asks for the time, and she cheerfully informs him it is almost 5. She suggests they hold their morning walk at the indoor training grounds due to the rain. As he pushes himself up, he feels a surprisingly hot and heavy weight on him. He discovers Diana and the fluffy Fenrir, Haiti, have snuggled up to him in bed. Iris scolds the sleeping Diana for being sweaty and casts a clean spell on her. Luke gently wakes the 2 sleepy creatures, telling them it's time for their walk. Navi appears, rubbing her eyes and sleepily wishing everyone a good morning. Iris notices the crafting supplies still sitting on his cabinet from the night before. She asks if he was working late, and he admits he is still quite tired. Her cheeks puff out in frustration as she complains about him working without her. He promises she can help him make shampoo later, which she enthusiastically accepts. They arrive at the large, stately building that houses the indoor training grounds. Inside, knights are practicing their drills while Anna, Lara, and Mifa watch. Luke and Iris enter, offering a cheerful "good morning" to the assembled group. The three girls curtsy in perfect unison, politely returning the morning greeting. Anna expresses her surprise, admitting she didn't think he actually did morning training. Lara breaks away from the group, running happily towards her big brother Luke. She excitedly announces to a shocked Anna that she slept with Amelia last night. Luke chuckles, glad that Lara got to be doted on by her older sister again. Lara beams with pure joy, thinking to herself how cute her big sister is. After a strenuous workout, Luke collapses onto the floor to catch his breath. He tells Iris he will just walk, as the knights would surely laugh at his running. Two young apprentice knights are seen whispering while looking in Iris's direction. Luke teases Iris, pointing out that the apprentice knights seem to be targeting her. Iris looks over at the young men with a curious and slightly flustered expression. She doesn't think they'd try to flirt with her, but admits it would be a bother. She imagines herself sternly rebuking them for hitting on a maid during training. Luke decides to head to the Duchess's chambers to check on her before anything else. He knocks on the large double doors, addressing his mother-in-law to announce his arrival. A maid opens the door, explaining that she has come to escort the Duchess. The Duchess and her maids emerge, all greeting Luke with warm, happy smiles. The maids excitedly thank him for the delicious frog meat from the previous night. He notices one of the maids he treated is working and tells her she should be resting. He firmly explains that although she feels better, she needs to rest to fully recover. The Duchess Sasha sits in her private chamber, a look of quiet resolve on her face. She dismisses her attendants, explaining she needs to speak with Luke alone. Luke is confused, wondering what the purpose of this private audience could be. Sasha begins, acknowledging that she heard high-level healers were scheduled to visit. Luke considers how their powerful magic could cure her in a single session. The Duchess, however, quietly rejects the idea of anyone else treating her. She passionately declares that Luke must heal her, along with many other patients. Surprised by her intensity, Luke asks her to explain her reasoning. She wants to create undeniable proof that he cured an incurable disease. This act, she explains, will elevate the reputation of the entire ducal house. Her plan cleverly includes patients from rival factions, creating political debts. Sasha knows this plan is for her own benefit, but she is determined. Luke understands this is a grand scheme to improve his tarnished reputation. Flustered, the Duchess admits that his assessment is exactly right. She bows her head, sincerely apologizing for using him in this way. Luke, however, is delighted by the proposal and happily agrees to do it. Overjoyed by his acceptance, Sasha thanks him, ready to begin the next day. She then shyly asks if she can accompany him on his healing rounds. With a look of pure determination, she vows that she will do her best. Her presence, she argues, will provide a powerful symbol of hope for others. Luke listens intently, taking in the full scope of her strategic thinking. She also smiles, admitting she worries about friends she has been unable to see. He offers a small, understanding smile, appreciating her complex motivations. He agrees it is a good plan, suggesting they head to the dining hall. On the way, he asks where the gathered patients are being housed. They are in a nearby mansion, just a few minutes away by carriage. The Duchess, though frail, greets the hopeful patients waiting for them. She offers words of comfort to a bedridden woman as Luke and Iris watch. Luke begins his work, laying a gentle, glowing hand on a patient's back. He supports another as Iris prepares a medical kit for the next treatment. The morning passes in a flurry of healing and quiet, hopeful determination. Later, their carriage makes its way back to the main ducal estate. A tired but satisfied Sasha leans on Iris, thanking Luke for his efforts. She was amazed that his potion brought a delirious friend back to her senses. Lara marvels at the potion, asking if Luke can compound such amazing medicine. He explains his alchemy skill is sufficient, but his species level is too low. Iris wonders why she can't make it, despite knowing high-level recovery magic. Luke recalls his master explaining that the two potions are fundamentally different. He tells a disappointed Iris that she must first learn the alchemy skill itself. She feels she lacks the aptitude, but Luke insists it is merely difficult. He explains that her specific magical attributes give her a natural talent for it. The main difficulty, he says, is that the initial spells take a very long time. Iris declares that if it takes a year of practice, she would give up. Luke remembers his master laughing about how many students fail in their first year. Iris asks what he means, wondering if the other students didn't try hard enough. Luke sees they have arrived back at the ducal estate. Iris insists he finish his story, as she can't focus on anything else now. He looks at her with a weary but understanding expression, ready to explain. Laura suggests they let the Duchess rest first before continuing their talk. They agree to discuss it further while they all prepare lunch together. The scene shifts to the arched doorway of the ducal family's vast kitchen. Luke pulls out trays of fresh, unbaked bread rolls from his inventory. He begins washing a large bowl of fresh vegetables under running water. As he prepares bowls of potato salad, he continues his explanation. He tells them that academy students only practice alchemy a few times a year. This is because the medicinal herbs needed for the practical lessons are very expensive. He, however, had access to rare herbs cultivated at the royal palace. Having made thousands of potions, he had far more practice than any student. He notes that one doesn't need the skill if they can afford the potions. Iris stands firm, quietly believing that learning the skill is indeed necessary. She argues that potions made with alchemy are far more effective than others. Luke agrees to teach her, and she beams with joy, accepting his offer. His mind flashes back to his uncle interrupting his piano practice for a fishing trip. He remembers his uncle in sunglasses declaring it a perfect day for fishing. The young Luke eagerly holds his fishing rod, ready for the adventure. His uncle suggests they make tempura for dinner with whatever they catch. He fondly recalls learning to clean and fry the fish they caught that day. His mother and sister were amazed, exclaiming how delicious it was. The young Luke eats his creation with a look of immense satisfaction. Back in the present, rain streaks down the windows of the ducal estate. Luke places a clean frying pan on a magical stovetop in the kitchen. Laura, Sasha, and Mifa excitedly ask what delicious dish he is making today. The maids watch with suspicion as Luke holds a bowl of prepared ingredients. He announces he's cooking the frogs, much to Iris's disgust and Anna's horror. With a confident smirk, Luke simply tells them all to watch him work. He heats oil in the pan, the surface shimmering in preparation for frying. He proudly presents the meat, announcing Laura caught and prepared it herself. The Duchess is shocked, and a maid whispers that the Duke will be jealous. Luke looks utterly confused, wondering what the maid meant by that comment. An image shows Duke Gale throwing a tantrum, sad to have missed his daughter's first catch. The Duchess sighs that they'll just have to proceed without her husband for now. Laura, beaming, asks if she can help with the cooking. Luke patiently demonstrates the proper way to hold a knife for cutting. He gently guides her small hand as she makes her first careful cuts. Soon a tray is filled with perfectly prepared, bite-sized pieces of meat. Luke explains that the first step is to simply fry the frog meat. He shows Laura how to place the meat carefully to avoid splashing the hot oil. She asks if she's doing it right, and he encourages her to add 6 pieces. The meat sizzles and bubbles as it hits the hot oil in the pan. Laura exclaims with delight that it already smells absolutely delicious. Luke checks a piece, noting it's ready when it's a foxy golden brown. The perfectly fried frog meat is finished and rests on a wire rack. Luke takes the first piece, performing a quick taste test of their work. He finds it tasty and light, though he thinks a breading would improve it. Laura tries a piece herself, her eyes sparkling as she declares it's delicious. She proudly offers some to her mother, who praises her daughter's first dish. Laura then offers a piece from her tray to the headmaid. Luke watches in surprise, not expecting the headmaid to partake. The maid explains she must taste it to confirm it is safe for the ladies. She finds the light flavor delicious and is glad it turned out so well. Anna reluctantly agrees to try a bite of Laura's first ever cooked meal. The entire family gathers around Laura as she proudly presents her culinary creation. Luke watches the scene unfold with a thoughtful and slightly bemused expression. He playfully offers a piece of fried canary to Mifa, telling her to open wide. Mifa declares the morsel delicious, while a jealous Diana wails for her share. Luke cheerfully announces his plan to fry up the rest of yesterday's catch. The freshly cut pieces of canary meat are carefully coated in handmade potato starch. Luke gently instructs a focused Laura on how to safely fry the meat. Laura quietly reflects on the simple joy of preparing and eating her own catch. Luke is filled with satisfaction, glad he could share this experience with her. Beaming, Laura announces to her big brother Luke that the cooking is complete. Both Luke and Laura agree that this batch is somehow even more delicious. Diana greedily stuffs her face with the fried food, claiming it all for herself. Luke offers a tray of the crispy treats to the others seated at the table. He praises Laura, saying food you catch and cook yourself is simply the best. The Duchess warmly thanks Luke for providing such a wonderful experience for Laura. The Duchess then gently reminds her daughters of the meat they usually consume. She tells them to always be grateful for the people who prepare their food. Luke's eyes land on the leftover oil, a new culinary idea sparking in his mind. He swiftly slices potatoes, patting them dry to remove any excess moisture. After frying them to a golden brown, he finishes with a generous sprinkle of salt. The girls are all stunned by the taste, exclaiming how delicious the chips are. Diana devours the snack while Erica identifies them as potato chips for everyone. A butler reports that a sudden downpour has trapped them inside the estate. Luke realizes their planned trip to the church must be postponed until tomorrow. Laura pouts in disappointment, having eagerly awaited getting her first job class. Iris wisely suggests it would be best to consult the Duke on the matter. Luke is visibly surprised by her formal suggestion, his mouth hanging open. He turns to the Duchess, asking if a father's permission is truly necessary. The Duchess explains that her husband Gale would sulk if not included. Laura asks Luke for advice and he suggests she choose the magician class. She protests, saying she was told she had more aptitude for being a swordsman. Luke explains that while her physical skills are good, magic grows faster in youth. Erica notes that for a family of bodyguards, swordsman would be the traditional choice. Luke argues that for a duchess, basic sword skills for self-defense are enough. He turns to Erica, asking for the opinion of a professional bodyguard. Erica explains that if a noble must fight, it means their guard has failed. She says a noble who can cast support magic from the rear is more helpful. Luke adds that becoming a magician now won't prevent her from learning sword skills later. Convinced, Laura declares she will become a magician and tell her father. Luke suddenly remembers something, a look of realization crossing his face. He cheerfully calls the young Lara over, much to her surprise and confusion. He tells the wide-eyed girl that he has a special present just for her. He presents an adorable pink pouch made from the first Canaru she ever caught. He reveals it is a magical item with both subspace storage and time stop. The Duchess is aghast, questioning if they can accept a national treasure-level gift. Luke explains that his new divine protections have granted him these incredible abilities. He prepares a small needle to personally authenticate the magical pouch for Lara. After a tiny prick, he immediately casts Aqua Heal to mend her finger. He carefully instructs her on how to visualize items to use the storage function. He encourages her, telling her it just takes a little practice to master. Lara successfully pulls a bowl of fried food from the magical pouch's opening. Overjoyed, she hugs the pouch, promising her big brother she will treasure it. Diana whines that it's unfair, demanding her own cute frog-shaped pouch. She puffs out her cheeks, complaining that her master just doesn't understand her. She playfully pummels his chest, insisting it's the cuteness she wants, not the storage. Luke laughs, promising to make one for everyone as soon as he has materials. He turns to the Duchess, asking if the ducal family might have any mithril. He silently worries about how Duchess Sasha will react to such a bold request. The Duchess confirms they keep a large supply of mithril for emergencies. She quickly realizes this means he will make pouches for her other daughters too. Luke confidently lists the rare materials he needs, including orichalcum and adamantite. The Duchess immediately orders her staff to retrieve the materials from the vault. The headmaid Pamela asks how much of the precious metals she should bring. The Duchess, thinking strategically, tells her to only bring the bare minimum required. Pamela protests that such an amount requires the Duke's direct approval. The Duchess insists, declaring this a priceless opportunity they cannot afford to miss. She is confident that Luke is not the kind of man to be angered by this. Diana calculates that the mithril alone is enough to forge 800 longswords. The Duchess sternly warns Pamela not to let this chance slip through her fingers. She argues that while ore can be bought, Luke's enchanted pouches are unique. Her eyes sparkle as she imagines all the other new items he might create. Pamela, defeated, quietly suggests that 20 kilograms should suffice for now. The Duchess then notes her own hair has become damaged from being bedridden. Luke suggests she take a bath first and that he will take one as well. He asks Natalie and Erica if they would be willing to assist the Duchess. The headmaid is shocked, insisting that household staff should attend to her lady. Natalie and Erica eagerly agree, excited to learn how to use the special shampoo. Luke enters the ducal kitchen, carrying a large basket of fresh vegetables. A maid asks what he plans to make, and he says he's preparing the herbs. The maid recognizes the setup from when he was making medicine before. She panics, thinking he's making stomach medicine for Lara, and asks where she is. Luke and Iris are stunned into silence by the maid's sudden concerned outburst. Luke quickly reassures her that it is not medicine and that Lara is perfectly fine. He decides to summon the nursing maids, knowing the regular cooks would be scared off. Large, dark bags hang in the kitchen, part of his mysterious culinary project. 2 nursing maids arrive, politely asking what they can do to help him. He gives them instructions to peel and chop the various vegetables he has gathered. He then turns his attention to Iris, ready to explain her important role. He shows her 6 bowls, each containing a precisely measured amount of spice. He explains that mixing these specific spices in the correct ratio is the secret. He confidently asks her what kind of powerful medicine she thinks this will become. He playfully corrects Iris, insisting it's not medicine but a delicious recipe. He instructs her to dry roast another blend of aromatics over a low flame. Iris closes her eyes and breathes in the wonderfully fragrant aroma from the pan. Luke proudly calls his creation a luxurious blend of 12 different herbs. He carefully pours the finished spice mix into 2 large jars for storage. He explains that he made a large batch to seal and preserve for later use. He asks Nabi to advance time in the subspace aging room by about a month. With the spices aging, Luke begins washing rice, preparing for the final meal. Luke studies a curry recipe, planning to scale it up for 100 people. His diligent helpers begin preparing the ingredients, grating onions and slicing the beef. The first step begins, slowly caramelizing finely chopped onions to a golden brown perfection. Luke takes the lead at the stove, surrounded by his eager culinary assistants. Chunks of beef and rendered fat sizzle together in a massive hot pot. A colorful mix of carrots, potatoes, and onions are added and sautéed vigorously. A rich, clear consommé is ladled into the pots, covering the simmering vegetables. Iris is amazed by the secret soup, but Luke promises to teach her later. He begins the crucial step of making the roux, melting butter, and mixing flour. The dark, fragrant roux is carefully stirred into the simmering stew to thicken it. As a master chef, Luke takes a small taste to check the seasoning. He offers a taste and the girls erupt with an enthusiastic and unified yes. A large pot reveals perfectly cooked, steaming white rice, ready to be served. He presents 2 versions of the curry, one sweet and one spicy. A perfect spoonful captures the rich stew and the fluffy bed of rice. Iris takes her first bite, her cheeks puffed with the delicious, exotic flavors. The girls are overcome with delight, exclaiming how incredibly delicious the curry is. They ask about the dish, and Luke explains it is Japanese-style curry. He explains the curry will taste even better after resting in his subspace warehouse. Later, Iris diligently cleans a window under Luke's watchful eye. A soft, polite knock echoes, interrupting the quiet moment. Natalie, Amelia's handmaiden, announces that her lady wishes to speak with him. They follow Natalie up a grand staircase, led to Amelia's private chambers. Natalie knocks gently on a large wooden door, announcing their arrival to Amelia. A small girl opens the door, telling them to please come inside. The door opens to reveal an elegant bedroom, filled with ornate furniture. On a dresser sits a collection of beautiful, meticulously handcrafted dolls in fine dresses. Luke looks around the room, a small gasp of surprise on his face. Diana is enchanted, realizing all the lovely crafts were handmade by Amelia herself. As they sit, Diana compliments the lovely room, confirming it belongs to Amelia. A blushing Amelia explains her crafting hobby developed from being a shut-in. Luke reassures her, declaring that having a wonderful hobby is nothing to be ashamed of. Flustered by the compliment, Amelia offers a quiet and heartfelt thank you. A maid politely offers to bring them all some tea. A delicate teacup is placed on the table with a soft clink. An awkward silence falls over the group as they wait for Amelia to speak. Luke gently breaks the silence, asking if she wanted to talk to him. Amelia nervously begins, wanting to explain the reason for her fear of men. The mood in the room instantly becomes heavy and somber. Iris is shocked, realizing she could have guessed something happened 5 years ago. Both Diana and Natalie confirm that they knew nothing of the incident. Amelia takes a deep, steadying breath, steeling herself to recount the painful memory. With trembling hands, she reaches up to the black choker around her neck. With a soft click, she unfastens the magical device. She turns, revealing her true face, leaving Luke and Erica stunned. Without the choker, her true delicate beauty is revealed to them all. Luke is momentarily speechless, struck by how beautiful she truly is. Erica exclaims that she looks just like Mifa, causing Mifa to cry out. Erica chides Luke for his calm reaction, saying he should be more surprised. Amelia agrees, saying his lack of a strong reaction to her bare face is strange. Luke admits with a blush that he certainly does think she is cute. He explains his tolerance is high, being surrounded by so many beautiful women. He boasts of a beauty resistance skill, which the girls loudly deny exists. Amelia explains she removed the choker to ease his tension, a kind gesture. Sipping his tea, Luke realizes he had completely misjudged her intentions. He gently steers the conversation back, asking her to continue with her story. A maid with braided hair steps forward, introducing herself as Shella. Shella offers to speak for Amelia, knowing the story is too painful to tell. Amelia explains that Shella has been her dedicated attendant since childhood. Luke realizes that Shella has indeed always been by Amelia's side. Shella is identified as the 29-year-old third daughter of the Hawkins family. Diana recounts how Shella came to serve the ducal family after meeting Amelia. She further explains that 10 years ago, Duke Gale was still a prince. This was all before King Zeno took over the duchy. Luke processes this. Emilia concludes that she and her loyal attendant have been friends for a decade. Luke formally asks Shella to tell him the story, and she agrees. Shella begins her tale describing the annual social debut for noble children. 6 years ago, a young and cheerful Emilia attended this very ball. During the party, young Emilia excused herself to go to the washroom alone. A group of young noblemen watched her leave the ballroom by herself. The Viscount's son ambushed her, dragging her away into a guest room. In a desperate act of resistance, she bit down hard on her attacker's arm. Enraged, he struck her repeatedly until her face was swollen and bruised. She managed to use a calling device, but the connection was tragically lost. Since that horrific night, she has been terrified of men. Luke nods grimly, confirming that the story aligns with his suspicions. Iris is stunned, asking how he could have possibly known the details beforehand. Natalie is filled with regret, wishing she had accompanied Emilia that night. Mifa confesses with a heavy heart that she was also deeply involved. Shella reveals the shocking truth. The original target of the attack was Mifa. The attackers were from a Viscount family, guilty of severe tax evasion. Facing financial ruin, they had desperately pleaded with the new Duke for help. Duke Gale, quite naturally, had completely ignored their desperate requests. Luke is still confused, asking why this led to an attack on Emilia. Their vile plan was to compromise Mifa and force a marriage for money. Luke understands the motive but still doesn't see Mifa's connection to it. Erica asks if he knows Mifa's infamous second name, but Mifa objects. Mifa blurts out her moniker with great reluctance, "The Head-Hunting Princess!" Luke instantly connects the nickname to her role as a first-class interrogator. Mifa explains her ability earned her the resentment of many nobles she exposed. She blames Luke for her having to reveal such an embarrassing nickname. Luke tries to comfort her, asking if she knows his own terrible nickname. They remind him of the Orc Prince, adding that Mifa's is much better. Luke looks comically wounded, admitting their words hurt him a little. Emilia then turns to Luke, her expression suddenly becoming quite serious. She observes that his attitude has softened since she removed the choker. Mifa playfully accuses them of having a secret, feigning a fit of jealousy. Shella reveals that she has been reporting all of Luke's activities to Emilia. Mifa simply smiles, asking what came of these detailed reports. Emilia admits that listening to the reports made her genuinely curious about him. Emilia explains that she removed her choker after deciding she could trust Luke. Luke realizes her handmaiden Natalie was observing him. She immediately apologizes. Natalie passionately insists she acted out of deep concern for Lady Emilia's safety. Unbothered, Luke says he isn't angry, but cheekily asks if he was being tested. Natalie and Erica erupt in celebration over the engagement, leaving Luke bewildered. The group then turns their focus to finding a cure for Emilia's androphobia. They all agree that her condition is a deep trauma beyond simple healing magic. Zeno explains a holy spell, mental recovery, exists but isn't a perfect solution. She recoils, describing how the spell forces the patient to endure horrible flashbacks. Emilia agrees with a grim look, stating that such an approach is simply meddlesome. Luke boldly declares his new plan, to make Emilia strong enough to fight back. Zeno notes that Emilia already undergoes rigorous swordsmanship training every single day. Luke clarifies it's not about effort, but power leveling from the sky with Diana. He reasons that simply boosting her base stats will make her overwhelmingly strong. Emilia's eyes light up with a fierce determination, feeling suddenly motivated. She rises from her seat, her posture radiating a newfound sense of purpose. With a perfect, graceful curtsy, Emilia thanks Luke for his thoughtful consideration. Later, a maid is seen knocking on the door of an elegant drawing room. The maid announces Lady Emilia's party, asking if His Highness Luke is present. She opens the door, her expression formal as she addresses the occupants within. Mifa, Erica, and Diana look up as the maid announces their arrival. Luke offers to have Natalie and Erica assist the head maid with his new beauty treatments. Overjoyed, Mifa and Erica eagerly agree to join the beauty session as well. The head maid politely asks if the assistance of her own servants will be required. Luke suggests the head maid learn the various beauty techniques directly from Natalie. As a gesture of gratitude, the maid offers to guide Luke to the family treasury. Luke follows the maid down a long corridor toward the grand treasury doors. A title card formally identifies the location as the Farrell family treasury. The head butler welcomes him, explaining the Duke has approved any item as payment. Luke surveys the room as Navi whispers that the collection is surprisingly sparse. His eyes widen in delight as he spots a case of rare, high-rank magic stones. He wonders what to do with the stones, deciding they are perfect for Navi's workshop. He requests 20 mithril rods and a selection of magic stones from the butler. The butler agrees and Luke beams, happy to have acquired such fine materials. That evening, a heavy rainstorm batters the windows of Luke's private room. He asks Navi's workshop to create a special, clothes-changing ring for Diana. With his other project underway, he secretly begins forging a ring for Iris. He reflects that he wants to give Iris a proper ring to mark their engagement. Sitting alone, he meticulously files the simple band on the coffee table. He considers the ring's design, wanting to add a special enchantment for her. He decides to imbue the ring with a unique, self-learning skill enchantment. Navi suddenly alerts him that Iris is on her way to his room. As Iris knocks, Luke quickly hides his tools, casually telling her to enter. Iris steps inside, her sharp senses immediately detecting the lingering scent of metal. She accuses him of making something in secret, though he feigns complete innocence. She asks why he's lying, gesturing pointedly toward his feet on the floor. She points to the metal dust on the table, noting he forgot to clean up. Luke sighs in defeat, admitting he was planning a surprise for her. He tells a very confused Iris to hold out her left hand for him. He gently takes her hand and slides the beautifully finished ring onto her finger. Iris gasps, her eyes flying open in shock as a deep blush covers her face. She stammers his name, asking what this is, and he calls it a token of engagement. She discovers the ring's powerful enchantments for magic recovery and learning forging. She asks if she can truly learn to forge, and he says it's theoretically possible. Luke adds with a grin that she can help him make cosmetics once she learns. Overwhelmed with emotion, Iris clutches the precious ring and whispers his name. She begins to cry, thanking him and wondering how she can ever repay his kindness. In a burst of pure joy, she leaps onto Luke's head as Zeno watches, amused. Luke asks if she came for a reason, and she suddenly remembers her purpose. She explains her parents have arrived to discuss the wedding and cosmetics business. She suggests they handle the introductions before getting into specific details. Iris peeks through the guest room door, spotting her parents waiting inside. The Marquis and Marquise Michael sit patiently on an ornate sofa. Suddenly, her father, the Marquis, leaps to his feet, demanding to know what's wrong. Iris is shocked by his appearance as Luke wonders what has just happened. Luke asks Iris why she was crying, worried that he had misjudged everything. His expression darkens as he considers the possibility of a terrible misunderstanding. The Marquis bellows that this is the first time his daughter has been treated so rudely. To everyone's shock, he and his wife drop to the floor in a full prostration. The Marquis desperately begs Prince Luke to forgive his daughter's perceived offense. He apologizes profusely, noting that she was clearly distraught and must have been rude. Luke sighs, rubbing his temples in the face of the utter pandemonium. He collapses onto a sofa, completely exhausted by the chaotic turn of events. He calmly asks a startled Iris if he might trouble her for some tea. The maids scramble to prepare the tea, panicking under the intense pressure. One of the young maids is sweating bullets, completely overwhelmed by the scene. The Marquis and his wife press themselves even lower, continuing their apologies. Luke surveys the utter chaos, thinking to himself that none of this is his fault. He crosses his arms with a huff, looking completely exasperated by the situation. He calmly tells the terrified headmaid that prostrating before royalty is unnecessary. He urges everyone to sit down before his own father hears some bizarre new rumor. Iris finally takes a seat at the table, beginning to compose herself. Luke clears his throat and formally introduces himself as the third prince. The Marquis introduces himself as Pierre de Michael and his wife Colette. Luke assures them he understands the situation and accepts his own share of the blame. He then asks the Marquis if he was deliberately trying to provoke him. He turns to a flustered Iris, telling her to explain the real reason for her tears. The Marquis, his face a mask of rage, realizes he must be the one to explain. He recounts the story. Iris was crying with joy over a simple mithril ring. The Marquise then leaps onto the coffee table in utter disbelief and confusion. The headmaid steps forward, politely asking if she might offer some advice. She displays her own plain mithril ring, explaining it as her wedding band. She clarifies that noble engagement rings are traditionally lavish symbols of wealth. She asks the Marquis if he wasn't suspicious of such a simple accessory. Iris blurts out that her ring is an enchanted, national treasure-level item. She immediately covers her mouth, realizing her mistake, as Luke asks what's wrong now. She panics, knowing her gift is now far more valuable than Mifa's or Amelia's. Her mother explains that it's a breach of etiquette for her to have a superior item. Luke, tired of the drama, suggests using different wedding rings to settle the matter. The Marquis, still bewildered, asks what kind of enchantments the ring possesses. Marquis Michael is stunned to learn the ring's enchantments are a national treasure. His wife Colette smacks him with her fan for suggesting they sell the ring. Iris insists the ring is authenticated, while Luke worries about his business partners. The Marquis mentions he has already heard some details about the situation from Duke Gale. Luke asks for specifics and the Marquis confirms he spoke with the Duke. The Marquis laughingly admits Duke Gale called to warn him against any schemes. Luke sweats, wondering if this man is truly competent enough to be his partner. Navi whispers that the Marquis seems to be playing the fool intentionally. Luke confronts him, asking if he has some ulterior motive for his behavior. The Marquis, suddenly serious, admits he has an embarrassing story to share. He confesses that his territory is currently in a very difficult financial situation. Having finished an irrigation project, his new farmlands won't be profitable for years. Luke listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face as he takes this in. Luke asks if the Marquis had intended to refuse the partnership from the start. The Marquis wonders why Luke would say things that lower his own evaluation. Luke realizes with a jolt that the Marquis has been sizing him up all along. The Marquis admits he was testing Luke's talent as a merchant, not a healer. He asserts that as the one being interviewed, he holds the power of decision. Luke suddenly stands, declaring he has lost interest, which shocks Iris. He explains to his attendant that this is negotiation. A good first impression is key. He points out that her father has done the exact opposite of that. The Marquis is left stunned, realizing he has been completely outmaneuvered. A soft knock at the door interrupts the tense business negotiation. A woman's voice announces that it is Sasha, and she is entering the room. The Duchess Sasha enters, apologizing for the interruption and greeting the Marquis. The Marquis bows deeply, congratulating the Duchess on her miraculous recovery. Luke smoothly asks Sasha how she is enjoying the cosmetics he developed. Colette is amazed to hear the products made Sasha look a decade younger. Luke suggests it is best to verify the product's effects before deciding to sell it. Iris cheerfully invites her mother and Colette to try the products in the bath. The door closes as the three women head off for an impromptu spa session. Luke tells the Duchess she has been busy and should rest in her room. He gallantly offers his arm to escort her back to her private chambers. The Marquis is left behind in the room, utterly flabbergasted by the events. Luke thinks to himself that he managed to escape the awkward meeting rather smoothly. From a balcony, Luke and the Duchess look down into the grand foyer. They see young Lara, who wanted to meet her friend Daria at the estate. The two little girls, Lara and Daria, giggle happily as they are reunited. A maid explains that Lara is scheduled to have a piano lesson with Daria. The maid reveals Daria is the sole survivor of Lara's difficult friend-making attempts. Daria asks if Lara is a good girl, and Lara confirms she is. Daria admires Lara's cute frog pouch and asks where she can buy one. A flustered Lara apologetically explains that the pouch isn't for sale anywhere. Luke quietly asks Navi if the pouch mass production system is ready to go. Lara spots her mother and Luke, excitedly calling out to her big brother. The Duchess introduces them to Daria, thanking her for being Lara's friend. Luke asks Daria if she likes the frog pouch, and she nods enthusiastically. Luke reveals he made them and offers Daria one, showing several different colors. The Duchess quietly asks if this is all right, but Luke reassures her. He whispers that these are simplified versions with a smaller subspace warehouse. Daria chooses a yellow-green pouch, and Luke asks Lara to teach her how to use it. The two girls hug their matching pouches, delighted to be twinsies. Anna reminds a startled Lara that her piano teacher is now waiting for her. Lara nervously approaches Luke, fidgeting as she addresses her big brother. Navi explains that Lara wants to show off her proud big brother to her friends. Lara is overjoyed when Luke asks if he can watch her piano lesson. Luke reflects on how considerate and emotionally intelligent Lara is for her age. The faint, pleasant sound of a piano drifts from the music room. As Luke relaxes on a sofa, his magical communication device suddenly rings. It's Iris on the other end, asking if now is a good time for him to talk. She explains her mother is ecstatic and wants to discuss the cosmetics business tomorrow. Luke wonders why the Michael family doesn't have a mansion in the capital. Iris explains it's a day trip, but today's heavy rain prevents their return. Iris excitedly asks if she can help him refill their supply of shampoo. In his workshop, Iris proudly shows Luke the mixture she has successfully prepared. He notes that her pulverizing and separation magic has become quite good. Luke suggests they now try extracting only the beneficial ingredients from plants. He admits with a grimace that he tried that before and failed spectacularly. His master had explained that because poison can also be medicine, it gets extracted too. They successfully create a large new batch of high-quality beauty products. Diana enters the room carrying her small white rabbit familiar, Hati. Luke, surprised to see her, asks where she has been all this time. Diana explains that Anna invited her to a tea party and gave her lots of snacks. Luke chides her for not reporting in, but is glad she's making friends. Diana dislikes the rain, but Navi's forecast predicts a sunny day tomorrow. Diana turns to Luke, asking if he remembers the promise he made to her. Iris assumes she means the promise to let her ride on Diana's back. Luke, however, remembers a different promise, to feed her a rush buffalo meat dish. Diana's eyes sparkle with delight, eager to finally eat the promised meat. Navi sighs, remarking that all masters think their familiars are the world's cutest. Navi warns Luke not to spoil Diana too much lest she become entitled. Luke promises a delicious meat dish after their bath, exciting Diana immensely. Luke instructs Iris to prepare for the Duchess Sasha's examination after dinner. In her chambers, Luke begins his final treatment on the Duchess Sasha. He explains the bad germs are gone and the lung inflammation is fully healed. A magical screen materializes, showing the words "complete recovery" with a flourish. Sasha covers her mouth, her eyes wide with tearful relief at the diagnosis. Luke tells her she's free to do as she pleases after one more day of observation. The Duchess whispers to herself, overwhelmed by how happy and fortunate she is. She bows deeply, thanking him profusely and pledging her lifelong gratitude. Luke internally admits he's just relieved his experimental treatment was a success. He nervously laughs, knowing his master would scold him for using untested magic on a person. Sasha exclaims that his discovery will surely revolutionize the entire medical world. Luke explains that ethically, he should have tested it on animals first. Sasha promises to repay this debt and asks him to consult her with any troubles. Luke happily agrees, knowing he can count on her powerful support in the future. Outside the grand estate, a heavy rain continues to pour from the dark sky. The storm batters the windows of the ducal mansion, light shining from within. A maid's husband weeps with joy, learning his wife is cured and can come home. Luke and Iris leave the room, their important work for the day finally complete. Iris cheerfully declares that the day's examinations for everyone are now complete. Luke notes that while not fully recovered, everyone's life has been saved. With hands clasped, Iris shares that everyone was immensely grateful for their help. Iris beams, glad for her holy attribute and for the chance to meet him. Luke reflects that a healer's greatest reward is seeing a patient's happy smile. He considers how his magic amplified the medicine's effects, making both crucial. He internally laments that his pharmacist's skill has hit a frustrating plateau. Luke sees the rain worsening and suggests they should head home soon. Despite the short distance from the carriage, the downpour soaks them both completely. A maid rushes forward, expressing her concern that they are both soaking wet. He tells a surprised Iris that she should go ahead and use the bath first. Iris protests, insisting she must wait as it is her duty as his handmaiden. Luke solves the issue by casting a clean spell, instantly drying her clothes. Iris blushes, thanking him for his kindness and admitting she loves that about him. Luke sinks into the hot water, sighing about how much he loves baths. A sudden, deafening clap of thunder violently startles him from his relaxation. He looks up in alarm, thinking that the thunder sounded extremely close. A panicked Navi appears, frantically asking for her master's whereabouts. Catching his breath, Luke calmly informs her that he is in the bath. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the estate in a brilliant, deafening flash. Staring in shock, Luke confirms that the lightning strike was very close. A terrified Diana bursts into the room, screaming for her master with her eyes shut. She trips and splashes directly into his lap, desperately clinging to him. He gently asks if she's afraid of thunder, noting she's still fully clothed. Diana wails that it's scary, defiantly ripping off her top in protest. He tries to comfort the trembling Diana, who clings tightly to his chest. Navi offers to explain Diana's odd behavior if she is unwilling to speak. Diana buries her face, tearfully asking Navi to tell him what happened. Navi reveals that Diana's fear is caused by a memory from her past life. As the dragon drake, her high lightning resistance meant a strike wasn't fatal. But the impact from the lightning strike caused a fatal crash to the ground. Navi explains this past trauma, combined with a recent fall, created a deep fear. Luke understands, then asks why she was fighting the Thunder Emperor dragon. Diana shouts angrily that the other dragon was aggressively trying to claim her. Her attempts to reason failed, and her own lightning magic was completely ineffective. To escape her wrath, he lured her into a lightning trap that proved fatal. Navi reveals that the Thunder Emperor dragon knows Diana has been resurrected by the goddess. He has been trying to contact her, actively searching for her location. Luke cautiously asks if Diana has any lingering feelings for the other dragon. Angrily biting his shoulder, she declares her hatred for indiscriminate womanizers. Luke is surprised, as he sees her more like a daughter or sister. Navi clarifies that her feelings are an echo of her previous bond as Drake. Luke decides that if Diana wishes it, she will not see that dragon again. Diana reminds him of what's next, demanding a delicious meal of meat. She demands a meal so delicious it will make her forget all about thunder. A bonus panel shows Luke apologizing for turning red from studying too hard. A new chapter begins with Luke relaxing on a sofa, holding a small creature. The small Fenrir, Hadi, playfully nips his finger, making him yelp. He is surprised to see Hadi already has teeth, noting its rapid growth. Diana floats impatiently, demanding her master prepare a meal of meat for them. She asks if it's all right to call for Anna and Lara to join them. Luke is stunned, but Diana coolly prepares to summon the sisters for dinner. He panics, realizing Diana has befriended his future sisters-in-law. He warns her that Mifa would be jealous, and they agree to meet later. In the kitchen, Luke begins to cook as a sizzle rises from the pan. He prepares Diana's reward, frosted sirloin and garlic soy sauce tenderloin. He also prepares delicate raw liver sashimi, its safety confirmed by his skill. A caption confirms the raw liver sashimi has been appraised and is safe. Luke takes a taste, his cheeks puffed, and declares his cooking delicious. Diana devours the food with gusto, exclaiming how delicious it all is. Anna and Lara agree that the food is delicious, much to Luke's delight. Iris praises his knowledge as he notes herbs make food pricey but delicious. Lara's friend Daria takes a tentative bite of the garlic-seasoned meat. She admits the garlic smell was strong, but the delicious taste is undeniable. Diana demands a second helping, and Luke tells her it is on the way. The ducal staff peeks from the doorway, drawn by the incredible aroma. Diana declares with a happy heart that she cannot live without his cooking. Navi calls to him, and he decides to let Iris and the others help out. The head chef and his staff enter, asking about the wonderful aroma. Luke offers the chef a taste of meat seasoned with garlic soy sauce. The chef is amazed, noting its richness is like fish sauce without the odor. Luke reveals it's a fermented soybean seasoning, and the chef is amazed. He explains it was made in the goddess's workshop and is not yet common. Luke offers the soy sauce recipe, hoping to form a business partnership. The chef is impressed that his research extends from medicine to fine cuisine. A merchant asks to buy some, but Luke says it's not for sale yet. As a special service, he gives her the pot and recipe to use. The next day, the rain has finally stopped, leaving the grounds wet. Iris opens the curtains, cheerfully announcing that the weather has cleared up. She greets a sleepy Luke, who has Diana and Hadi asleep on his chest. Luke plans to give Duchess Sasha her final examination after a walk. Navi informs him that the king and the duke will arrive that morning. Diana senses something amiss and asks if this sudden visit involves him. Navi confirms that he is involved, but that everything should be all right. Luke puffs his cheeks, annoyed by the vague and unhelpful information. Diana scolds Navi for being vague, but Navi insists it is for his good. Iris worries that knowing too much beforehand will only make her look suspicious. Navi explains she is giving him a warning so that he can be prepared. She notes it's strange he knows of Mifa's and Lara's secret skills. Luke recalls that the two girls often stare at him, especially Mifa. Navi advises that it is wisest to avoid the risk of appearing suspicious. Luke enters the Duchess's room to deliver the results of her final exam. The Duchess is overjoyed to learn she is healthy and needs no more treatment. A maid announces the king and duke's arrival, surprising Luke with their speed. The maid informs them they are invited to have breakfast with the Duchess. The maids prepare the Duchess, as Iris tells Luke she will wait for him. Luke is escorted into a drawing room where the king and duke are waiting. King Zeno greets him cheerfully, remarking on his impressive activities. Luke asks if he's tired from the flight, but Zeno says an urgent matter arose. Duke Gale rises and gives Luke a deep, formal bow of gratitude. Duke Gale expresses his profound gratitude for the complete healing of his wife, Sasha. He also thanks Luke for the magic pouches that brought his daughters such joy. Luke senses there is more to this meeting, asking about an urgent matter. Zeno calmly reveals that the council has unanimously decided on his new title. With a flourish, she announces that he is to be made a duke. The room falls silent as Gale questions giving such a rank to the idiot prince. Zeno insists that Luke must now prove the rumors about him are false. She explains that the growing number of nobles he has saved left no room for opposition. Luke, overwhelmed, protests that he knows nothing of this country's politics or geography. Gale suggests that his knowledgeable daughter, Amelia, can brief him on the lands. But Zeno cuts in, revealing a more pressing issue has arisen. She informs a shocked Luke that 3 different countries have lodged complaints against him. The first complaint, she explains, comes from the distant elf kingdom. A majestic world tree is shown, the mother of his divine beast, Hadi. The elves simply wish to meet the summoner of their goddess's child. Luke panics, fearing they intend to kill him and reclaim the divine Fenrir. Zeno laughs, explaining that harming him would risk a catastrophic war with the elves. The second complaint, she continues, is from the powerful dwarf kingdom. Their issue concerns his other familiar, the ancient dragon Diana. To the dwarves, she is a guardian deity, and they demand a meeting. Luke sighs, burdened by the sudden weight of international relations. Zeno reassures him these are formalities, but the last complaint is the most serious. Her voice drops as she reveals the final complainant, the demon country. Their immortal vampire king has made a single, unyielding demand. He insists on meeting Luke face to face, a chilling proposition. Luke's expression hardens at the mention of the infamous vampire king. He flatly refuses, declaring that a meeting with such a being is impossible. Zeno explains this is why she came, as such a delicate matter required her presence. With a look of grim resolve, Luke agrees to handle the delicate situation. He asks to schedule all 3 meetings during the upcoming school holidays. Just then, Zeno announces she has brought a special guest to see them. The doors open to reveal the Duchess Sasha, looking vibrant and completely healthy. Zeno rushes to embrace her old friend, overjoyed to see her recovery. Duke Gale is overcome with emotion, his eyes welling with tears of joy. The Duke and Duchess share a heartfelt embrace, a picture of pure relief. Amelia quietly tells Zeno she had heard the country strongly desired Luke's presence. Zeno claps Luke on the back, admitting she never dreamed his cure was possible. She suggests they decide on Luke's new territory over a celebratory meal. The group gathers around a large table, ready to discuss the future. Zeno unrolls a map, preparing to detail the 3 potential territories. The first is a former marquisate, recently reformed, but still plagued by problems. Zeno lists its issues: corrupt nobles, a stagnant economy, and a suffering populace. Luke immediately dismisses the idea, wanting to avoid such a headache. But Amelia speaks up, urging him not to be so hasty. She explains the territory's hidden value as a prosperous dungeon city. Its 5 dungeons, she details, are a massive source of wealth and resources. She lists the dungeon ranks, from a challenging A rank to 2 simple E ranks. The dungeons provide a steady supply of meat, vegetables, and valuable ores. Amelia reveals she studied this, preparing to serve the dukedom as a civil servant. Zeno then presents the second option, a mining city bordering the dwarf kingdom. The city's mines hold vast, almost immeasurable reserves of precious ore. Its current lord is retiring without an heir, making it available. Luke thinks it sounds promising, but a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Zeno reveals the catch. Ongoing border skirmishes with the dwarves create constant tension. Luke questions the dwarves' ancient claim, but Zeno confirms it is historically valid. The elves, however, have long since abandoned their own claim to the land. Peace treaties ensure the allied nations have a voice in such disputes. The dwarf king, however, seems unconcerned with these minor territorial squabbles. Luke correctly guesses that the mine itself holds little allure for the dwarves. Diana confirms this, explaining the ore's purity is low by dwarven standards. Zeno concludes that Diana's presence makes the territory too politically volatile. The final option is a viscountcy nestled against the borders of the elf kingdom. Amelia explains it's a quiet land, its main value being trade with the elves. The territory itself is underdeveloped, with towns and villages but little income. Its current lord struggles to find a successor among his adventure-loving sons. Zeno notes that while the land has charm, many nobles are vying for it. She plans for Luke to divide his chosen territory among his deserving vassals. When asked, Amelia passionately votes for the troubled but promising dungeon city. She vows that she and her sisters will personally help eliminate the corruption. Mifa and Erica eagerly agree, ready to bring justice to the beleaguered territory. Zeno reassures Luke, promising to dispatch her best officials to clean up the region. Navi is excited by the prospect of new cosmetic ingredients from the dungeons. Luke agrees, planning to study management while prioritizing his own training. Zeno smoothly changes the subject, turning her attention back to Luke's personal life. She asks him how much longer the Duchess's treatment will take. She expresses her desire for the girls to return to the academy soon. Luke estimates another 2 or 3 days, suggesting they all travel back together. Mifa pouts adorably, not wanting to be separated from him so soon. She shyly asks her father for permission to stay, but accepts his decision. Zeno is thrilled at the idea of flying with Mifa on her dragon again. Emilia thanks Luke, relieved that she can now study without worrying about her mother. Navi's voice enters Luke's mind, urging him to clarify his position with Iris. A blushing Iris looks down, feeling the weight of the unspoken question. Luke asks Zeno about the official stance regarding his relationship with Iris. Zeno asks Iris directly if she has feelings for Luke and wishes to marry him. Luke boldly declares Iris is a charming woman he would be jealous to lose. To prevent that, he proclaims he will take her as his own. A flustered Iris stammers her acceptance of his surprisingly direct proposal. She confesses that she can no longer imagine a future with anyone else. Zeno cheers, welcoming the powerful recovery attribute mage into their family. Luke promises to arrange the formal engagement talks after the Duchess's treatment. In a formal meeting, Luke and Iris sit before her parents, the Marquis and Marchioness. Luke takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the formal request. He bows deeply, asking for their daughter's hand in marriage. The Marquis smiles, revealing he had always hoped Iris would serve Luke. The Marchioness agrees, saying she had misjudged him, and happily gives her blessing. Luke and Iris joyfully hold their official engagement contract, their future sealed. Later, the Duke and Marquis discuss their new business partnership. The Marquis agrees to the joint venture, a decision that pleases Zeno. It is lunchtime, and the head chef has prepared a large pot of steaming rice. The ingredients for a grand feast are laid out: a large block of orc meat, fresh eggs, and a bowl of panko. With practiced skill, the thick meat is sliced, dipped in batter, and coated in breadcrumbs. The prepared cutlets sizzle and pop as they are carefully lowered into the deep, hot oil. Luke explains his double frying technique to Iris, asking if she remembers the proper way to add the meat. Using chopsticks, he lifts a perfectly golden brown cutlet, its crispy coating crackling audibly. The onlooking servants stare with watering mouths, completely captivated by the delicious sight and smell. The servants eagerly raise their hands, clamoring for the chance to help fry the remaining meat. The feast is served, rich, aged curry ladled over rice alongside the crispy tonkatsu. Luke, wearing his apron, smiles with pride at the magnificent meal he has prepared for everyone. Two visiting noblemen take their first bite and are visibly stunned by the incredible flavor. The girls all agree with delighted expressions, exclaiming how wonderfully delicious the food is. Anna fans her mouth from the spice, but little Lara happily declares she prefers it that way. A nervous nobleman named Pierre cautiously approaches Luke from behind, hoping for a private word. Pierre apologizes for interrupting the meal, but says he must discuss the new cosmetics business. Navi telepathically remarks to her master that Pierre seems quite pathetic for an adventurer. Pierre panics aloud, terrified that if the business fails, his entire family will become slaves. The law is harsh. If debts aren't paid, one's body and future are forfeit as lifelong slaves. Luke learns there are no bankruptcy laws. Even regular employees are held jointly responsible. The country only provides aid for disasters or monster attacks, and never for financial troubles. Diana tries to reassure Pierre, asking why he is so worried since the Duke is financing everything. Luke understands Pierre's anxiety, considering the many financial burdens a lord must face. The two noblemen continue to eat, marveling at how the thick meat is so perfectly tender and crisp. Luke has a flash of insight, remembering the heavy poison-resistant armlets the men wear. A large man, Duke Gale, approaches the two noblemen visiting from the Zeno Kingdom. Luke presents a case of mithril accessories, enchanted with powerful healing and protection spells. The two noblemen shout in unison, eagerly demanding to buy the items at whatever price he names. Luke asks for 1 billion jenny each, and to his surprise, they immediately agree to buy them. He muses to himself that the poison resistance alone was worth the price. He definitely undersold them. The noblewoman urges him to get the money and complete the personal authentication before she changes her mind. A massive pile of money sacks appears before them, totaling a staggering 2 billion jenny. Luke calculates that even half of this amount will be more than enough to fund their new venture. He presents 1 billion jenny to the Marquis Michael as an engagement gift to be used for his lands. Pierre is flabbergasted by the amount, while Iris blushes deeply at the gesture. Luke smiles warmly, explaining he doesn't want Iris to be anxious about her family's finances. Overcome with gratitude and affection, Iris throws her arms around Luke, declaring that she loves him. The noblewoman from the Zeno Kingdom turns to Luke, a new request on her mind. She asks if he would be willing to sell her a bracelet with the same enchantments. She explains that it is a gift for her eldest son, the crown prince and future king. Her companion reminds her that the personal authentication means the item cannot be passed down. Luke grimaces, recalling that he met the prince twice as a child and didn't enjoy it. Diana asks if it's important to put the future king in his debt, noting his friendship with Yale. The noblewoman pleads with Luke, asking him to grant this favor for her beloved son's sake. Luke explains that mass-producing such powerful items diminishes his own enchantment ability. The noblewoman understands, but Luke internally panics, realizing this could mean losing divine grace. He agrees to her request for his brother-in-law's sake, but firmly states this is the last time. The group arrives at the magnificent and ornate city shrine to choose their first job classes. Lara excitedly tells her big brother Luke that her magical power has increased significantly. Luke tells her she is cute, and Lara beams with pure, unadulterated joy at his praise. Luke is relieved Lara chose magician, as her natural aptitude is actually higher for physical attacks. Mifa nervously points out to Luke that her own magical power has mysteriously quadrupled. Luke reassures her, saying the arrival of the holy beast Spinel is proof of her saintly qualities. Having gotten permission, Luke asks for a moment alone in the chapel to pray. The goddess Nereis appears in a panic, crying that the evil god cult is mobilizing for war. Luke is shocked into silence, trying to process the goddess's sudden and alarming revelation. She explains the cult's true goal is the complete destruction of the world, which is why they seek revival. Their doctrine is to remake the world, and the negative emotions of war will hasten their god's return. Luke listens with a grim expression, understanding the terrible gravity of the impending threat. With a stoic expression, Luke asks the goddess what his next move should be. The goddess gets flustered, telling him not to sound so disgusted and blunt about the situation. She explains that at his current low level, there is nothing he can do directly to stop the cult. Luke thoughtfully suggests sending oracles to the holy knights of each country to eliminate the cultists. The goddess happily agrees to his strategic plan, telling him to leave the intelligence work to her. His divine meeting concluded, Luke closes the heavy chapel doors and steps back outside. He has a shocking realization. The goddess is a terrifying being who plans to use assassins. Outside, he finds Mifa sleeping soundly on his shoulder, with her familiar Spinel resting nearby. Luke understands the nuns are fawning over Mifa because they hope to learn his healing secrets. He realizes he needs a clever way to win their favor without revealing his true abilities. He presents a small, elegant jar of Navi's specially made sunscreen cream as the perfect gift. He gently takes Mifa's hand, telling her the sun is strong and he'll apply it for her. He explains that the cream will prevent sunspots and that she can use it on her face as well. Mifa is delighted with the thoughtful gift, thanking him with a radiant and heartfelt smile. The other girls playfully complain that it's unfair for only Mifa to receive new cosmetics. Lara kindly offers some of the cream to one of the maids, who is moved to tears by the gesture. The group later explores a local shop, browsing through aisles filled with books and other goods. The shop is well stocked with everything from fine china and glassware to a large library. They examine a brightly lit shelf filled with various colorful potions and alchemical ingredients. A simple door handle marks the entrance to another part of their shopping trip. A young girl suddenly rushes past them, her abrupt movement catching everyone's attention. The girl, Jessica, points directly at Lara's pouch, demanding to know where she bought it. Lara looks down, confused, holding the strange one-eyed creature pouch at her side. The girl's guards rush in, apologizing profusely and scolding her for bothering the nobles. Luke understands now why Navi suggested renting the entire shop, to avoid such public troubles. Jessica throws a tantrum, pleading with her father to buy her the same pouch that Lara has. Luke steps in with a warm smile, gently explaining to the girl that the pouch is not for sale. The guards hold Jessica back as she struggles, embarrassed by her very public outburst. Jessica, on the verge of tears, offers a quiet and sincere apology for her behavior. Luke considers the pouch's appeal to girls, realizing it could be a popular and profitable item to sell. He mentally breaks down the simple materials: tanned frog skin, brass fittings, thread and needles. He quickly calculates the low cost of the materials and recognizes the high potential for profit. The nobleman gently leads his daughter away as Luke decides to sell the pouches separately. The father apologizes for his daughter's loud behavior, but she tells him not to worry so much. Jessica explains that her father promised to buy her anything she wanted for her 10th birthday. In a world without antibiotics, reaching the age of 10 is a massive milestone celebrated by all. Understanding the significance, Luke warmly congratulates Jessica on her very special 10th birthday. As a birthday present, Luke offers her a choice of any pouch from his personal collection. Jessica's face lights up with pure joy and disbelief, asking if he really means it. Her father immediately protests, saying they couldn't possibly accept such a valuable gift from a stranger. The guard sternly reminds him that it is incredibly rude to refuse a gift from such a high-ranking person. Luke clarifies that he is Amelia's fiancé, offering the gift as both an apology and a celebration. The father, trembling, relents and urges his daughter to quickly choose a color for her new pouch. A shopkeeper reflects on the master's troublesome ways, yet appreciates his generosity. Luke holds the small, round container of recovery ointment he has just purchased. He places the jar on the counter, asking the shopkeeper for a handkerchief. Another young girl shyly asks if she can have a pink-colored pouch. Luke explains the jar contains a fast-acting ointment for healing minor wounds. A little girl asks if it will heal her mother's perpetually bleeding hands. Overjoyed by the gift, the girl beams and thanks her big brother. She and her father wave gratefully as they depart from the shop. Nearby, Erica watches the exchange with a smug, knowing smile on her face. Luke questions her expression, but she feigns innocence, remarking on his kindness. Stepping outside, they are surprised to find a large crowd has gathered. A man in the crowd is recognized as Dan Lil, the Farrell family's head chef. The chef spots Prince Luke and quickly attempts to quiet the onlookers. The entire crowd immediately drops into a deep, respectful bow before the prince. Flustered by the sudden attention, Luke can only offer a mumbled apology. He waves his hands dismissively, telling the people to continue their shopping. The chef suggests it is best to let the prince finish his shopping first. Luke sighs, blaming them for the fuss, and asks about the nearby fishmonger. The chef explains the shop opens irregularly, drawing crowds with email announcements. He notes that the day's sale is just about to begin. As a sign of respect, the crowd parts, allowing the prince to go first. Luke purchases a variety of seafood to expand his culinary repertoire. With his shopping complete, Luke announces that it is time to head back. Suddenly, a young man rushes forward, desperately trying to thank the prince. He introduces himself as Gray, of the Arkins family, surprising Erica. Gray is ecstatic, having heard his mother's recovery is nearly complete. He explains he repeatedly tried to visit the estate to offer his gratitude. Erica identifies his family as merchants in the Castle Marquisate, Luke's future territory. An idea begins to form in the young prince's strategic mind. Luke consults Navi, who confirms Gray appears to be a suitable business partner. Navi reports that while his family's standing is uncertain, Gray himself is trustworthy. Luke invites Gray to the estate, asking to speak with him privately. He wants to discuss the state of the castle territory from a merchant's perspective. Later that evening, they convene in a private room at the Grand Ducal estate. Luke greets Gray, who has been waiting patiently for their meeting. Gray nervously presents a gift bag, calling it a humble offering. Inside are bags of money which Luke refuses as personal payment for treatment. Gray calls it a donation, which Luke decides will fund a new public clinic. Luke cheerfully instructs him to donate whatever amount he is comfortable with. Gray asks to see his mother, explaining he was told to wait outside. Luke asks him to wait just a moment longer while he finishes the treatment. Inside, Lady Edel greets the prince warmly for her final healing session. With a final application of magic, her treatment is successfully completed. Luke opens the door, telling Gray that his mother is now fully cured. The two share a tearful reunion, overjoyed by her miraculous recovery. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated joy for the mother and son. Later, Luke explains to Gray that he will soon be the Lord of Castle. He then reveals the Canera pouches, proposing a new business venture. Gray immediately recognizes the unique pouch from seeing it on Princess Lara. Luke demonstrates its function as a container, much to Gray's surprise. The young merchant's eyes light up. He knows this product is a guaranteed success. Luke offers him the entire production and sales contract, which Gray eagerly accepts. Gray boasts of his business connections, while Luke explains the deal's terms. Luke generously offers most of the profits to the craftsman, shocking Gray. In return, he simply asks that the sales tax benefits his new territory. Gray understands the shrewdness of the plan, which benefits everyone involved. To begin, Luke provides 50 million jenny as startup capital for a factory. He outlines a plan for a modern assembly line to streamline production. This division of labor will allow even unskilled workers to become efficient quickly. Gray already has a location in mind for their new production facility. Luke promises to send a formal contract to finalize their business agreement. Their meeting concludes, setting in motion a powerful new economic engine. That evening, the atmosphere at the ducal estate is light and cheerful. Over a delicious dinner, Lara excitedly recounts the day's adventures to her mother. Anna quietly tells Daria that she wishes she could have joined the outing. Overhearing her, Luke asks if they would like to go on an excursion tomorrow. The headmaid sternly lists the girls' packed schedules, deeming it impossible. Luke considers this obstacle, a thoughtful expression creasing his face. Diana, devouring more meat, declares she will go as their sole protector. The maid argues that even an ancient dragon cannot defend against every threat. Luke calmly explains his wives are always protected by his powerful magic shield. Diana boasts that her shield is nearly impenetrable and she would crush any attacker. The maid is stunned to learn of the legendary Black Dragon's magic shield. Diana then issues a chilling threat against anyone who would dare to use them. The Duchess sighs, exasperated by the chaotic turn of the conversation. She overrules her husband, insisting the children play with their dragon guardian. The maid tries to reason with the Duke, but his wife's decision is final. The Duke concedes, agreeing that bonding with the dragon would be beneficial. Lara is overjoyed as the Duchess officially permits the outing for the next day. Navi relays Diana's promise to let the girls ride on her back. Luke politely asks the visiting King Zeno for permission for their flight. The Duke insists on an escort, but King Zeno dismisses his concerns. Diana grumbles that she only intended to take the two girls as a favor. King Zeno gives the Duke an ultimatum, leaving him no choice but to relent. The next morning, the household staff sees them off with well wishes. Mifa and the others bid him farewell, promising to wait at the academy. Luke entrusts Amelia's care to his brother Giles for the day's journey. He and Navi wave as Jaylee's carriage departs from the estate. With his duties almost complete, Luke decides it is time for their own departure. They make their way through the city toward their destination. They soon find themselves in a clearing just outside the city walls. Luke presents Diana with a magical ring that will solve her clothing problem. He explains how to use the ring's inventory and transformation magic safely. With a brilliant flash of light, Diana begins her magnificent transformation. In her true form, the ancient dragon's immense scale awes the onlookers. Luke checks the fit of the saddle, which Diana confirms is comfortable. He then prepares to magically lift the two Ambu guards onto her back. Lara sits nervously beside a guard as they prepare for takeoff. The great dragon powerfully launches into the sky with her passengers. Soaring through the air, Lara marvels at the incredible speed and height.